Harold Brognola, chief of operations for Stony Man Farm, one of the most covert anti-terrorist organizations in the world, was worried about his friend. Nobody had seen or heard from Mack Bolan, a.k.a. the executioner, for the past 2 days. Stony Man sources in local police agencies in the area where Bolan had last been seen had no leads. That was strange, since it wasn't usually difficult for Stony Man to pinpoint the executioner's usually thunderous activities. Then again, it wasn't odd for Bolan to be incommunicado with Stony Man for weeks on end. But in the wake of the evidence, the circumstances for Bolan's silence this time were damning at best. The Stony Man chief had to shake thoughts from his mind that Bolan might be dead.
Hal, you're going to pace a hole in the tile. Would you please sit down?
I can't, Barbara. I've been sitting so long my ass has gone numb. We've been inactive one day too long, as far as I'm concerned. I wish the man would let me move on this.
We don't have any evidence that something has happened to Stryker, and we may not have it anytime soon.
I'm open to suggestions.
Able team?
No, absolutely not. Stryker would never forgive me if I went against his wishes.
Sure he would.
Okay, maybe he would, but I'm not willing to take that chance.
What about reaching out to local agencies?
Too risky, both to Stryker and his mission. What we need to do is start pressing the FBI in Florida and Las Vegas to get us more information on Kung Lok activities. At least that would give us something more to work with.
Barbara Price reached over to a nearby mound of paperwork and began to sift through the manila folders she'd set there earlier. Brognola knew that Stony Man's mission controller could have probably pulled 95% of the information from her head, but he realized she was trying to find things to keep her mind occupied just as much as he was. He smiled at her, shaking his head, but understanding how she felt. Price's relationship with the executioner had always been somewhat of a strange one. He suspected there wasn't any deep, passionate love there, at least not in the romantic sense like Bolan had shared with April Rose. There were few women besides April for whom Brognola could remember the executioner had special feelings. Val Corrente was one of them. Barb Price was another. For Price to talk about her relationship with Mack Bolan was sort of taboo. She'd never shared the personal details with anyone, not even Aaron Kurtzman. Not that Brognola cared to know them. Her personal life and the life of the warrior she was intimate with was none of his business, as long as it didn't interfere with the smooth operation of Stony Man. And it never had. As a matter of fact, it had strengthened it in some ways. Whenever Bolan visited the farm, he left renewed and invigorated, ready to do battle against anyone seeking to pervert the American way of life. But now he was missing, and Brognola couldn't do a damn thing about it. The Stony Man chief had a considerable amount of latitude, but the president had been clear. Too many past missions had nearly been compromised because of personal vendettas and agendas. Every member of Phoenix Force and Able Team was a professional, and they all followed orders. But Brognola also knew every one of them would have dropped what he was doing and come to Bolan's aid if called upon to do so. Brognola felt on the brink of making that call.
I wonder if I should go myself.
And do what, Hal? We've got Phoenix in South America and Able teams spread all over the country right now. I don't think there's much more we can do until we hear from Stryker.
Brognola slumped into his chair.
What else were you able to pull from the information on the Kung Lok's meeting in West Palm Beach?
There wasn't anything out of the ordinary observed by the FBI agents. The meeting took place over the course of a single evening, and most of the attendees departed for China the following day.
Who stayed behind?
Well, we know that Lao Ming Shui immediately flew out to Las Vegas. Dim Mai is still in the country, as well as General Deng Jik-wan. Although they apparently lost him at the airport, so his destination is as yet unknown. Airline employees are still being questioned.
Brognola didn't quite understand the secretive actions on the part of the Kung Lok Triad. As the executioner had told Kurtzman in his last contact with Stony Man, it wasn't as if the big hitters attending the meeting had expected their presence would be a secret. However, they were free to move about the country without reporting their presence to anyone except the embassy of their country, and even that mandate wasn't strictly enforced. Most of the politicians from Hong Kong and Beijing traveled under credentials that gave them diplomatic immunity. It wasn't unusual for them to enter and leave the United States on a moment's notice, and even less so to undertake trips that might only last the course of a day. While the constraints of diplomatic immunity didn't extend to Stony Man, the president could still override its efforts. He'd chosen to do so repeatedly in the interest of keeping diplomatic channels open and minimizing the potential for an incident that might embarrass the Oval Office. It was just that simple, and it might have cost the country one of its most valued champions.
I'm going to alert Able Team. I'll have to risk the heat from the president. Deng Jiquan may be a recognized official of the Chinese military, but most, if not all, of the agencies in the intelligence community know he's little more than a thug in uniform.
I'll touch base with Carl immediately. Where do you want them to assemble?
Let's not get them too close to the action. Just call them here. We'll worry about where we should go from there once we've got more answers.
You know, there's another option you haven't considered.
What's that?
We could touch base with Jack. He's still in Texas on vacation, and not all that far from Stryker's last known location. We've sent him on fishing expeditions before, and he's always done a crack job.
Brognola thought it over a minute. He could remember where using Grimaldi in that capacity had paid off a time or two. The ace flyer had a knack for fitting into the crowd with his regular guy looks and unimposing attitude. And he was close to where most of the action had taken place. If he was needed to transport Able Team, they could always recall him, and he could fly out of Fort Hood.
Okay, let's give it a try. Who was that DEA agent Stryker mentioned he was working with?
Her name is Lisa Rogero. She's a first-class narcotics officer. Clean record and a top-notch investigator. I did some digging in her personal file, and every supervisor for whom she's ever worked concurs that she's reliable. Rogero was apparently involved in the arrest of Ramon Cepedas, a division chief for the U.S. Border Patrol office in El Paso.
Now, tell Jack to start there. This Rogero might just happen to know where Stryker's keeping himself.
I'll get on it immediately.
This is all on the QT for now, Barb, but it's a priority. Understood?
Price nodded and left the war room. Brognola didn't move for a long time. He sat and pondered the fate of the executioner. He didn't know how any of them would deal with it if they had finally seen the last of their friend and ally. Brognola couldn't think of the number of times where Mack Bolan had gone thankless for the missions he undertook. The head Fed had experienced a bad feeling about the executioner's mission from the start. The minute that it became clear to Stony Man that multiple organizations could be involved in a greater threat, he'd gone to the president and asked permission to intervene. But it was the bureaucracy and red tape that stood in his way. It always seemed to stand in his way when it counted most. Somewhere out there, while the country slept, men were putting it on the line. They were fighting so America could rest. They endured horrific circumstances so America could enjoy its blessings. They were subjected to explosive violence so America could experience peace. Those things were what the men of Able Team and Phoenix Force were about. But most of all, it was what the executioner had lived for. And, perhaps, Brognola thought, it was what he'd died for. El Paso, Texas. Agent Lisa Rogero was livid, and she was making sure that Charlie Metzger knew about it. Mostly it was because the U.S. Marshal Service had come in and immediately taken over her investigation when they had no right. Unfortunately, Rogero's supervisor couldn't do much about it, and whether she liked it or not, the DEA had no jurisdiction over internal matters within the U.S. Border Patrol.
That's bullshit, Charlie!
Rogero was getting a variety of looks from the staff within the El Paso Intelligence Center, but she didn't really care right at the moment.
He nearly confessed his affiliation with Carrillo's attempt to smuggle truckloads of drugs into this country. Doesn't that count for something anymore?
Nearly has never counted in court, kid. And it sure as hell won't cut it if he decides to recant anything he said.
But I'm an eyewitness to the fact he was traveling with a known criminal and tried to kill me. And let's not forget his wife has agreed to testify against him.
Come on, Lisa. You know damn well Cepedas' old lady can't be compelled to testify against him, and as far as his trying to kill you or his being with Diaz, there are no witnesses. So it's your word against his.
It's just right. I'm getting screwed here.
Look, Lisa, he's probably looking to make a deal. Nothing more, nothing less, nothing personal.
It seemed personal when the bastard tried to kill me.
The U.S. Marshal Service will have to make the decision about whether or not Zapatas' information warrants consideration for his candidacy in the Witness Protection Program. He is a small fish in a big pond. I'm sorry, but there's nothing more I can do on this end.
Aren't you connected with someone here? I thought you were friends with a governor or senator or something.
Not. I golf with a representative from the state legislature, and our kids go to the same school, but that's about the extent of the relationship. I don't know anybody who can pull strings like that.
All right. I'm going to spend a couple more days here, if it's okay with you.
That's fine. Just don't get us into any trouble, Lisa.
Now, would I do a thing like that?
Yes. That's why I told you not to do it.
Understood.
Hey, what about Velasco? Has there been any more word?
No. I've got to go now, boss. I'll see you soon.
Rogero noticed her hand shaking as she dropped the phone into the cradle.
Damn.
She sat and put her head in her hands, trying to be quiet as tears came to her eyes. No, there hadn't been any word from Mike Velasco. Rogero had it on good sources that Conrado Diaz, chief enforcer for Jose Carrillo, was alive and well. The last time Rogero had seen Velasco, he'd single-handedly destroyed an armed force while simultaneously yanking her from certain death. Then he'd gone after Diaz. But the Hood was still alive, probably back in Mexico with his boss by now, and no one had seen hide or hair of the elusive Velasco. But she wasn't crying over him. Not really. Velasco could take care of himself. Frankly, he was either dead or alive, and she wasn't going to make any assumptions about it right now. The tears were coming from exhaustion and frustration. She'd come to El Paso on a mission to either put Ramon Zapatas behind bars or clear him of any wrongdoing. Now there were fellow law officers sitting with the little slug and actually buying his load of shit. Zapatas had insisted Rogero not be allowed anywhere near him. She sensed most of the marshals and other police officers present there at the EPIC didn't believe she posed any threat to him. They knew Zapatas was a worm, but their arms were pinned by the same rules that pinned hers. It just wasn't right that sworn officers of the law could buck the system, benefit from the activities of hardened criminals, and then get protection for biting the hand that fed them. Still, she knew Metzger was right, and she couldn't do anything about it. At least, she had the support of fellow DEA agents there, albeit she hadn't really reached out to any of them yet. They were more welcoming of her since the El Paso Intelligence Center was owned and operated by the DEA. She hadn't left because they wouldn't let her leave. Eventually, the U.S. Marshals wanted to hear her side of the story. At least they had set her up in a hotel room so she had someplace to go every night. She'd spent the past few days putting together information, making phone calls, and gleaning further intelligence in preparation for her debriefing. Or at least that's what the marshals were calling it.
Agent Rogero?
Rogero looked up and saw a very good-looking middle-aged man staring at her. He had blonde hair, a bronze-like complexion, and soft blue eyes. His patrician good looks and dress could have left anyone thinking the guy could have been anything from a businessman to a movie star. Rogero knew she probably looked terrible, but she didn't really care at the moment.
Yes?
My name is Liam Hoffner. I'm the...
Rogero stood immediately and offered her hand.
Oh, I know exactly who you are, Director Hoffner.
For a moment, the DEA agent was completely stunned. She couldn't believe that the center's director of operations was actually there talking to her. In some respects, Hoffner was a bit of a celebrity. The stories of exploits and many successful arrests throughout his career as a DEA officer were the stuff of legend among present-day agents. In his time, Hoffner had gone up against names in the Colombian, Mexican, and Cuban drug cartels, just as big as Manuel Noriega. Hoffner smiled at her.
I guess you do. Would you come with me to my office? I'd like to talk to you.
Rogero looked in the direction of the interrogation room.
Well, I'm not supposed to go too far. The U.S. Marshals may want to talk to me at any time now.
They'll know where to find you. My office is just down the hall.
Of course.
She followed him to his office, surprised at her good fortune. This was actually a bright spot to her day. Hoffner was one of the good guys, that was for damn sure. He ran a tight ship. If she could get him on her side, she figured she might actually have a chance against the bureaucracy that had her stymied right now. Hoffner's office was fancy and immaculate, but without being gaudy. The guy probably made pretty good money for a government employee. His experience and knowledge of drug activity was said to have surpassed even that of the EPIC central database. But that was obviously just more of his legend. She took the seat he offered, and he sat next to her, rather than hiding behind his desk. Rogero was impressed with his demeanor. She'd only known the guy for a couple of minutes, and she already liked him. There was something attractive about him. She noticed a wedding ring, and that put her back in the right frame of mind. He was obviously hands-off. Probably had a gorgeous wife who could easily make him forget her name within a minute or two. He smiled again, flashing pearl-white teeth.
How are you holding up?
Okay, I guess, sir.
Oh, no, you can call me Liam. I try not to be too formal with the agents. Out there, you should address me as Director Hoffner. In my office, things are a little safer.
Thank you, sir. Liam, I mean.
Now, you've had a rough couple of days.
Yeah.
Anything you'd like to talk about?
That could be opening a can of worms.
I wouldn't have asked if I didn't want to know what you really thought, Agent Rogero.
The fact he'd used her official title told Rogero it wasn't really a request. This might have been a more relaxed atmosphere, but Hoffner was making it clear this was still official business all the way. He was probably probing for liabilities that might be linked to the DEA, such as responsibility for the mess left at Cepita's residence. She was certain that someone by now had told him and the marshals of her affiliation with the guy who carried automatic weapons and grenade launchers, dressed in black fatigues, and wreaked destruction on every evil thing in his path.
I guess I just want to know why I'm being treated like a criminal while Cepetus is the real hood.
I wasn't aware anybody was treating you like a criminal. Do I need to talk to some people?
Well, I guess that's not completely fair. What I don't understand is why, instead of being involved in the investigation, I am the investigation.
Well, Lisa, you have to admit there are nearly a dozen dead people within a one-block radius of the house you were leaving. Not to mention the bullet holes in your rental car, a high-ranking Border Patrol officer in custody, and this mysterious commando who's running around blowing everything to hell and back.
I don't know about that man.
That's not what I hear. Not that I don't believe what you're telling me. But the marshals claim to have information that you were seen with him in Brownsville and Las Vegas. They're also convinced he rescued you from some Chinese gangsters who may have official ties to the Lok Triad.
Lisa couldn't believe her ears. Had they been following her? Had Charlie really set her up after all, and was now sitting back and watching the show from a safe distance? Hoffner rose and put his hands in his pockets.
Do you see what I'm getting at, Lisa? I'm not trying to grill you. I'm just here to point out what they're going to point out to you. I'd take a moment or two and really think about how you're going to answer them. Otherwise, things might not go as well as you would hope.
Are you trying to hint they're thinking about charging me with a crime?
I never said that. I'm just telling you that it's not going to be easy. You're one of my own, Lisa. DEA looks out for its own. I'd be ready for anything.
I understand, sir. Thank you.
Rogero rose and left Hoffner's office. She wished Velasco were around. Not that it would have made a difference, but out of all the people she felt she could trust, he was one of them. The thing that saddened her most was that the people she ended up trusting, the people she called her friends, usually wound up dead. Peter Williams had died at the hands of Kung Lok soldiers. Noreen Zahn had been brutalized, molested, humiliated, and beaten until granted the mercy of death. A horrible death, but at least she was no longer suffering. Rogero wished she could say the same, but she couldn't. She was suffering. She was suffering terribly for all of the loss and pain. She was suffering from the horrors she'd endured. The more Rogero thought about the pain, the more it angered her, and she knew that at some point she would have to return the favor. She'd get through this little inquest. If they wanted to witch hunt, they were certainly welcome to try, and then she'd deal out some suffering of her own. The Kung Lok still had to pay for murdering her friends. And in that moment, more than ever before, Lisa Rogero wished Mike Velasco was there to comfort her. Chihuahua, Mexico. Jose Panchos Carrillo had been glad to see his friend and chief enforcer alive, but he was suspicious all the same. According to Conrado Diaz, Ramon Zapitas had been killed during the battle between the man called Mike Velasco and Triad soldiers. Carrillo had finally spoken with a connection in Las Vegas who picked up the information on a leak in the police department. The Chinese were trying to take over the drug and skin action in the American Southwest. Carrillo's source didn't know who was in charge of the operation, but it was a place to start. Diaz had also said the shipment they'd managed to get over the border from Mexicali into Calexico had been destroyed by Velasco, and they apparently still had something to worry about because Velasco was most likely alive. Diaz was begging for the chance to find the meddler and kill him once and for all. Carrillo was inclined to let Diaz take care of the problem, but Colonel Amado Nievas had made it plain he didn't feel the same way. Velasco hadn't been easy to kill in the past, and he could hardly believe it would be quite that simple now. Nievas had heard the reports from his commanders about how Velasco had taken out a couple dozen of his best troops, not to mention some of his officers. The guy had killed more than 1/4 of the force Nievas had brought to assist in Carrillo's plans, and the Mexican drug lord appreciated the sacrifice. He wished some of his own men had been as loyal. Still, he knew that Nievas was having his doubts. In addition to all of the little issues, Carrillo had a bigger problem, recovering from the destruction of the trucks in Calexico. He'd put nearly all of his resources into those shipments, and Velasco had sent them up in smoke. That had been the entire source of his profits. There wasn't enough of the stuff left now to fit in a plastic bag. No, it was definitely a bad situation, and it was obvious Nievas suspected what was going on because he took one look at Carrillo and shook his head. He hadn't planned for this eventuality. Carrillo had figured that if anybody got to one truck, even 2 of them, he would have still made more than enough to recuperate the losses. He never thought all 4 trucks would go down.
You didn't have an alternate plan, did you?
No, but nobody could have foreseen this would happen.
Nievas rose from his chair. Carrillo stared into the distance. They were seated on the rear veranda of his mansion, which overlooked grounds colored with lush and verdant gardens. Multi-hued flowers, patterned like pastures of rainbows, glowed under the midday sun. Carrillo had a staff of 5 groundskeepers who spent 6 days a week just keeping his property looking this beautiful. It was probably one of the only pure and fresh things Carrillo could think he'd ever had in his life, something untouched by the impurity of his business dealings.
I did not know what to tell you, Jose, but I must report this to my superiors. They will not be happy. I may not even be welcome back in my country.
I would ask you to hold off just a little longer, my friend. This isn't over just yet. I believe we can recover our losses another way.
And that is?
To take back what belonged to us in the first place. We need to go after the source of this takeover by the Triads. My connections in Vegas tell me that whoever slashed my operations also rendered a similar fate to Danny Tang. This is the way they treat their people. They're barbarians.
So what? Why do you care what happened to this Tang? What does he have to do with us?
Maybe a lot. You see, the Chinese Triads may be powerful, but they don't know the territory like I do. Tang ran most of the major prostitution action in Las Vegas. They killed a great resource. In one sense, we owe Velasco our thanks because he thinned their ranks.
You think they're in a moment of weakness?
I believe it is a strong possibility, and I think we ought to consider this an opportunity to strike back while they are still vulnerable.
You're not seriously thinking about taking on the Chinese Triads, are you? Do you have any idea what kind of problems that would cause for me? The Chinese are allies to many of my countrymen. They have provided us weapons on more than one occasion. Colombia needs them, as much as we once needed the Russians.
Amaro, do you honestly think that they didn't know this when they began the little campaign to try and push me out of business in the States? And even if they didn't, you can honestly expect me to believe they don't know by now. I think this entire operation was planned from the very beginning. By now they have to know that we are allies.
Perhaps you're right.
Carrillo felt some of his anxiety ebb. He knew Nievas had to be a man divided right now. On the one hand, the guy was faced with reporting failure to his superiors. On the other, he was probably loyal to his men and wanting to appease himself over guilt that their sacrifices were in vain. After all, Nievas had lost a good number of his crack force of troops to Velasco, not to mention those lost at the hand of the Scarlet Dragons. To return home wounded and empty-handed wouldn't look good.
I wouldn't ask for your help, my friend, but I no longer have the manpower to do this on my own. I need well-trained men, and lots of them, and at present I have neither. You're the only one who can pull us from the embarrassment and turn it around for good. We cannot just walk away now.
Yes, I'm forced to agree with you now. There is more at stake here than profit. There is our honor to consider.
See, exactly.
My men are returning today from Mexicali. I will begin drafting plans for reprisal against the Triads. But this time, we shall do it my way, Jose. No more of your little schemes. If I am to stay, then we must use tactical means to destroy our enemies. This is a war, and we must fight it like a war. Is that agreeable to you?
Yes, tell me how I can help.
I don't have those answers yet. I need some time alone to contemplate. When I have a plan, we will talk. Until then, make sure no one disturbs me.
Carrillo just nodded, and could hardly contain the smile that played on his lips as he watched his associate depart. He didn't want to make an open show of his relief. This would be the opportunity he needed to get back on his feet. Between that meddling Velasco and the Chinese Triads, they had done some significant damage to him. Once Nievas had departed, Carrillo turned to Diaz.
Conrado, I'm sure that Velasco will try to come here.
We will be ready for him.
No, I will be ready for him.
What are you talking about? You cannot stop this man on your own.
You think too much of yourself, Conrado.
Carrillo didn't normally tolerate such contention from his men. Had he not considered Diaz a friend, he would have had him whipped for even talking back.
I need you to do something for me. I need you to return to the United States and contact a friend. We're going to need some help with this one.
Carrillo pulled a card from his shirt pocket and handed it to Diaz. The enforcer studied the name a moment.
What makes you think this guy will help us?
He owes me a favor.
Las Vegas, Nevada. Lao Ming Shui, western underboss of the Lok Triad, didn't want anyone to overhear his telephone conversation, particularly not his second-in-command, Cauchu. He'd never been unfaithful to his wife, but his recent meeting with a former lover had rekindled some irrepressible feelings. However, it was his personal business, and he was enough of a gentleman to want to protect her reputation. Enshi Fong. Shui had hardly stopped thinking about her since leaving West Palm Beach 3 days earlier. He wished she were free to come to him there, but he knew that was out of the question. That would have raised too many eyebrows and set Mai against him, to be sure. This wasn't a good time to have the largest arms dealer in the Pacific as an enemy. He knew there was a war coming with the Mexicans, and he didn't want the Scarlet Dragons equipped well enough to handle any threat.
We are leaving for Beijing tomorrow. I will miss you.
I will miss you too. I don't suppose you would reconsider staying a few weeks?
It's sweet of you to offer, Lao Ming, but I have to return with my husband. I am bound to obey and honor Dim, whether or not I agree with his decisions. It is what I swore to do, and I will keep my oath.
But you do it out of duty, not out of love. If you do not love him, then I see no honor in what you do.
I think you can honor someone without loving them, and I do love him in so many ways.
I don't believe that.
There was a long silence on the other end of the line, and Shui wondered for a moment or two if he'd committed a blunder. He wasn't really trying to call her a liar, but in essence, that's what he had just done. Nonetheless, Shui knew that Fong didn't love Dim Mai. She had probably never loved him, as her family had arranged the marriage, but her sense of marital duty was a strong one. Shui also realized that perhaps he was committing his own errors in judgment. In his heart, he was being unfaithful to his own spouse, who had been faithful and supportive of him. Not that there was any strong tie between them. At least that helped him to justify this newly found passion for the woman who had come so close to being his bride. Shui couldn't help the way he felt about her. It was just something he either couldn't or didn't want to control.
I am sorry to sound this way. Know that my words probably make you uncomfortable and leave you to feel that you must defend yourself. That is not my intention at all.
But if your words are not meant to sting or to make me defensive, then what is your intention?
Shui felt a chill run up his spine because the tone in her voice was almost taunting him. No, perhaps not taunting, but maybe teasing. Whatever she was doing, Shui hoped she would not continue, or he might find himself unable to resist boarding the next flight back to West Palm Beach and openly professing his new affections. Shui tried to shake himself of those thoughts. She would only prove a distraction from his real goal, albeit a lovely distraction, and he knew that there were important business matters on which he had to concentrate right now. Women like Fong were like delicate flowers, pleasant to the eyes, while their fragrance and bright cheeriness lit up a room. Yet beneath their external folds of beauty were hidden bees that stung, and if not nurtured correctly, they withered and died, even in their seasons.
I don't think I am required to dignify that question for you, Yuanqi. You know how I feel. I made it no secret when I was there with you last week.
I know, Lao. I must go now. We will be leaving within the hour. Take care of yourself, and please be sure to let me know when you return to China, so we may see each other again.
I will.
Goodbye, my dearest.
Shui held the phone and listened to the dial tone for nearly a minute after she hung up, then slammed it in the receiver. He hadn't even told her what he really wanted to tell her. He couldn't bring himself to ask her to stay indefinitely, and he had other things that needed his attention. Still, he was feeling empty without her, and had been feeling that way since his arrival in Las Vegas, not to mention the fact that he wasn't very comfortable in the hotel suite that Cauchu had provided for him. The leader of the Scarlet Dragons entered as if on cue. He was a tall, slim Chinese man with a long, thin mustache to match and dark eyes with greased hair. Cauchu was as cold and brutal as any within his army of trained killers, and he'd faithfully served as protector and second-in-command to Shui for many years. There were splinter factions of the Scarlet Dragons all over America. They were all over the world, for that matter. Some were actually Chinese gangs that called themselves by the same name, but they had no real relationship to the official organization within the Kung Lok Chinese Triad. The real Scarlet Dragons were a professional group of hardened men, trained in the arts of assassination, terrorism, war, espionage, and a score of other subversive methodologies. Every Scarlet Dragon was also evaluated for certain psychological and emotional traits that were vital to the job. They generally had to have verifiable affiliations with the Communist Party, be pure Chinese, although even Shui didn't understand what that meant, since it would have been almost impossible to discern this in every candidate, and usually be devout Buddhists. Scarlet Dragons were trained to the highest standards. In short, the Scarlet Dragons were a unique, invaluable tool of protection and enforcement within the Kung Lok, and their leader was the epitome of those within their ranks. Cauchu had proved himself both a worthy ally and a servile subordinate, and Lao Ming Shui knew that when the time came for his replacement, it would undoubtedly be the rather unassuming man who now stood before him.
Good morning, sir. Did you sleep well?
Not as well as I would have hoped, Ying. When are you planning to move me to private quarters in your house? This waiting in a hotel is silly. I'm growing tired of it. I'm about ready to return to Toronto.
We are moving this morning at your discretion.
Finally.
My sources believe that this Mike Belasco is dead, and the majority of the drug shipments that fooled Carrillo tried to pipeline through Mexicali were destroyed.
And Carrillo's connection with the Border Patrol?
As far as we know, Ramon Sapidas is dead. The only one left alive that we must still deal with is Lisa Rogero,
the DEA woman that escaped from you.
Cauchu nodded and bowed his head. Having lost her to Belasco was embarrassment enough, but to be reminded of the blunder by Lao Ming Shui was downright shameful. Shui felt uneasy, making Cauchu relive such things, primarily because he was grooming the young dragon to take his place one day, and didn't want to do anything that would shake his resolve or break his confidence. Still, underlings had to be reminded of their failures now and again, lest they lose the concept of humility and decide that perhaps attrition and betrayal were better options.
Regardless of my failures, Lao Ming, I'm still loyal to you. I hope you know that.
Oh, of course I know it. If I wasn't convinced of that, you would be dead.
I understand. But we have nothing to fear from this Rogero woman. I have already sent 6 of my best men to make sure she does not leave El Paso alive.
Why so many for just one woman?
Our intelligence says that she's being held for questioning at the El Paso Intelligence Center. She will most likely be under guard, so I wanted to ensure the job gets done.
Excellent thinking, Ing.
Cauchu bowed.
What about Jose Carrillo and the remainder of the FARC troops working under Nievas? Is this the moment that you wish me to finish what we've begun?
Yes. Carrillo and Nieves are most likely hiding their heads in the sand, and they will not be prepared for another crippling blow so soon. It would probably be wise to take your people into Ciudad Juarez and kill them before they gain the courage and consider retaliating. I'm sure that both of them are strong enough men to realize this is as much a matter of their honor as it is a matter of business.
You actually think they would dare attack us here in America? That would be a foolish gesture, not to mention nothing short of suicide. We have too great a foothold on Carrillo's holdings now.
Don't become overconfident, Ing. It could become your undoing. Remember that you were overconfident with Velasco. Our honor and reputation were sullied by the fact that a single one of Carrillo's men could do what nearly 40 of your own people could not. That doesn't look very good for the Scarlet Dragons or the Kung Lok. And it was a personal blow to my reputation. I am grateful Dong Jiquan and his people offered to help me at the time they did.
I understand your disappointment, Lao Ming, and I assure you that nothing like that will ever happen again. The American took us by surprise. Had I known his skills were what they were, I would have approached him with subtle methods rather than trying to overcome him by sheer numbers.
It is forgotten.
Cauchu bowed with genuine respect.
Now, what of this American ally I have taken upon myself? Will he burden our plans?
The video you acquired was blank.
What?
I'm sorry, but there was nothing on those tapes. We can only assume that the American knew you would try this and got to them before you did. Either that, or the cameras were disabled for this particular event. In any case, we now have no idea where he is.
I should have left my protection behind to conduct surveillance.
I don't think it would have done us any good. Those particular men I sent with you are not skilled spies. They are some of the finest protectors in the Dragons, but not much for these kinds of things. Had I known your intentions, I could have implemented a more cogent plan.
So now we have no idea of our mysterious benefactor's whereabouts?
I'm afraid that is correct.
Well, I suppose that is not your fault. I should have spoken with you about it immediately. I know that you're much better equipped and far better trained for these things. I am, after all, a businessman and diplomat. I should have entrusted this matter to you sooner, Ing. Forgive me.
There is nothing to forgive, Master. Despite what has transpired, I will continue to utilize every resource to find out who this man is.
Do you think he works for the American government as he claimed?
I would not know.
I'm asking for your opinion based on what you do know.
Ing Cauchu went over to the casement window. He opened the blinds and opened the window to let in some fresh air. He studied the city landscape. The sun was now high as it was late morning, and the bronze rays seemed to add a glow to Cauchu's skin. Cauchu finally turned to face his master.
The fact that he has bothered to tell you that he did, and to use this as a method of getting your attention, would lead me to conclude it is probably the truth, at least in part.
Otherwise, why would he bother to come up with such an elaborate lie?
Exactly. Where he might have exaggerated was in his actual position within the organization. He might not be as high within the ranks of the American government as he claims. Or it is another possibility that he is higher than he led you to believe.
He was not specific about this, but he left me with enough information to convince me he knew what he was talking about.
But not enough to tell you anything of value. The problem I see with this man is that he did not truly explain why hastening our takeover and fueling a war against the Mexican elements was so vitally important.
He thinks that his country will do everything they can to avoid that. He also claims that such a war, while it might create some havoc over our business dealings, will most definitely serve us profitably.
So he wants a part of the action?
But not our part.
Then why would it benefit us to work with him? The money remains ours, no matter what his involvement. We're still skimming profits from our dealings with Nievas associates in the FARC before we give the money to Dim Mai, and we're using those funds to take over Carrillo's business operations. We have no overhead, so I don't see profit affected. I think your original plan was perfect.
But with the kind of money this man talked about, we could do much more. So much more than we can do now.
This is ultimately your decision, not mine, Lao Ming. I will follow your orders to the letter, whatever they are, as will my dragons. There is no task too great or small. We would die for you, and you have told me you know this.
Shui acknowledged Cauchu's words with a graceful nod.
But before you continue taking advice from this man, you should allow us the opportunity to find out who he is. And we cannot do that if we must fight a war with the Mexicans and Colombians. Thus, I see what he's doing serves only to keep us occupied and too busy to investigate his own interests.
I had never considered it quite in that light before.
It hardly seemed possible, but Shui couldn't understand why this American would have dredged up such a story just to keep them occupied. Perhaps the truth was that the man was totally loyal to the U.S. government and simply trying to find other ways of solving the internal problems. Maybe it was nothing more than a ploy to pit the two groups against one another. Maybe the idea was to keep the Americans from having to spend the time and resources necessary to fight a war on two fronts, when in fact the real problem could be solved simply by pitting one warring faction against the other. It was all beginning to make sense to Shui. There were always spoils of war. It didn't matter which side won and which side lost, as long as the victor could claim whatever was left over. But there really wouldn't be a victor in a war between the Mexican-Colombian connection and the Chinese triads, because it was a war without end. That left Shui in quite a predicament, one he'd never considered until taking Cauchu's words to heart. Yes, men like the one he'd met in Florida would collect the spoils, while Shui and the Kung Lok were left with nothing. That would never do.
I think you're right. We go no further with this until we know who exactly it is we're dealing with. Find this man, find out who he is, and then get back to me.
And what about Carrillo and the Colombians? What if they decide to try and take back Las Vegas and the other areas we've acquired?
Then we'll deal with them as we have before. The result of their impudence will be death.
Stony Man Farm, Virginia. When Aaron the Bear Kurtzman answered the phone, he would have expected a lot of people on the other end of the line, but not the one who replied to his own gruff hello. The very thought that he was talking to Mack Bolan sent a chill down his spine that coursed through the rest of his body like an electrical charge.
We thought you were dead.
So did I.
What happened?
Nothing. I've just been keeping my head down and trying to keep the police at bay. After what went down at Cepita's place, it's been a challenge, and I don't have a lot of time to discuss it right now.
But you're okay?
Yeah. I didn't want to worry any of you too much, but I had to lay low. I used the time to gather additional intelligence, and I've made some contacts.
Where are you?
Down in Juarez.
Can you be more specific?
Not right now. There's no time. I just called to find out where things stand. What else have you learned since we talked last?
Well, I know that Able Team's on its way to the farm right now.
For me?
Yes. Sorry, Stryker. I know it's not what you wanted, and you didn't want to involve them, but Hal was convinced something went bad, and he called them in. It was just a precaution, so I'm sure once he knows you're okay, he'll have them stand down.
It's all right. I figured Hal might get tired of waiting. I won't hold it against him. Is he there?
No. He and Barb are looking into some information on our mysterious government link to the Kung Lok.
Do we have any more intelligence on that connection?
We've figured whoever's behind contacting the Kung Lok and turning them on to the fact that the Mexicans and Colombians are working together had to have pulled their information from multiple sources.
Makes sense. No single agency outside of you guys is going to put that information together.
Exactly. Which told us that our little mole needed access to the information. From that assumption, we started narrowing down multi-jurisdictional agencies with enough clout to yank and disseminate that kind of intel, then categorize them by geographical location, which pulled many of the CIA and DOJ offices out of the loop. We've still got a lot of territory to cover, but we're already off to a good start, and the list is getting smaller by the hour.
Keep at it. I'm sure I'll be in touch again soon, and I know you'll have something by then.
Hey, are you sure you don't want us to send help?
I appreciate it, Bear, but my answer is still no. I'm okay. My next step is to put a battle plan against Carrillo into action.
Well, just so you know, Hal ordered Jack to El Paso. He's looking for you, and he was supposed to start with Lisa Rogero. Last word was that U.S. Marshal Service was holding her for questioning at the El Paso Intelligence Center.
Holding her for what?
No idea yet. That's part of what Jack was sent to find out.
Get in touch with him and tell him to watch out.
Why?
I think our mole could be close to Rogero, possibly her boss. Get all of the information you can on a guy named Charles Metzger. He's lead agent for the Brownsville DEA office. Check him out, and good.
We've already done it. The guy's clean as a whistle.
Too clean?
Not so much that we suspect him of involvement with either the Kung Lok or Carrillo. No secret bank accounts, nothing along those lines. But if you're right, and our mole is somebody on the inside of the Justice Department, it could be why we're having so much trouble getting interagency cooperation.
Hal's credentials aren't doing any good?
Not really, and it doesn't help with the man telling him to back off every time we start to get somewhere.
All right. Then I guess we keep looking. Look, I need to go. I'll be in touch.
Take care, Stryker.
Right. Out.
Kurtzman wasn't sure what was going on, but he knew he didn't like it. Mack Bolan keeping his head down? Something didn't sound right, but Kurtzman couldn't put his finger on it. Stryker hadn't sounded as if he was under any sort of duress, or like he'd been drugged, so it was improbable he'd been captured by the enemy. Kurtzman had decided to run a trace, and the computer was still finalizing it. Well, the fact the executioner was still alive was good news, all by itself. In either case, he would follow Bolan's instructions and notify Grimaldi ASAP. And he'd let Brognola know as soon as he returned, which would definitely cause the Stony Man chief to breathe easier. He also needed to update the members of Able Team, all of whom were scheduled to arrive within a few hours under the impression they were headed to Texas on a search and rescue mission. The report came through on Kurtzman's computer screen. He double-checked the trace and it came up, this time in a red highlighted field, verifying that what he'd seen was absolutely accurate. It seemed Mack Bolan was in Ciudad Juarez, and there was only one damn thing there that he could think would be enough to capture the interest of the executioner. Mack Bolan was probably planning to go after Carrillo and Nievas and end this war once and for all. Ciudad Juarez, Mexico. His first taste of true consciousness had started as a drab, dull swirl of colors, like the mixing of red and black paint on an artist's palette. Then the dream world became reality. So did the pain. Not to mention the concept he was still alive. Over the course of the day, he drifted into periods of fitful dozing, never really sleeping deeply, but always aware of his surroundings and further cognizant that he was drugged. Finally, he began to come out of his drug-induced stupor, and that's when the pain hit him even harder. It felt as if someone had beaten him with a sledgehammer. His mouth was dry and pasty. He felt dehydrated, albeit his keepers, whoever they were, had continuously pumped him full of fluids. Finally, at long last, when his world came into focus and remained that way, Mack Bolan got his first glimpse of the woman to whom he owed his life. She sat in a nearby chair, her dark eyes fixed on him intently. There wasn't necessarily any real care in her expression, more like something bordering on altruistic interest. Nonetheless, it was like having an angel look upon him from where the executioner lay, and there was no doubt as to the beauty behind that studious gaze. She had raven hair, with barely discernible laugh wrinkles around her cold black eyes. Her face was heart-shaped, with a dark complexion. Her lips were red and glossy, and everything about her was very Spanish and very beautiful. She reminded Bolan of a famous actress, a name he couldn't recall in the haziness, but she was definitely not hard to look at. He then smiled weakly at her before drifting off to sleep, and the next thing he remembered was waking up suddenly and finding a wide face covered with white whiskers staring at him with interest. The man was older, perhaps in his late 50s or early 60s, with thick-rimmed glasses and a nose that was way too small for the face. The man stood from where he'd been leaning over the bed, and Bolan's next look was toward the chair. The dark-haired beauty was gone.
I know who you're looking for.
He had a cheery grin and wore a white lab coat. A doctor of some sort? The man reached for a needle filled with a light yellow liquid and turned to inject it into an IV bag. Bolan looked down to see the bag was connected to his arm by a long tube. He reached up and grabbed the doctor's wrist, gripping it tightly and preventing him from injecting the ominous-looking syringe into the rubber stopper on the bag.
What is that?
The man tried to pull away, but the executioner tightened his grip.
I said, what is that?
The doctor stopped struggling and looked down at Bolan. His face was reddened with anger at first, but then he appeared to go calm and his body relaxed. He moved his hands away from the IV bag, and Bolan decided to release the hold. He didn't really expect the doctor was planning to kill him, but he didn't know who the guy was, and he wanted some answers before he let anyone do anything else to him. The doctor rubbed his wrist after Bolan freed it.
I see you're getting your strength back.
I'm not going to ask a third time.
The doctor looked puzzled a minute, then looked at the syringe and held it up for Bolan to see.
Oh, this is a mixture of meperidine hydrochloride and heparin. It's designed to kill pain and prevent the formation of blood clots.
No more painkillers. I need to think straight.
But you still need the heparin. If you don't continue on a regimen of it at least another day or two, you risk a cardiac embolism from clotting around your wounds.
They got infected?
The man nodded, capping the needle and putting the syringe back in his bag.
I told Catalina we really should have taken you to the hospital in Juarez. But she insisted on bringing you here and making me travel across the border every day.
Catalina? The woman who was sitting in that chair?
Yes, Catalina Melania.
The executioner was beginning to remember what had happened. He'd lost Conrado Diaz. He had been trying to escape the El Paso police when a Mexican gang had opened up on him. He'd been shot and toppled forward into a swimming pool. He lost conscious momentarily and woke to his own drowning. He'd managed to work himself to the shallow end and crawl from the water. He seemed to recall strong hands lifting him off the ground and riding somewhere in a comfortable car, but it was only bits and pieces of images.
And who are you?
My name is Dr. Guajardo. I'm Catalina's uncle. She's the one who called me after some able-bodied friends of hers had removed you from your predicament. Rather than taking you to a medical facility, she brought you here to her home instead. I had no idea who you were, but Catalina apparently did.
You didn't call the police?
I wanted to, but she said no. She can be quite persistent, my niece. Once her mind is made up, that's the end of it.
Why didn't she just turn me in to Mexican authorities?
I'm afraid you're going to have to ask her those questions, young man.
Whatever her reasons, I owe you my life. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Bolan gritted his teeth, fighting the dizziness as he attempted to move. The doctor attempted to caution him against it, but the executioner ignored his protests. He finally managed to sit upright in the bed and steeled himself against the nausea. After some clarity returned, Bolan managed to swing his feet around, and the doctor stepped forward to help him stand. Again, the soldier fought the urge to collapse, every fiber of his iron resolve and superhuman will urging him to steady himself. The dizziness cleared, although the nausea remained, and Bolan knew that had more to do with the drugs than anything else.
Take this out of my arm.
I really would caution you against all of these. You're still weak and at risk for infection.
I'm weak because of the drugs and fluids you've been pushing on me. In addition, I've had nothing to eat for almost 48 hours. Now take this IV out of my arm before I decide to do it myself and make a mess.
Guajardo studied the cold blue gaze a moment and then shrugged. He turned to his bag, withdrew a pair of latex gloves, and within a moment he had the tape off and the IV catheter withdrawn from Bolan's arm. He expertly sterilized the spot with a pad soaked in iodine, then cleaned it with alcohol and bandaged it. Bolan's legs were still wobbly, and one foot was asleep. The tingling would wear off shortly, a side effect of having his left leg propped higher than the right. It had probably been done by the doctor, designed to encourage blood return to his upper body. He turned to look at the physician, who was watching him intently. He could see the man was concerned about his condition, but Bolan couldn't be off his feet any longer. It was time to get back into the game. His battle with the Kung Lok and the Carrillo-Nievas alliance was far from over. With Guajardo's assistance, Bolan got to the chair where the woman named Catalina had been seated. He asked for a phone, and Guajardo brought him one without an argument. After all, he wasn't a prisoner, as the doctor reasoned verbally, and Catalina had left no particular instructions about it one way or another. The physician left the room to give his patient some privacy. After the executioner completed his call to Stony Man, Guajardo returned to the room.
I appreciate your help. Now, would you please get me some clothes and my weapons?
Oh, now hold on a minute, mister. You can't just go walking out of here.
Watch me.
I wouldn't advise that just yet, Mr. Velasco.
Bolan turned to see that the woman who had watched over him through his feverish and shaky recovery stood in the doorway on the far side of the room. He hadn't even heard her enter, which bothered him just a little. His senses were more finely tuned than that, which told him the drugs were still having some effects. He knew he wasn't anywhere near up to par, but he couldn't risk the lives of these people any longer.
I beg to differ, lady, but I can. And how do you know me?
I know many things, Mr. Velasco. I have been following your campaign against Amado Nieves and the Carrillo family for some time now.
I sensed somebody was watching me. I just figured it was either someone sent by Carrillo or the Kung Lok.
Ah, yes. We know of the war between Carrillo and the Kung Lok Chinese Triad. It is a most interesting situation.
Catalina Milana walked across the room and put her hand on her uncle's shoulder.
How is he?
He's doing okay. I don't think it's wise for him to leave yet, but he's insistent.
How long do you think he should stay?
Oh, perhaps another 2-3 days. I wouldn't think he should have to convalesce more than a week, but he has to give his body a rest so it can fight the infection.
The executioner knew it might have been just pride that he'd been lying in bed under the care of others because of a near-fatal mistake. But it angered him all the same. They were discussing him as if he were still unconscious. Moreover, he didn't like the fact they weren't willing to give him his clothes and guns so he could leave. It was time to start taking control of the situation while he still had any.
Now both of you listen to me a minute. First, I'm not staying here any longer, so there's no point in discussing it. Second, I want my clothes and guns. And if you don't bring them now, I'm going to get ugly. Third, the longer you keep me here, the more you endanger me and yourselves.
Milana's eyes narrowed and she scowled. Bolan could see she was angered, but he couldn't get over how beautiful she was, even when angry. There was something different about her, though. Unlike Rogero, whose rage and fury were driven by a spirited personality, Milana's anger seemed rooted in something deeper. There was also a sorrow behind those dark, sparkling eyes, some scar the woman carried with her constantly, but did a hell of a job covering.
Uncle, would you please go get Mr. Velasco's clothes? He's free to leave when he pleases. If he dies, it's nothing to us. I will find some other way.
Once Guajardo had left the room, she turned on Bolan.
I'm sorry we bothered saving your life. We will not make the same mistake twice.
Bolan got to his feet and tightly held the blanket he'd draped around his waist.
Wait a minute. Don't think I'm ungrateful. I owe you.
Then perhaps you could sit down and at least allow me the courtesy to explain why I've gone to such great lengths to keep you alive. Is that too much to ask of you?
Bolan sat down. He owed her that much, despite the fact he knew every second that ticked by was just more time wasted. He was giving the enemy every opportunity to regroup and try for another major action inside America. Bolan figured by this time Carrillo had to know it was the Chinese that had taken over the drug scene in all of his territories. He hadn't destroyed all of Nievas's men in Mexicali, and they were probably planning how to utilize their remaining forces to launch a counteroffensive against the Chinese. Unfortunately, neither side wanted to start that kind of war on their own turf. That left Las Vegas as the middle ground where they would draw the lines of battle. Bolan planned to draw his own lines.
You do not know me, but I know well of you. My people have been reporting on your activities since you destroyed Jose Carrillo's shipment in Brownsville over a week ago.
Okay, I'll bite. What's your interest in Carrillo and Nievas?
My husband used to be a member of the revolutionaries Nievas leads.
He was FARC?
Yes. Until he decided he no longer wanted to be a part in murdering babies. My husband planned to move me and our new son to Mexico where we could find peace. When Colonel Nieves found out, he ordered the execution of my husband and our child. Our sweet, innocent boy who was only a few weeks old. I was freed by a sympathizer and smuggled into Mexico. I have vowed vengeance ever since.
You seem to live pretty well for a Colombian refugee. Care to explain that?
It is a fair question. My husband had saved considerable funds from his activities. He managed to send most of what he earned here. I suppose you could call them spoils of war. In either case, I invested in local businesses in Ciudad Juarez, and those investments turned out to be fruitful.
So now you're using the money to avenge your husband and son?
I want Colonel Amado Nieves dead, Mr. Velasco, and I want you to kill him. And if you do succeed in killing him, I can promise that you will never want for anything in your life again, ever.
You got me all wrong, miss. I'm sorry about your family. I know how you feel, believe me. But I'm not a mercenary. I follow my own agenda.
So you're refusing?
I'll handle Nieves and Carrillo, and the Kung Lok, but I'll do it my way and on my terms.
I heard of your methods. You're highly effective, to be sure. It makes no difference to me how you do this. I'm just telling you that I want it done.
And I'm telling you I'll do what I need to do out of duty.
Ah, then you work for your government.
For my country, government or no government.
Milania looked at the floor a minute, sighed deeply, then walked to the window and looked through the spotless glass. Bolan guessed it looked out to the west, and the sun was dipping beyond the horizon because the red and orange light glistened off her hair with stark brilliance. She was undoubtedly one of the most beautiful women he'd ever seen. There was just something all at once sensual and deep about her looks. She had class and grace, and Bolan found it difficult to take his eyes off of her.
You've said you know how it feels to lose family, and I believe you when you tell me this. However, I do not think you understand how important this is. If Colonel Nieves isn't stopped now, he will return to my country with more guns and more weapons. He will destroy more towns and murder more children. I cannot watch this happen, Mr. Velasco. I cannot allow him to just walk away and do this while I know in my heart that I had the power to stop him.
We don't have the power to stop people like Nieves, lady. We cut off one of the heads of the monster and another head just takes its place. The best we can do is step on their necks and hope there's enough feet to hold them down.
I feel you are a man of great honor and discernment.
Her comment took the executioner by surprise. She had that kind of effect. She kept him off balance, and he knew that he wanted her in a way he'd not wanted any woman in a while. She had to have sensed his attraction, because she walked over to him and lightly ran her hands up his chest to encircle his neck.
I also believe you're a man of great passion.
Bolan could feel a chill go up his spine, but he gently pushed her away and stood.
Don't get me wrong. You're very beautiful. But I need to get out of here, and I need your help to do it. I'll make sure that Nieves doesn't escape from Mexico.
If you promise to do this, then I believe it. I will help you.
Good. Now, why don't you start by telling me what you know about Nieves and Carrillo?
El Paso, Texas. Jack Grimaldi was preparing to land the Gulfstream C-20 when Aaron Kurtzman called him with the news. Mack Bolan was alive. He and Kurtzman briefly discussed their mutual relief at the thought that Bolan was okay. Finally, the celebration died out, and they turned to the ace pilot's mission. Grimaldi was probably less than 40 miles from Mack Bolan's location, if Kurtzman's trace was accurate, but still the big guy was adamant about not involving Stony Man.
I can't go against his wishes, Jack. Now, if Hal told me otherwise, that might be another story. Does Hal know he's alive yet? Yeah, I just got off the phone with him. Okay. Does this change my priorities? Not from what he told me. He wants you to proceed to the El Paso Intelligence Center and find Lisa Rogero. He also wants you to do some digging while you're there. It's our understanding that Rogero is being held there pending further investigation of the action that took place a few days ago. We think this is too much of a coincidence to pass up. In what way? We believe our traitor is somewhere in that place. As a matter of fact, Hal's positively convinced of it. But we're going to have to get to this Rogero, and we're definitely going to have to keep her out of the line of fire. I hear you. Listen, I have to land this baby. I'll be in touch. You do that.
Grimaldi made some adjustments to his instrumentation before performing a picture-perfect landing. The private airstrip was established specifically for any organization attached to the Justice Department, and since Harold Bragnola still held an official position with them, it wasn't hard to utilize those past resources on short notice. Very similar to the favor Bragnola called in to get Grimaldi into a military version of the Gulfstream Learjet. The Stony man Ace taxied to the empty hangar designated by the tower controllers, then locked the place tight before proceeding to a waiting car. He was soon on the interstate, headed into the city. Despite the news Bolan was alive, Grimaldi was still worried about his friend. The executioner had done a lot for him, saved his life time and again. Sure, he'd probably returned the favor tenfold, but it wasn't really about trading favors. Mack Bolan had given Jack Grimaldi something else, something way more important than his life. He'd given the pilot a sense of purpose and belonging. At first, Grimaldi had really viewed himself as a freelancer for Stony Men, but now he was undoubtedly one of their most valuable members. On a few occasions, the pilot had even been caught in the line of fire and gone above the call of duty to help the teams accomplish their missions. But he was especially close to Bolan, and nothing would ever change that. He wanted to forget Rogero and this whole crazy scheme, go off in search of Bolan and bring the executioner back to the farm where he could recover. But that just wasn't in the soldiers' plans, and Grimaldi had learned long ago that there were times when trusting the executioner was much better than trying to figure out what the hell he was up to. That's because Bolan didn't think like the average person. He wasn't a spy or government agent, and he didn't think that way. He could be deceptive and knew how to blend in, but his success always stemmed from military tactics. Most of the executioner's enemies weren't prepared for that. So Jack Grimaldi knew that if Mack Bolan wanted Stony Man to keep back and let him do his thing, then there was probably a damn good reason for it, and that was enough for him. Grimaldi arrived at the El Paso Intelligence Center a half hour later, and was ushered to a fourth-story wing housing the DEA offices after flashing his forged credentials. He was posing as Jack Grimes, U.S. Marshal from Wonderland, and new lead investigator into the Inquisition of Ramon Cepitas and the action at his estate. Grimaldi hoped he could play a convincing role until he located Rogero and found out what it was she knew that was so important. Grimaldi quickly located the other marshals who were clustered in a hot, dank room in the middle of interrogating a short, dark-haired man. Grimaldi immediately knew the men hadn't exposed their prisoner to the best conditions. Grimaldi could only assume that this was Cepitas, who was currently suspended as chief of the U.S. Border Patrol Office in El Paso.
I think this guy needs a break.
Grimaldi shoved a thumb in the direction of the prisoner. A tall, swarthy-looking type in a corduroy jacket and open-button shirt turned to look at Grimaldi with surprise. The look on the man's face made it immediately evident to the pilot that this guy wasn't used to taking orders from a Washington type.
I'm Agent Ditweiler, and who the fuck are you?
I'm the guy telling you that for starters, you can watch your mouth.
Grimaldi tried to keep from breaking into a smile. He knew he was enjoying the role a little too much, but he couldn't help himself. Still, he didn't want to alienate the guy. These men could have 3 days' worth of invaluable information, and if he threw his weight around too much, it might raise questions back in Washington. Stony Man easily had that covered, but fielding uncomfortable inquiries and listening to other DOJ organizations holler about jurisdiction wasn't something Bragnola wanted to contend with right at the moment.
Why?
Grimaldi flipped open his badge in perfunctory fashion.
Because you're talking to a superior officer, for one. I'm Special Agent Jack Grimes, Washington office.
Nobody told me about anybody from Washington coming. And orders or no orders, this is my case.
Take it easy, guy. I'm not the least bit interested in stealing your case. No interest in the glory, either.
I'm here to ask that DEA chick a few questions, then I'll split. Fair enough?
Ditweiler eyed Grimaldi another moment with suspicion, but then finally nodded.
Fine. Follow me and I'll take you to Agent Rogero.
He opened the door and went through first, Grimaldi following a step behind him.
By the way, who's at the top of this operation here?
Guy named Hoffner. I'll show you where his office is.
Ditweiler led the Stony Man pilot down a long hallway that opened onto a large room. The area was split into cubicles divided by gray panels, and the walls surrounding the work areas were rimmed with large offices. Ditweiler wound a path through the maze of cubicles until they reached a plain, unobtrusive workspace on the far side of the room. The Hispanic woman seated there was dark-haired and pretty, and at first glance she reminded Grimaldi of a younger version of Tony Blancanales. She had chocolate-brown eyes that flashed with spirited resolve, and she held herself with an air of confidence and authority. It looked as if someone had recently beaten her about the head and face with a heavy piece of mining equipment, but the remnants of her ordeal appeared to be fading quickly.
Agent Rogero, this is Special Agent Grimes of the U.S. Marshal's Office. He's here on special detail to ask you some questions, and we'd appreciate your cooperation.
I'll do what I can to help. Will I be able to leave soon?
That's not up to him. You can leave when we've concluded our investigation. Would you like me to stay, Agent Grimes?
No, that'll be all. Thank you.
Ditweiler studied Grimaldi a second, the look in his eyes betraying he wanted to say something else, but the guy just turned and walked away. Once he was gone, Grimaldi focused his attention on Rogero and studied her a moment.
So, you're Lisa Rogero.
Yes, why?
You're just as Sarge described you.
Who?
Oh, you've probably never heard anybody call him that. I'm talking about Mike.
Velasco? Where is he? Is he all right?
Tone it down a little, will you, lady? I'm not actually even supposed to be here talking to you right.
How do you know, Mike?
Is there somewhere we can talk privately? Maybe someplace there aren't so many ears?
There's a restaurant across the street. I'm famished anyway, and I've been there before. Inexpensive, unobtrusive, and the food's decent. But I have to stick around in case they need me. They've had me here nearly all week, just waiting.
She scooped up her handbag and indicated for Grimaldi to follow her, walking down the hall and heading for the elevators.
How is Velasco? Is he okay?
He took a bullet in the back, but he's okay. I haven't seen him, but my people just let me know he was alive.
Your people? I knew it. I knew Mike worked for the government.
He doesn't work for the government. Not exactly. Listen, I'm gonna shoot straight with you because Mike trusted you, and I know you did what you could to help him. We think you're in danger here.
Who's we?
You know better than that, miss. I can't get into it, but I can tell you my information is reliable. We believed you were onto something when you told Mike about your suspicions regarding Ramon Cepedas. We still think you're right.
Well, it's obvious my theory about his involvement with Jose Carrillo was right on the money. But with my star witness gone, we only have the word of his wife, and she can't legally be compelled to testify against him in court. She wants to, but that head marshal is totally against it. Plus, you're not the first one to tell me I'm courting danger here.
What do you mean by that?
Well, the director of the intelligence center pulled me into his office this morning. He had some very interesting things to say. He knew about the Lok Triad, and he knew about Velasco's part in this thing. He seemed to think they might try to hang me as the bad guy here, right along with Cepedas.
That's pretty thin. You captured Cepedas and brought his criminal ties to light. How could anybody think you'd be in on it?
I'll admit that it sounds anything but credible, but I have a feeling he could be right. Since they're looking at Velasco as a fugitive and vigilante right now, and there are witnesses to my association with him, they could still turn this around and pin me with obstruction of justice.
How?
If I refuse to cooperate and tell them I was in fact working with Velasco.
If you turn evidence against him, in other words.
Bingo.
Who was it that told you they might try to hang you with this if you didn't cooperate?
A guy named Liam Hoffner, very famous DEA agent.
I know the name.
It didn't make a damn bit of sense to him. Somebody in Hoffner's position offering advice to Rogero. In Liam Hoffner's world, Rogero was a nobody. It didn't make sense he would take an interest in something so seemingly minor, and especially not if there was a possibility Rogero was dirty. Grimaldi knew she wasn't, but Hoffner didn't. So why would he have risked soiling his hands? Just because Rogero was part of the DEA? No, the Stony man pilot didn't buy that. Not one damn bit.
So he thought you should roll over on Mike?
Yes.
Rogero stopped Grimaldi just as they were about to walk out and touched his arm lightly.
Which I wouldn't do in a million years, no matter how much they might threaten me. I owe Mike Velasco more than I could ever imagine repaying. I'm not about to betray his trust. I wouldn't do it even if I knew where he was.
I know he'd appreciate your loyalty. You're a rare bird, Rogero. I won't forget the way you're sticking up for him.
Thanks.
Grimaldi pushed open the front doors and allowed Rogero to exit first. 3 agents in black combat fatigues and scarlet headbands with Chinese writing on them were firing automatic machine pistols from a van parked in front of the EPIC.
Down!
Grimaldi threw Rogero to the ground as the 9mm slugs burned the air where they had been standing just moments before. Grimaldi managed to get his weapon clear, but Rogero was still fumbling for hers. Several agents who happened to be ascending the steps in the center turned, drew their pistols, and began immediately returning fire. One of the agents who started returning fire with the Chinese gunners fell under the impact of a dozen 9mm rounds. Grimaldi and Rogero were nearly overcome by the sudden and vicious attack. The Stony man pilot realized the 3 men and 1 woman who had been ascending the steps were now risking their lives to repel the assault.
Rogero, get back inside!
He raised his 9mm Browning high power and returned fire with rapid, successive shots. He managed to nail one of their attackers, the 125-grain SJHP round striking one of the gunners inside the van and slamming him against its back wall. Rogero had ignored Grimaldi, finally withdrawing her .380 caliber pistol from an ankle holster hidden beneath the cuff of her jeans and firing a few shots of her own. 2 more DEA agents toppled under the onslaught of auto fire from the automatics. The 2 Asians inside the van sustained their heavy fire as another pair piled from the rear doors and opened up with AK-74 assault rifles in support of their comrades. A burst of 5.45mm rounds blew out stone chips around the remaining male agent, and he rushed for a nearby makeshift wall that served as one side of a brick garden box. Just as he reached the rail, the agent was cut down under the heavy rifle fire of the Chinese reinforcements. Grimaldi knew their time was up. They had to get to the cover of the building or all would be lost. He wasn't concerned about his own life as much as Rogero's, and the spunky agent didn't want to seem to listen to anyone. He jumped to his feet, grabbed his prize, and sprinted for the doors into the EPIC. They would either make it inside alive or die just like the rest had.
Come on!
The first thing Mack Bolan realized as they approached the El Paso Intelligence Center was somebody was in trouble. It only took another moment for him to ascertain that that somebody was Jack Grimaldi. The executioner's keen sense of sight immediately spotted the ace pilot as he rose, pulled Lisa Rogero to her feet, and then charged for the doors.
Melania, get me up there.
The Colombian beauty may have had the looks of a goddess, but she drove like a bat out of hell. Nonetheless, her swerving tactics and insane maneuvers did in fact get Bolan to where the action was, in record time. The soldier already had his Desert Eagle out and ready for action. Bolan sighted on the 2 men standing at the back of the van, careful to keep one eye on another pair who had exited the side of the vehicle in an obvious attempt to pursue Grimaldi and Rogero. He steadied his arm on the window frame of the truck, ignored the pain in his shoulder and back, and gritted his teeth against the shot he knew would force a direct path to his wounds as he squeezed off the first shots. Bolan went EVA, even as Melania brought the pickup to a screeching halt. He raised the Desert Eagle and shot the driver of the van before the guy could react. The soldier moved around the front of the vehicle, even as the remaining 2 Scarlet Dragon gunmen turned their attention to see the new arrival. The executioner didn't give them time to think about how they should react. He raised the Desert Eagle. He wasn't nearly as concerned with hitting the targets as keeping their attention off Grimaldi. One of the rounds Bolan fired smashed into the closest dragon, nearly decapitating the guy as his corpse hit the steps. Bolan saw that Grimaldi had started to push Rogero through the door of the building, then turned to risk a glance in the direction of his enemy, only to find Bolan blowing away the competition. As Bolan slipped behind the van to reload, the Stony Man pilot took careful aim and opened fire on the remaining gunman. The 9mm rounds punched through the guy and dropped him to the steps. Bolan rose and quickly checked the van for remaining opponents. It was empty, except for the bodies of the two who had never stood a chance against the crack marksmanship of the Stony Man warriors. The executioner turned as Grimaldi and Rogero descended the steps quickly.
You okay?
Fine. Just in the nick of time, Sarge.
Rogero stepped forward and threw her arms around Bolan in a very unceremonious fashion.
Damn you, Belasco, I thought you were dead.
Bolan gently pushed her away.
Hardly.
Bolan gestured curtly toward the truck.
Get in. We need to make tracks out of here.
Understood.
Bolan didn't bother to make introductions. There would be plenty of time for that later. The important thing at the moment was to get away from there as quickly as they could. The executioner didn't even want to imagine what would have happened if he hadn't convinced Melania to drive him into El Paso so he could find Rogero. Some instinct had told him that the Kung Lok would consider her a threat. As long as she was alive, she could identify Cauchu as the murderer of several DEA agents, not to mention Cauchu's direct ties to the Scarlet Dragons and Lao Ming Shui. Now that she was safe, Bolan knew he could concentrate on the job at hand. It was time to put an end to the Nievas Carrillo drug cartel. They were the more immediate threat, and when that was done, he'd wrap up his business with the Lok Triad and find this traitor who was fueling a war between the two factions. The next 48 hours were going to be busy. Real busy.
So what the hell happened to you, Belasco?
It's a long story, and there's no time for ancient histories. Good to see you, Ace.
Same here, Sarge. I take it our friends back there were Kung Lok?
Yeah, I think Rogero was their target. She's the only logical choice.
Maybe not.
You have a better explanation?
Zapatas. It's possible they were planning to either snatch him out of custody or assassinate him. I'm guessing kidnapping, since he's worth a hell of a lot more alive than dead to the Kung Lok. Remember, he's got a considerable amount of information on the Mexican-Colombian drug alliance, since he worked directly for Jose Carrillo.
Not to mention he's in a law enforcement position. She might be right, Sarge.
The very fact they attacked as soon as they saw Rogero tells me the Kung Lok assassins weren't worried about drawing attention to themselves. An attempt to take Zapatas would have been carefully planned to the last detail, and done in secret if possible. A gun battle on the streets isn't exactly discreet. No, I don't buy it. I'm sure they wanted Rogero dead, and they were probably told to make it happen at any cost.
Unfortunately for them, the costs were high.
Bolan realized he'd been ignoring Melania.
I want you two to meet Catalina Melania. She's a Colombian national who got involved with all of this very early on, and her intelligence on Nievas is phenomenal. She's proved herself quite an ally.
Grimaldi nodded with a casual wave at the back seat, but Rogero only half smiled. Bolan could immediately tell there was a bit of jealousy chiseled into her sudden, frosty look. Well, the two women would have to work it out, because he had no time for those games. He'd done nothing to encourage either of them, and he couldn't help their assumptions. Still, it wasn't the first time Bolan had been caught between two females pacing each other for control of unclaimed territory.
You still haven't said what's on your agenda.
Well, I'm gonna need some wings before this is over. Did you come back to El Paso by chopper or jet?
A good friend of mine loaned me a Gulfstream.
Grimaldi gave Melania directions to the private airfield. Bolan knew exactly to which friend Grimaldi referred, Harold Brognola. The Stony Man chief was probably pacing like a caged animal right now. Bolan could almost picture his longtime friend chomping on a cigar, the worries of the entire world on his shoulders. It wasn't as if he didn't have good reason to worry. Brognola had a tremendous responsibility. Sure, he didn't face the bombs and bullets of field life, but he was responsible for the action of every member on the Stony Man team. In addition, he had to answer to one of the most powerful individuals on Earth and still maintain some sort of official position in the U.S. Department of Justice. That was the primary reason Mack Bolan had chosen to keep Stony Man out of this war very early on, at least in any official capacity. And looking at recent events, the executioner was glad he'd trusted his instincts. There was now enough intelligence to support the theory an official within the U.S. government was involved. On the north side of the U.S.-Mexican border, there was a Chinese crime lord bent on owning all of the drug and porn action in the Southwest. On the south side, the Colombian military leader and Mexican kingpin were interested in only three things: control, destruction, and the wealth that could be made from obtaining the first two. The efforts of these powerful factions were finally coming to a close, and Mack Bolan knew it was time to stop them. They wanted to wage their war in the middle, in his country, against his people, and that just wasn't going to happen. Not while there was still breath in his lungs and blood pumping through his body.
What about me?
I think you'd better go back to Brownsville and lay low. Get your people to hide you.
But the U.S. Marshal Service won't allow me to leave.
I'll take care of that. As long as the Kung Lok knows you're alive, you pose a threat to them. Not just because of the information you possess, but also because of your knowledge of their operations in Las Vegas. You could bring the whole DEA down on them, and that would be bad for business.
What makes you think I'm a threat?
Think about it from their point of view. What's the point of controlling the drugs and sex for hire here if you know the feds are going to be on your back every second? Sarge is right. These people know exactly who you are, who you work for, and where you're going. They'll come after you as long as you're alive, which means you endanger everyone you meet. You need to find a place to lay low.
Lay low? No, absolutely not. I'm not hiding from these bastards 1 second. They killed my friends, and I'm going to do everything I can to cooperate with other agencies and bring them down. I'll go straight to Liam Hoffner if I have to, but I will see every one of them come to justice, especially in Cauchu for kidnapping federal agents and murdering Noreen Zahn.
Suit yourself, but I can't allow you to do it around me, Lisa. I can't afford the distractions. If you choose to go after the Kung Lok, you do it on your own. I won't be able to interfere.
Rogero nodded slowly, although he could tell she wasn't happy about it.
I understand.
When they arrived at the airfield, Melania dropped them near the hangar. As Bolan and Grimaldi got out of the vehicle, Rogero took Bolan's place in the front seat. The executioner studied the two women and tried to present them with a reassuring smile, although he didn't feel reassured.
Okay, Lisa. She'll take you to the airport. You catch the next flight out to wherever you want to go, but be careful. I guarantee you the Chinese triads won't give up as long as you're breathing. Once you've dropped her off, you know what to do, Catalina. We're still on schedule, so don't be late.
Melania nodded, and Bolan tapped the side of the pickup truck with his fist lightly, as a way of telling them to get going. Once Melania and Rogero were gone, Grimaldi led Bolan to the plane. There was plenty of spare gear inside, packed with a standard complement of explosives and weaponry in the storage lockers, courtesy of Stony Man. Bolan made a quick check and traded his two older Beretta 93Rs for a freshly cleaned and well-oiled version of the same model. Grimaldi immediately prepared to get underway. The jet had been fueled and serviced by the ground crew, just as he'd requested before leaving for the El Paso Intelligence Center, so there was little more to do other than the standard pre-flight checks. Bolan also retrieved an FNC from one of the storage lockers and 10 box magazines that each contained 30 rounds of 5.56mm NATO ammunition. He then moved to another crate, hoping he would find the ultimate in personal weapons. Unfortunately, this particular plane wasn't carrying any of the Deal DM-51 offensive-defensive grenades, but rather just standard M26 frags. Well, he couldn't win every time. Still, he attached 6 of them to his black flak vest. Bolan sat in a rear chair and then set up the weapons and gear so they were ready on short notice. Throughout his inspection of the weapons, he barely noticed that Grimaldi was airborne and ready for action. When he'd completed his work, the executioner squeezed into the co-pilot seat and donned a set of headphones so he could talk with the pilot.
Where to?
Bolan reached into the pocket of the flannel shirt and retrieved the coordinates that would supposedly bring them directly over Jose Carrillo's estate in Chihuahua. The Colombian beauty had provided the information, and her tenacity amazed Bolan. When it came to intelligence on Carrillo, there was no question Melania had done her homework. Grimaldi studied the figures a moment, and then adjusted his instrumentation.
This isn't far. We'll have barely reached cruising altitude before we're over the area.
That's okay. As a matter of fact, I want you to come in as low as you can, but not so low we arouse suspicion. I'm sure Carrillo's plenty used to DEA and Mexican police planes flying overhead. I'm not concerned about that. I want to get an idea of how his estate is laid out, and the best way to make an approach.
What's our mission?
I don't know until I see the layout. I'm thinking about a night drop.
I don't suppose roll camouflage would be an option.
Not my preference in this case, but I haven't ruled out the idea.
Okay, but you're still recuperating from a bullet in your back. If it was me, I wouldn't push it too far. You could wind up paralyzed or dead if you don't watch it. And maybe I'm sounding morbid, but if that happens, this whole trip will be for nothing, Sarge.
Understood and agreed. Don't sweat it, Jack. I'm not going to do anything to compromise my mission.
You're gonna bring Nieves and Carrillo down in one shot?
That's the idea.
We're over the coordinates you gave me.
Acknowledged. Take us down and let me see what we're up against.
Ciudad Juarez, Mexico. Catalina Milania made sure she wasn't late for her meeting. In fact, she was purposely early by 20 minutes so she could check things out. Ciudad Juarez wasn't the kind of place for a lone woman, particularly at this part of town at this time of the evening. But it wasn't any matter of worry, even to someone as beautiful as the Colombian widow. First, this had been her home for many years now, and she wasn't about to be afraid in her own arena. She'd spent enough time being afraid in Colombia. Second, she could feel the comfortable weight of the 9mm Walther P5 pistol tucked at the small of her back, concealed by a lightweight leather jacket. Her dark hair cascaded across her shoulders, glittering in the lights of the dance club. This wasn't the nicest place, usually populated by the dregs of the city, but it was public. Not to mention, it was populated with enough beautiful women that Milania didn't stand out from the crowd. Sure, perhaps a glimmer of something betrayed a grace and elegance greater than that possessed by other women in the club. But for the most part, she looked her role. It was important to remain inconspicuous. Milania didn't have to wait long before he appeared. She could feel a chill run down her spine as she watched the man search the room for her. His cold, hard eyes scanned the faces through the dark and smoky atmosphere until finally coming to rest on her. Something like wickedness appeared in his features. The dimples at the corners of his mouth would have been charming on most men, but they looked cruel on him. It hadn't been that long since Milania had last seen General Deng Jiquan, but that didn't make the meeting any less uncomfortable for her. She would have preferred to deal directly with his superiors, but she knew that the Chinese warlord saw an advantage when he'd first learned of Milania's unquenched hatred for Colonel Amado Nievas. She cared little for Jiquan's political views or aspirations. To a military thug like him, the interests of Red Communism were the only important ones, and the representatives of the party who paid the most. Jiquan was loyal to nobody but himself and his Chinese masters. There was no doubt about that. But he'd become even more loyal to Catalina Milania. This was a fact she'd chosen to keep from Velasco for the time being. It was one thing to expect Velasco would make good on his promise to deal with Carrillo and Nievas, but it was quite another for him to actually go through with it. Jiquan was Milania's insurance policy in the event Velasco went back on his word. And for the time being, her relationship with Jiquan wasn't something Velasco needed to know about. Jiquan finally closed the gap and gave her a quick and unsolicited kiss on the lips before taking a seat across from her.
Don't do that again, General.
Or
I'll stick a knife in your back.
He studied her murderous glance a moment before smiling.
Of course you do. I just couldn't control myself. You are a most ravishing woman, Catalina. It is hard not to think about how much we could enjoy each other. To steal perhaps just a moment of pure lasciviousness. Of course, you aren't Chinese, but that isn't your fault, and I wouldn't imagine holding it against you.
That is magnanimous of you, General, but I'm afraid it wouldn't happen even in your wildest dreams.
Don't mock the virility of a Chinese man until you have tried it.
Stop patronizing me, and say what you have come to say. Is Nievas going to return to Colombia?
Jiquan signaled a server, ordered vodka, then sent her away before returning his attention to Milania. He grabbed a handful of salted peanuts from the basket on the table and shook his head.
My intelligence team doesn't believe he will leave. It is not in his best interest to return to his people empty-handed. They are expecting weapons, and Nieves is too proud not to deliver.
You are certain of this?
He is first a soldier, my dear. This I understand. He will do nothing short of killing his entire command to maintain his honor. That is what is really at stake for Colonel Nieves.
Perhaps. that we are not talking about honor, General. We are talking about revenge.
I know what you're talking about. I believe it is now you who are patronizing me. Let us not forget that I am the one who facilitated your meeting with this American, Velasco. Now that you've enlisted him to kill Nieves, I do not think he will disappoint us.
I don't have a crystal ball, General. I know that you have your own aspirations and political agenda where these matters are concerned. I also believe that the death of Nieves alone will not help you accomplish your plans. Jose Carrillo must die as well, in order for the Chinese Empire to subvert the American government.
Are you trying to insult my intelligence, Catalina? My government has not been an empire for a long time.
It was a figure of speech.
It was a foolish statement. We are not an empire, neither are we a democracy. I know in my heart that China is not the great nation she once was, but that is all about to change. This little war my people have decided to start with the Mexicans and Colombians is of particular interest. It could prove advantageous to my people, both politically and militarily. Don't you realize the impact this will have? Don't you see what we stand to gain?
No. Why don't you enlighten me?
This is neither the time nor the place to openly discuss these issues. Perhaps you would like to accompany me back to my hotel?
Not in this life.
Melania rose from her chair.
Where are you going?
That is not of your concern. I will be in touch when I have more to report.
You are playing a dangerous game, my dear. You would do well. Be careful.
I will manage just fine without your concern.
Melania whirled and left the canteen, glad for the burst of fresh air that greeted her outside. It cooled the perspiration that had collected on her body as she dealt with Jiquan. The Chinese military leader made her nervous. She didn't like dealing with him and his kind. He was a pompous and overconfident lout. Jiquan thought he owned her, but that wasn't really the case. She knew better, and so did he. Catalina Melania was her own woman, and she had no stake in his game. She surmised the possibilities for his superiors. A war between the Colombian-Mexican alliance and the Chinese Triads was definitely to the advantage of the Chinese powers, just as Jiquan had said, and she knew why. War on American streets meant one thing to those like Jiquan: vulnerability, and any political or military body would use that for advantage if the opportunity arose. Melania thought of Velasco at that moment. He was a good man, but highly unrealistic in his ideals. If he really thought he could stop this, he was as crazy as Jiquan. Killing Nieves and Carrillo wouldn't solve the problem of anarchy in his country. He was only destroying one side of the front. The Kung Lok would just move into those territories held by Carrillo, and either other Mexican crime families would step in for a piece of the action, or feuding would ensue between the different factions of the Chinese underworld. Other triads would try for a piece of the action and the war would continue. Nonetheless, Melania couldn't concern herself with Velasco's problems. She had to continue to make this guy think she wanted what he did, and ultimately he would accomplish her goals. She respected him, but she was also using him. She knew it, and so did Jiquan. And once Velasco had taken care of Nieves, she knew that Jiquan would launch a strike of his own. Jiquan sought power. Velasco sought power. Carrillo and Nieves sought power. That's what men did, because they knew with power came wealth and women. That was why they ultimately fought and killed one another. And if that happened to serve her purpose, then Catalina Melania could be satisfied with that. Chihuahua, Mexico. The time to attack had come, and the executioner was ready. Mack Bolan had enough intelligence from his reconnaissance mission with Grimaldi to launch an assault against Jose Carrillo's stronghold. Despite the fact a week had passed since Bolan's last encounter with Carrillo's enforcers, the soldier knew that Nieves's private army was still reeling from its battle with him in the Baja and the Kung Lok in Las Vegas. It seemed obvious, from the air anyway, that the remaining FARC troops were preparing for an offensive. The time to hit them was now. Bolan knew it, and he also knew the overall success of his mission hinged upon it. So rather than have Grimaldi return to El Paso, Bolan ordered the pilot to put him down about a click outside the stronghold that served as home to Jose Carrillo. As the executioner checked his equipment once more, Grimaldi watched him with concern.
Are you sure about this, Sarge? Maybe you should get some backup.
No time, Jack. I told Hal I didn't want him bringing Stony Man into this, and I meant it. This is my fight.
I hate to disagree with you, but this is everybody's fight.
We're not going to argue about this, Jack.
Grimaldi said nothing, nodding instead. He understood the warning tone in Bolan's voice, and he knew just how far to push it. He didn't always agree with the executioner's methods, but he believed in the soldier's war everlasting, and he understood there were good reasons for every decision Bolan made. Actually, his old friend hadn't really told him why he didn't want Stony Man involved. He'd taken that position from the start, but Grimaldi didn't understand it. Brognola probably understood it all too well, but for whatever reason, the head Fed had chosen not to disclose this to the rest of them, which wasn't surprising. Harold Brognola knew the executioner better than anyone else. They were all familiar with Mack Bolan in their own unique ways, but Brognola knew him like nobody else did. It didn't mean the Stony Man chief wasn't sometimes frustrated by the decisions Bolan made, and this was definitely one of them, but he understood them.
You need me for extraction?
Yeah, I'm betting most of the FARC troops are taking a break before their retaliation against the Kung Lok.
So they're vulnerable. That's why you want to launch this assault immediately. You want to catch the enemy with their pants down, and now's the time. But that doesn't mean Carrillo won't have sentries posted.
Agreed. He might even have patrols, but once I'm inside, there's no doubt things will go hard.
You'll maintain radio contact?
Until I hit the target. I'll have to disconnect there, then re-establish contact when I'm ready for pullout.
How long will you need?
I'm guessing 20 minutes, give or take. Give me a total of 30 on the long side. After that, don't wait for me, and don't move in on your own, Jack. If you don't hear from me within 30 minutes of H-hour, it means I'm dead.
All right. Good luck, Sarge.
Bolan nodded, shouldered his backpack, then turned from his friend and headed for Carrillo's fortress. The foliage was green and lush, thick with vines and thicker with bugs, snakes, and other wildlife, reminding Bolan of Vietnam. He was on his own again, his body loosening up in preparation for his 1,000-yard trek through the verdant landscape of northern Chihuahua, fed by the waters of the Rio Grande. Bolan planned to make his approach on the north side of Carrillo's estate, where brightly colored gardens would provide ample cover once he made it past the external security. An 8-foot-high wall surrounded the estate, and judging by the aerial shots he'd taken, the wall was about 8 inches thick. 5 feet inside the perimeter was an electronic security system, which the executioner knew he'd trigger as soon as he advanced on the house itself. The soldier hadn't seen any military-style obstacles, such as concertina wire or ground marks indicative of mines. Carrillo probably figured his security system was enough to deter any unwanted visitors. What had Bolan most concerned was the sheer force of Nievas's army. The executioner had been up against troops as highly specialized as the FARC were, but he'd nearly lost his life against this band in Mexicali. It seemed like ages ago. So much had happened in the past week. The pain in his back had returned in full force. Bolan knew he probably could have survived without the extra gear in his small backpack, which would have taken some of the strain off the wound. Still, he didn't want to risk running out of ammunition or supplies in the middle of a firefight. He'd survived this long on the theory that a prepared warrior stayed alive long enough to learn from the mission. The executioner pushed the pain from his mind and pressed onward. Another complication was the recent involvement of Catalina Milania. She was a gutsy woman, full of mystery and pain. She was like him in a lot of respects, dealing with her own past and looking for vengeance. But Bolan's temper against his enemies had been seasoned by many years of combat. It had hardened his personality and steeled his resolve. But he surmised that wasn't the case for Milania. She'd let her thirst for vengeance burn inside her, unable to release it in fury against Nievas and the FARC, as Bolan had done when first learning of the Mafia's involvement in the deaths of his loved ones. Not that she could have done anything about it at the time. Bolan couldn't blame her for her feelings, but that didn't mean he had to trust her. And he didn't. When people were angry enough, it clouded their judgment. That might be a luxury she could afford, but it was one the executioner had learned to quell within his spirit. Anger and vengeance were okay, but not during the heat of battle. The thirst for blood could get a warrior killed very quickly. While Amado Nievas was still alive, Melania's thirst for revenge would go unquenched. And because of that, Mack Bolan believed she posed a serious liability to his mission. She didn't really want the same thing he wanted. She wanted Nievas dead and his FARC army destroyed for personal reasons. The executioner wanted the enemy neutralized because of the threat they posed to his country. He felt the same for anyone who dangled a corrupt and evil sphere of influence over America. He heard the first signs of enemy activity much sooner than he'd expected. It took the form of a small squad of men on patrol, probably 50 yards from the perimeter of Carrillo's stronghold estate. Bolan crouched a moment, assessed the situation, then quickly climbed a nearby tree. He'd let them pass underneath before making his move. None of his aerial reconnaissance had indicated patrols this far from the well-tended gardens that made up a majority of Carrillo's property. Still, Bolan knew the jungle could conceal dangers undetectable even by the most advanced electronic surveillance equipment. It seemed to the executioner that these guys could use some pointers. They were stomping loudly through the thick underbrush, making entirely too much noise for him to believe they were concerned about stealth. It was odd behavior. According to intelligence gleaned by Stony Man's vast computer networks, there had been several attempts by various Mexican and U.S. law enforcement groups over the years to penetrate the Carrillo estate. All of them had failed. But those groups obviously hadn't possessed two things the executioner did: surprise and ferocity. The security team wasn't attired in the traditional uniforms of FARC troops, but instead wore civilian bush clothes and toted pistols, which were holstered at present since their owners were too busy hacking through the dense jungle growth with machetes. Only one carried some additional firepower, and Bolan noted the impressive addition as its carrier passed almost directly under his cover. The drug soldier was toting a Beretta RS-200P pump-action combat shotgun, a formidable weapon. That meant this particular hard case was the biggest threat, so he had to go down first. Bolan waited until the guy was just past his scout point. Then he jumped from the low-hanging branch. The shotgunner whirled, expecting his assailant to be upright. The assumption cost him his life. Bolan scooped up the shotgun and slung it across his shoulder, muzzle down. It might come in handy to have a little extra firepower. Bolan had counted a total of 4 in the group, which meant there was a trio of confused men now scrambling in his general direction, and they were probably nervous and trigger-happy. The first one appeared in the shadow of a rubber tree. The executioner whirled to the sound of someone charging. The guy burst through a small opening in the jungle growth and swung his machete down. Bolan rolled away just in the nick of time, the machete cleaving the air where his skull had been a moment before. His assailant flailed at him in a backward slashing motion that was too low to avoid with a simple duck. He stepped into his assailant and grabbed the man's wrist with his left hand as he drew his combat knife with the right. Bolan propelled the guy in a circular motion, matching the speed of the man's backswing and thereby using his own force against him. At the same moment, the soldier drove the blade of his knife straight into the guy's chest and buried it to the hilt. The executioner dropped to one knee, the pain in his back now almost unbearable. Sweat poured down his face and his clothes were soaked. He didn't find much respite as his fourth opponent appeared wielding a large revolver. The man was a little taken aback at the sight of his 2 dead buddies, but he quickly moved past that and raised his pistol. Bolan had dropped his pistol in the fray with the machete-wielding man, so his only hope lay in the shotgun. He swung the muzzle of the RS-200P into play and disengaged the safety as he dived to the right. The guy collapsed to the jungle floor and lay still. Bolan wearily got to his feet. The pain was enough to make him pass out, but he fought the waves of blackening nausea. Carrillo and Nievas would certainly send out reinforcements, and that spelled big trouble for Bolan's mission. He had to get up and moving. He collected his weapons, lifted a radio from one of the dead patrollers, and then continued toward Carrillo's estate. There hadn't been enough shots for them to really pinpoint a direction, but they would probably have known the general direction of the patrol, so it wouldn't take them long to flood the area with troops. Bolan monitored the radio as he walked, circling away from the site of his first encounter, then moving back in the general direction of the drug lord's encampment. Surprisingly, he didn't hear any activity over the radio, not so much as a message to check in. Bolan understood enough Spanish that he could avert any suspicions until close enough to the target, provided, of course, they didn't ask for a code word. He doubted it. They weren't expecting visitors, and especially not in the form of the executioner. After all, if Melania's intelligence was correct, they were assuming he was dead and no longer posed a threat to their plans. And they were probably confident enough in the fact that the Kung Lok didn't know the actual location of Carrillo's stronghold. Of course, to Bolan's way of thinking, that was a foolish assumption. There was no question in his mind that Lao Shui had enough resources to gain this information and even enough of a private army to act on it once he did. Still, he didn't think this was what Shui really sought. The Chinese mobster was a businessman. He thought and acted like a businessman. He was looking for profit and a way to exploit the American people. He wanted money and control, not a war with the Mexican underworld. Mack Bolan, on the other hand, was looking for exactly that. He'd declared war on Carrillo's drug operations, and in so doing he'd declared war on Amado Nievas and his private army of FARC mercenaries. And he was at war with the Kung Lok Triad. If he could have arranged a war between them and done it off American soil, he would have. But Bolan was doing what every soldier dreaded and feared most, fighting a battle on two fronts. But he couldn't help that. He'd chosen the time and place to confront Carrillo. That time was now. Bolan emerged from the tree line and encountered the wall enclosing Carrillo's estate. He crouched in the shadows, checked his watch, and confirmed he had perhaps 10 minutes of sunlight left. Despite his run-in with that patrol, he was still on schedule. He reached into the side pocket of his combat black suit and withdrew one of the maps he'd drafted aboard the plane. Bolan did some quick math and estimated his position on the map. He knew the approximate locations of the guards and the intervals of their patrols. His guess was maybe 6 men were actually roving the exterior or watching from close to the house. The warrior double-checked his weapons, secured the map, then drew the Beretta 93R and moved to the wall. He checked his watch and decided to give it another minute or two. The darker it got, the easier it would be to take out the opposition. Sundown was the time Grimaldi would expect his call anyway, and according to his information from Malenia, there was a camouflaged airstrip within the grounds. The executioner could only hope fate was on their side this night, because Grimaldi would have a very narrow window of opportunity to get inside the camp, touch down, and extract him before the enemy managed to damage the plane. The executioner drew a deep breath, then turned on his radio and keyed the small but sensitive throat microphone taped beneath the turtleneck of his black suit.
Striker to Eagle 1, you copy?
Loud and clear, Striker.
I'm moving in. 20 minutes, no more. You hear?
Understood.
Out.
Bolan found a foothold on the wall and went over the top in one fluid motion and landed in the crowd. The Beretta was ready. The first guard would be along shortly. He pressed himself against the wall, confident he hadn't triggered the electronic security net he knew Carrillo had set up within the grounds. The place where he'd made his entry was actually thick with flowers and fruited bushes, and they wouldn't have set the electronic security at a sensitive level. Otherwise, everything from wind and small animals to the roving patrols would have set off alarms. Bolan spotted the first guard. When the guy was even with the bushes, the soldier leaped out. He clamped a hand over the man's mouth and drove the blade of his knife through an opening at the base of the man's skull. After quickly dragging the body into the bushes, Bolan waited in silence. The grounds were extensive, so it would be a few minutes before the next guard came along. Once he'd taken him out, it would be easy going. He was certain additional sentries were in the vicinity, but there was enough space between them that Bolan wasn't concerned. He only wanted to make sure he'd covered his flank before handling the main force. While he waited, Bolan decided to shed his pack and retrieve his night vision goggles. It was now dark enough that the NVDs would prove invaluable in his mission. As it was, the enemy probably wouldn't be prepared for his attack, and especially not at night. While most believed in attacking just before dawn, the executioner liked to vary his tactics. Dawn was when average people were most tired and least alert, but there was no doubt in Bolan's mind that Nievas would have trained his men for this. An attack immediately after sundown, however, that was something quite different, and most likely unexpected. Bolan scanned the grounds, but there was no movement. An eerie feeling crept over the soldier. The place seemed too quiet, and he was beginning to experience a sense of foreboding, as if something just wasn't right. Well, only time would tell. At this stage of the game, he knew there was no calling it off. He was out of time, so all he could do was make his assault and hope fate was with him. He traded the Beretta for his FNC rifle and set off across the expansive lawn. He tracked the gloom with his weapon, but nobody appeared to challenge him, and Bolan began to get a refreshed sense that something was wrong. He had managed to make it all the way to a corner of the house without firing a shot. Bolan removed the night vision goggles and put them into his pack. He sat quietly, not moving a muscle, as he let his eyes grow accustomed to the dark. Only a few lights were visible from the interior of the house, and the rest of the place was quiet. Too quiet. He waited another minute, then crouch-walked along the low foundation wall that supported an elevated porch. Suddenly, armed men in fatigues emerged from the blackness, rushing toward his position from every direction. Mack Bolan dropped to cover behind the porch wall. He aimed at the nearest pair of aggressors and triggered the FNC rifle. Both men were dead before they hit the ground. Bolan was about to align his weapon sights on a new pair when a noise to the right caught his attention. Even in the darkness, the executioner could make out the shape of the object well enough to know what it was. A grenade. Bolan didn't wait for an invitation. He rose and jumped over the wall. The executioner rolled out of the jump and began to sweep his weapon back and forth. A pile of shells was developing at Bolan's feet as he quickly traded out magazines and sent a new volley in the enemy's direction to keep their heads down. He finished off a second magazine, then moved away from the main force and jogged along the perimeter of the veranda-style porch. His violent response to their attack had caused them to fall back out of effective firing range and regroup. So now was the time to put some distance between them. The soldier had been expecting something like that, but not quite that way. It was almost as if they had been lying in wait for him, somehow managing to maintain cover along the perimeter of the wall, and then converge when the time was right. But there were two things he didn't understand. Why had they even allowed him inside the perimeter, and why had they waited to attack until he was almost at the house? It seemed like a lot of trouble and loss for just one man, not to mention the fact Bolan had pretty much figured it would go down this way once he was near the house. The other puzzling factor was the absence of Nievas's men. His attackers here were definitely hired guns dressed in paramilitary fatigues. They didn't wear FARC uniforms, and they didn't move like FARC troops. It had been too easy to repel their attack. Bolan could immediately tell his enemies weren't trained combatants. They could have seized their advantage of sheer numbers, and yet they hesitated. Bolan found an easy way into the house, just as security lights pierced the night. He closed and locked the porch door behind him, then crouched and put his back against the cool wall to one side of the door. He needed a breather and a moment to collect his thoughts. He was still experiencing some after effects of the drugs Guajardo had pumped into him, as well as the residue of his infection, since he was certain his fever had returned. He had to make sure he didn't pass out in the heat of battle. Carrillo's men wouldn't be as accommodating as Milania's had. Suddenly, Bolan heard footfalls near the door, and he tightened his grip on the handle, steeling himself for the inevitable. The porch door was covered with a thin lace curtain, but Bolan could see the forms of the troops silhouetted by the outside floodlights, could see the man outside reach for the knob. The executioner's attention was suddenly diverted from what was happening on the porch, as the clatter of more booted feet resounded from behind a door across the room. Most likely they were conducting a room-to-room search. If he didn't act now, Bolan knew he'd be caught in a crossfire. He rose from his cover behind a heavy circular table, fired a quick burst at the door, and then dived under the table for cover. Carrillo's soldiers shot one another, both sides losing several troops. As the lights came up in the room, Bolan tossed a primed grenade into their midst while upending the table for cover and firing on the remaining trio of gunners just inside the porch doorway. The executioner jumped from cover and tossed another grenade underhand through the porch doorway. He knew that would keep heads down while adding to the confusion as he moved deeper into the house. He needed to find Carrillo and the Avos, the ultimate goal of his mission. And he only had 17 minutes before Grimaldi touched down. That gave him about 7 minutes to find and destroy the Mexican drug lord and his Colombian partner. Then he'd have to break off. Bolan continued through the house on his search and destroy mission. Las Vegas, Nevada. There was no way Lisa Rogero was going to hide. She wasn't going to run away like a sniveling little coward, or bury her head in the sand and whimper when the enemy posed a threat. Instead, she was going to remain the hard charger she'd always been, and deal with the Kung Lok in her own way. Rogero knew her anger with Mike Velasco was part of this drive. For some strange reason, the guy had treated her like an incompetent. Sure, she'd hit a few bumps in the road and nearly died at the hands of the Kung Lok, but she'd managed to survive and bring a major criminal to justice. Her capture of Ramon Cepitas should have been enough proof of her innocence, but she felt that more was needed. Perhaps her superiors and the investigators with the U.S. Marshal Service would be satisfied if she managed to arrest King Cauchu. What bothered her most was the fact that she had proved herself to Velasco, and yet he'd called her a threat. Rogero didn't know whom Velasco worked for, and she didn't care anymore. Obviously, he'd used her for what he needed, and now he was done with her. She understood he had his own mission, but that didn't mean she could drop her responsibilities, and it sure as hell didn't mean she was going to let the Kung Lok get away with murdering her friends. The deaths of Peter and Noreen wouldn't be in vain, nor would the murderers go unpunished. After her experience at the El Paso Intelligence Center and her subsequent report of the incident, Metzger had immediately made some phone calls and called in some favors. Within a few hours, she was on a plane to Las Vegas, charged to lead a massive DEA INS task force against the Kung Lok, seize any weapons or drugs they found, and eject any aliens among them from the country once and for all. She dreaded the thought of returning to the place where she'd been tortured and watched her friend die. But in some bizarre way, she also found a shred of poetic justice in it. Rogero had never considered herself a vengeful person, but she would do whatever it took to take down the Kung Lok forever. She wanted justice for her friends, sure. She couldn't imagine any decent human being who wouldn't have wanted this. But she also wanted to make the streets safe for kids again. These were lofty ideals, and the kind her trainers had warned her against. Vigilance was okay as long as it wasn't misplaced in idealism and patriotism and ran through the heart and mind unchecked. In other words, it was okay for her to feel that way, but she was required to temper it with common sense and critical thinking. Well, to hell with that. She would destroy the Kung Lok. She would bring them to their knees and worry about idealism and all of that other bullshit later. Rogero entered the local DEA office in downtown Las Vegas, housed in a small, nondescript building on the Strip. The third floor was a beehive of activity. INS, BATF, and DEA tactical agents in various modes of dress, from fatigues to full body armor, sat around drinking coffee and munching snacks. Given the hour, only the key office staff was still present. Most took scant notice of Rogero as she crossed the room. She walked into the office of the local DEA commander. Perhaps none of them realized who was in charge yet. Rogero immediately drew the attention of the commander and the tactical squad leaders from the three respective agencies participating in the operation. The men studied her for a moment with surprise.
Can I help you with something, miss?
She held up her badge and her orders.
The name is Rogero, and I'm taking charge by order of Washington. Didn't they tell you I was coming?
Rodney Cooper, the DEA commander, glanced at the orders, then returned them to her.
No, ma'am. What's this all about?
It's about the Kung Lok, and it's about us kicking their ass out of here and all the way back to China if we have to.
The commander didn't appear impressed, and he didn't mind hiding the fact with a smirk.
Is that right?
That's right.
Rogero fixed him with a hard stare, then faced the rest of the personnel.
Now, I'm not here to lord it over everybody that I'm in charge. I'll leave special tactics to the individual officers, because that's your expertise and not mine. You can report most developments to the commander here. Still, I expect to be fully briefed on everything you're doing.
She looked back expectantly at the commander. He extended his hand, obviously impressed.
Cooper. Rodney Cooper.
She shook the guy's hand, then turned to the tactical officers.
Okay, you keep Cooper here briefed. He'll keep me briefed.
Begging your pardon, ma'am, but just exactly what is your specialty in this area?
Well, Cooper, I know the Kung Lok Chinese Triad better than all of you put together.
Come again?
I've been in gun battles with them and was kidnapped at gunpoint. If anybody in this room can say that, I'll let you call the shots. If not, then I'd suggest we quit standing around here like a bunch of stiff-legged dogs and get down to business.
There was a dead silence in the room.
That's what I thought.
Rogero went over to look at the map spread across Cooper's desk. It had blueprints of what looked like the block where Tong's house was located, as well as floor plans of the moderate but large suburban home itself.
Tell me what you have to this point.
Well, we've only got one snitch that works that area, and she covers a lot of territory. We do know there's been a lot of activity at the place lately, especially a few nights ago. A large militant group that was armed with automatic weapons shot out with a bunch of Las Vegas's finest. Seems it all started when they attacked this residence, which incidentally is the first time we heard about this lone commando who traded shots with him. At first, the LVPD thought he was part of this group, but turns out he ended up saving a bunch of their asses. Took out a bunch of the bad guys, too, before he disappeared into God knows where.
Rogero only nodded with seeming interest, although she knew exactly what encounter he was talking about. As a matter of fact, she knew more about that than Cooper did.
Police detectives are still trying to sort it. They've been snooping around us quite a bit, but so far we've managed to keep them in the dark. All our agencies agreed they want the locals to keep their noses out of this. Since automatic weapons and high explosives were used, it became a federal issue, especially in light of some similar confrontations that took place right here on the Strip. And wherever there's this kind of trouble, we always get the same descriptions from witnesses. Something about this commando. A big guy, dressed in black, dishing out some serious whoop-ass. But we've never been able to catch him. We think he may be either a freelancer or possibly working for the Kung Lok and eliminating competition, since witnesses have reported seeing him leave the Kung Lok's place more than once.
Okay, so we know they're holed up there. What about recent activity?
Been quiet. Hardly a peep out of those guys since the last incident. There's been literally no movement in or out of the place in almost a week. Frankly, we thought DC was about to forget the whole thing and turn it back to the local boys.
Not much chance of that. The Kung Lok is an international crime gang, and that means the problems they cause fall under the jurisdiction of the federal government. Washington wants them out, and we now have the green light to move on them with everything at our disposal.
You don't think they'll go quietly?
No. As a matter of fact, I think we're in for the fight of our lives.
The executioner had scoured the house floor by floor and room by room until he finally found Carrillo. The guy was hiding in his bedroom on the third floor, barricaded behind a bathroom door made of heavy oak. Bolan had made short work of the four-man squad protecting the drug lord, their bodies now scattered throughout the bedroom. The soldier had locked the bedroom door to the hallway and destroyed the landing between the first and second floors with a grenade. That would buy him enough time to finish his business with Carrillo. The executioner didn't waste any time blowing a hole in the lock and kicking in the door. Carrillo was crouched in the tub, and he had a .38 caliber snub-nosed pistol pointed in Bolan's direction. Even from a distance, the soldier could tell the drug lord was trembling. His entire body shook almost uncontrollably. Even if he hadn't been shaking, Bolan knew fear when he saw it.
I'll kill myself before I let you capture me.
Bolan squeezed the trigger of the FNC and blew the gun from Carrillo's hand. The man retrieved his injured limb, his white silk shirt now covered with blood and wet bits of flesh.
Where's Nievas?
I will never tell you anything, Velasco, so you might as well kill me now!
Bolan stepped forward, drew the Desert Eagle, and aimed at Carrillo's left knee. This wasn't the soldier's preferred interrogation technique, but he didn't have time for games. It wouldn't be long before Carrillo's men found another way to the third floor. Looking out the bathroom window, Bolan saw some men immediately below the bathroom window. They could certainly hear the misery he was dealing out to their boss.
Save yourself the agony, Carrillo. Tell me where Nievas is.
You're running out of time, Velasco. You might as well kill me now!
No dice. I'll leave a scum-sucking leech like you here to bleed to death before I show you that kind of mercy.
And do it!
Answer my question, Carrillo. I figure I still have about 5 minutes to spare, and that can be a lifetime for someone in your position.
What does it matter to you? Nieves isn't here. He's gone to Las Vegas to defeat the yellow bastard who destroyed our plans. They betrayed him, and they ruined my chances for ruling a new empire. So fuck you and your heroics! You think I care anymore? I got nothing left. Nothing. I knew you would come here. That is why I volunteered to stay behind, so Nieves could accomplish his mission. I've lost everything. The Colombians don't kill me. The Federales, so my competitors will. So it's the least I can do to make sure that you are detained long enough to Nieves can accomplish his mission.
Carrillo slumped to one side, either unconscious or dead from blood loss. Bolan could feel the rage welling in him. He tried to hold his anger in check, but this was a situation where he realized he had been outwitted. Carrillo and Nieves may have not accomplished their plans, but they had done enough to put in motion the exact events the executioner had hoped to avoid. They were going to start a war on American soil, and he would probably be too late to stop it. A gas canister suddenly shattered a window on Bolan's right.
Shit!
The canister hit the bathroom floor and immediately began to flood the area with CS. Bolan left in a hurry, moving through the bedroom doorway and out into the hallway. As he descended the stairs, he realized that his troubles were only beginning. Because he'd risked the precious minutes interrogating Carrillo, he would now have to push the envelope to get out in time for his rendezvous with Grimaldi. It was time to really show the enemy he meant business. 3 of Carrillo's soldiers appeared around the corner of the massive stairwell leading from the 3rd to the 2nd floor. Bolan triggered his FNC and flooded the area with high-velocity slugs. Bolan hit the stairwell, nimbly dropped a foot between the 2 dead men, then vaulted the banister. He dropped the 8 yards to the 1st floor and hit the carpet rolling to lessen the impact on his legs. He got to his feet and continued toward the area where he'd made his entrance. More resistance met him in the hallway, blocking his path. Bolan dived for cover against a paper-thin wall, and bullets whizzed over his head. Bolan already had a grenade in hand with the pin extracted. He let the spoon fly, counted off 3 seconds, then tossed it. The executioner was on his feet, and moving. He nearly choked on the thick, acrid smoke that clogged the narrow hallways, and he had to keep low in order to see the path ahead. As he reached the patio where he'd originally made his entrance, he spotted only 2 of Carrillo's troops. He dispatched them both with a short burst from the FNC, then yanked a fresh magazine from his gear and palmed it into the rifle as he headed for the grounds that would serve as Grimaldi's makeshift airfield. He keyed up the miniature microphone as he sprinted toward the rendezvous point.
Striker to Eagle 1, you copy?
Loud and clear, Sarge. What's up?
Ready for extraction.
Roger. Stand by for touchdown.
Copy. Out.
Bolan vaulted a wall and landed in a cluster of geraniums, then waited in the bushes for his ride. The plane touched down less than a minute later, and Grimaldi had to take nearly the entire length of the runway to bring the plane under control. Bolan bounded from the bushes and headed for the Gulfstream C-20 as Grimaldi turned the plane to prepare for takeoff. The soldier boarded the jet, then tossed Grimaldi the high side. Stony Man's ace pilot smiled at the executioner from the cockpit before returning the gesture, then pushed forward on the throttle lever. The plane began to accelerate down the grassy runway. Some of Carrillo's troops emerged from various openings in the walled gardens and fanned across the field in an attempt to cut them off. Bolan donned the earphones that facilitated communications with the cockpit.
Trouble, Sarge.
Just focus on the ride, Jack, and I'll plow the road for you.
Roger.
The executioner pointed his FNC out the open door and swept the area with autofire. Some fell under the executioner's furious defense, but most just dived for cover in an attempt to avoid certain death.
We're up.
Bolan hurried into the cockpit, donned the co-pilot's headset, and slapped Grimaldi on the shoulder with a cocksure grin.
Good timing, Jack.
Yes, we at Grimaldi pride ourselves on being punctual.
How's the fuel situation?
We're okay. Why?
Enough to get us to Las Vegas?
Easily. What's up?
There's about to be big trouble. We need to get there before something disastrous goes down.
How disastrous?
How about a full-scale war between Nieves' FARC troops and the Kung Lok's Scarlet Dragons?
mean in Las Vegas?
Yeah.
Consider us there.
El Paso, Texas. Cauchu waited and watched. He could sense the tension in the vehicle as he watched the El Paso Intelligence Center intently from across the street. His men were obviously nervous, and that made him nervous. But Cauchu had neither the time nor the inclination to put their fears to rest. He wasn't a nursemaid. These were professional soldiers, and they needed to act like it. Still, Cauchu knew he couldn't be too hard on them. 6 of their comrades had died on the steps of the EPIC less than 12 hours earlier at the hands of the American Mike Belasco. He was still alive. Cauchu couldn't believe that Belasco was alive, or that Ramon Cepitas was still alive for that matter. Cauchu somehow found it easier to accept Belasco wasn't dead than Cepitas, which was odd to him. Not that it was a surprise. The DEA's decision to keep Cepitas' confinement a secret was a shrewd one. Still, there were no secrets to the Scarlet Dragons. They had eyes and ears everywhere. Government offices, bars and clubs, casinos, Chinese restaurants, and legitimate as well as illegitimate businesses. Nothing happened in their areas of operation without Cauchu knowing about it. The Dragons were a very large and complicated organization to manage, but Cauchu managed it without too much of a problem. When he'd finally learned that Cepitas was still alive, he'd also discovered Belasco was alive. Not only had Belasco destroyed the hit team sent to kill Cepitas and Carrillo's chief enforcer, Conrado Diaz, but he'd also eliminated the strike team sent here to eliminate the DEA woman, Rogero. That was when it had all come together, and it amused Cauchu in some respects that he'd originally come to kill Cepitas, but was now tasked with snatching him from the custody of the U.S. Marshals and keeping him alive. Ramon Cepitas knew a lot of things about Carrillo's operations along the border. Because of that, Shui told Cauchu he wanted them to grab up the border patrol chief and bring him straight to Toronto. Then they would have time to deal with the guy. Shui hoped they could get Cepitas to turn on his former master under the assumption the Kung Lok would protect him. Then, when they had used him up, it would be Cauchu's job to ensure Cepitas disappeared forever. Cauchu didn't like it, but he knew it was of no consequence. He and his men followed orders, and it didn't matter what they thought about them. He looked at his watch again. He was becoming impatient at this waiting game. He'd come by some information that had probably originated from the American government man whose identity was still a mystery to Cauchu. The caller told him that they were going to move Cepitas to a safe house on the East Coast, and Cauchu saw that as the best opportunity to grab him. As a matter of fact, there wouldn't be a better time. He knew that if they got Cepitas out of the Kung Lok's immediate intelligence network, the authorities would have a fair amount of difficulty locating him, and even more difficulty getting past the security. His plan to do it now was the best idea, because after the incident in front of the EPIC early that morning, another hit that soon in the same place wouldn't be expected. Cauchu turned to his associates and nodded. The 4 Dragons exited the vehicle and crossed the street, and headed by pairs in separate directions. The plan was to skirt the building and make their entrance through a back alley, since that's where they planned to leave with Cepitas. Not to mention, the front was still cordoned as a crime scene. The quartet met 4 minutes later. Several transport vehicles were already waiting, their engines running, although they were unattended. Cauchu shook his head. The Americans were as sloppy as ever. They were so secure in themselves and their abilities that they'd almost come to believe they were invincible. Cauchu retrieved the 9mm automatic machine pistol from beneath his jacket and put the weapon in battery. His men followed suit, and then the 4 turned and fired into the plate glass doors, which shattered under the auto fire. The gunners ducked to avoid the jagged edges of hanging glass, then pressed onward. They leapfrogged down the narrow hallway. Their first encounter was with a couple of DEA agents they met rounding a corner in the corridor. The 2 men were looking wildly in every direction, but neither one had his weapon drawn. Cauchu raised his automatic and opened fire, cutting them down before they had a chance to defend themselves. The Scarlet Dragons never stopped moving, realizing that moving targets were much more difficult to hit, not to mention that most of the staff were office and clerical people who had no clue how to handle storm tactics. They reached the stairwell and advanced with more caution. Cauchu had memorized the layout of the EPIC, and he knew exactly where they were holding Sapitas. The guy wasn't going to get away, that much was certain. Shui had made it abundantly clear that he wanted Sapitas alive if possible, but not at great cost. They had already lost too many of their men to Velasco, and they couldn't afford to lose more to the American police. So Cauchu had an additional order. If he couldn't take Sapitas alive with acceptable losses, he was to destroy the man. The four dragons exited the stairwell and fanned out, Cauchu in the lead. 5 agents who had taken up cover positions in the hallway and were obviously waiting for their enemies opened fire. The hallway was filled with crisscrossing rounds of 9mm as Cauchu's men hit the ground and returned fire. Only one of the agents actually had sufficient firepower to counter their attack and sprayed the area with fire from an MP5. The rest were carrying standard-issue Glocks, and one of Cauchu's men fell under the defense. The remaining dragons dropped 2 of the 5 agents instantly. It was becoming increasingly obvious to Cauchu that they might not make it out of there alive. They were running out of time. He'd known they were stepping into a hornet's nest, and his fears were quickly becoming a reality. Still, they had a chance if they could locate Sapitas. They pressed onward with the attack. Conrado Diaz entered the office of Director Liam Hoffner and took a seat. He'd come to Hoffner as a special envoy, determined to carry out his mission as ordered by Carrillo. Hoffner was Carrillo's greatest secret, the ace in the hole that would ultimately restore the Carrillo Empire to its former glory. He'd known who Hoffner was, but he hadn't a clue the guy was on the boss's payroll. So it had finally come to this. Here was Diaz, a Mexican criminal on the top 10 most wanted list in his own country as well as in the U.S., sitting in the office of a director of DEA without a care in the world. It seemed almost laughable that men like Hoffner could be bought so easily, but it didn't surprise him. What did surprise him was when Hoffner reached into his desk, calmly withdrew a pistol, and pointed it at Diaz's chest.
What the fuck?
Don't bother wondering, Diaz. I've been expecting you to show up for some time now. Ever since the shipment got hit in Mexicali, anyway. And you nearly got caught right along with Ramon.
What the hell are you talking about? You work for us.
Did you actually think I would stoop low enough to work for your boss?
Diaz was careful to keep his hands away from the weapon concealed beneath his jacket. He knew the guy would cap him, even if he so much as flinched.
Jose Carrillo was your friend, Hoffner.
Carrillo is no friend of mine. I've spent the better part of my career putting scum like you in prison. Your kind has killed many good friends. It just goes to prove what a fool Carrillo really is, thinking I'd actually let him put me on the payroll.
You've already taken money from him.
Actually, I haven't taken a dime from Carrillo, and I wouldn't have. All of that cash was turned over to the Triad. So you can see now why I'm the one who's going to come out clean in all this.
It was you. You're the one who told the Chinese about the shipments out of Mexicali.
And about your business dealings in Las Vegas and L.A. I don't know where they got their intelligence about the rest, but they offered me way more than you people ever could have.
So it's about money.
No, Diaz. It's about power. Power Carrillo could never offer me. Power and control like you never could understand. What do you think it was that brought Zapatas into this office in the first place, huh? What do you think it was that set up the weapons deals between the Triad and the Colombians? All of the stuff that came through here went right back out again. Zapatas made sure the guns got into the right hands so we could sell them to the Colombians. I suggested Carrillo hook up with Nieves, and I arranged an alliance with Kung Lok. And you wetbacks bought it hook, line, and sinker.
You won't get out of here alive, Hoffner, so it makes little difference.
Oh, we're here at last, just in time.
Who's here?
My salvation. So long, Diaz.
Only one of Cauchu's men survived the battle against the U.S. Marshals, but it was a sweet victory. The pair had advanced through the hallway, finally discovering the room where Sapitas was located. The Border Patrol chief was manacled to his chair, but a single shot from the Jadamats took care of that problem. Cauchu hauled Sapitas from the chair and tossed him in the direction of the door. The other gunner took hold of Sapitas' collar, and they exited the room. The area was still clear, although the Scarlet Dragon leader knew their fortune wouldn't hold out much longer. They had to get away from the area as quickly as possible with their prisoner intact, and it would prove much more difficult getting out than it had getting in. They were halfway down the hallway when the elevator doors at the far end opened to reveal a tall, good-looking man in a three-piece suit. It was Hoffner. Cauchu started to raise his weapon, but the man threw up his hands to show he was unarmed.
Stop! Get over here!
Cauchu stopped a moment and looked at his comrade before returning his attention to this mysterious new arrival. A moment elapsed before he realized the man matched the description of the American who had propositioned Lao Shui in Florida. He took a few hesitant steps, then stopped again.
Now quit fucking around and get over here. The only way out of here alive is to take me as a hostage. If you choose to kill me, you're done. And I don't think Lao Ming Shui can afford to lose you.
That was the only thing Cauchu needed to hear. He didn't need a second invitation. They stepped onto the elevator, and the guy turned a key in the elevator panel before pushing a button for the basement level. Cauchu kept his weapon trained on the man.
Who are you?
I think you've already guessed that, eh?
And I would guess you're correct.
My vehicle's in the basement. Both parking is across the street, but we do have an underground garage. I was wondering how long it would take you to get here.
You knew we were coming?
I was hoping.
You're working for the Chinese?
Shut up, Ramon. You're already skating on very thin ice with me, and I have no qualms about asking these men to silence you permanently if I feel it becomes necessary. You've already proven you're a tremendous liability for me, so don't speak unless you're spoken to.
The man was every bit as graceful and charming as Shui had described him. Cauchu didn't know his name, but he didn't care much at that point. If this guy was legitimate, then Cauchu knew their chances of getting out of that place alive had just increased 1,000-fold.
We may encounter resistance. If we do, don't panic. I'm in charge of this outfit here, and they won't risk killing me to get to you. Just follow my instructions, and we'll all come out of this in one piece. Understood?
I will comply with your wishes for now. But if you do anything other than what I think you should, I will kill you where you stand.
That would not make your master very happy. Because without me, Lao Ming Shui will never control the American territories. So please, please be sure before you decide to pull the trigger that I am an enemy and not an ally. Otherwise, the only thing killing me will accomplish is your own death.
Las Vegas, Nevada.
A war? In downtown Las Vegas? It's unthinkable. The risk to innocent bystanders alone could be disastrous.
Yeah, but I got it right from Carrillo, Hal, and I took him at his word. We have to assume this is the real thing.
No chance he was bluffing?
Doubtful. He knew he was as good as dead anyway. I'm guessing he figured I couldn't get here in time to stop it.
He could be right.
Maybe, but I can't think about that right now.
Hang on, Stryker. What's that? Bear just managed to pull some information from our computers. He says that a few hours ago the DEA secured a warrant to storm a house that DOJ believes occupied by several known members of the Kung Lok. Our intelligence has it one of the targets might be Lao Ming Shui himself. They've organized a multi-departmental task force.
That's probably Danny Tang's place. I've been there before. Any idea when they plan to hit it?
No, but we do know they put Lisa Rogero in charge.
I told her to lay low when I pulled her and Jack out of El Paso.
Doesn't sound like she took your advice.
No, it doesn't.
Hang on again. More info coming in. Something major's gone down at the El Paso Intelligence Center. We don't know the details yet, but apparently there was more shooting, and quite a few government agents and staff members were killed.
Damn. I wish I'd been there to stop it.
I know. I'm sorry, Stryker.
It's my fault, not yours. Let's get that cleared up right now. Look, I can't be in two places at once, and this deal that might go down in Vegas is priority. If you feel it's time to utilize Able Team, then send them to El Paso to see what they can dig up.
Understood. I know they'll be anxious to hear that. Iron Man's restless.
I don't doubt it.
What specifically are they supposed to be looking for?
There's been a lot of trouble at that place in the past 12 hours. I think you guys were on the money in your original suspicions about this mystery U.S. government man working with the Kung Lok.
You think he's there as well?
Maybe. But if not, it's a good bet somebody there knows whoever it is. If nothing else, at least Able Team can get involved. They're a tremendous asset, and doing little good idle.
Agreed.
I need to sign off. I'll wait until we get to Tang's before deciding the best course of action. I hope the locals don't know. I've already had one encounter with Las Vegas PD. I don't want a second.
Understood. Watch yourself out there, Striker.
Out.
Bolan handed the cellular phone back to Grimaldi. They had arrived in Las Vegas 15 minutes earlier and immediately headed for the Strip. Bolan decided it was better to attempt to stop Rogero from executing their plan, rather than risk entering the fray after the fact. By that time, it might be too late. Still, the executioner realized if he could at least keep allies out of the line of fire, then he stood a chance of confining a Kung Lok-FARC conflict to a relatively safe area of operations. The only downside was if Nievas chose to hit them in individual locations. It was a wild scenario, but all too possible. It wouldn't make any sense for the FARC gunners to hit them just at Danny Tong's place. Retaking the major centers of control over the drug and sex action seemed the better course for Nievas. It posed less risk and allowed him to coordinate a multi-pronged attack. That was the biggest problem for the soldier. He was trying to second-guess Nievas's plan when he didn't have any real intelligence with which to work. It could turn out to be a lose-lose situation for both the innocent as well as the law, and the executioner would probably wind up where he usually did, in the middle of the worst of it. Still, he couldn't base his actions on a whim, and his instinct told him he was doing the right thing. While Rogero and her law enforcement comrades-in-arms knew the risks, that didn't mean he would let them die unnecessarily. Rogero was a good agent and a hell of a lady, but she was rash at times. She might jump into this thing without enough forethought, and those kinds of tactics could end up getting her killed. Bolan, on the other hand, was an experienced combatant who knew how to fight fire with fire. He understood his enemy like nobody else, and he had reached a level of maturity in his skills that allowed him to predict the next logical step in nearly any battle plan. Grimaldi nearly jumped the curb as he brought the government SUV to a halt in front of the DEA offices. Bolan jumped from the vehicle and ran for the doors. They were open, and a pair of security agents at the desk came to their feet and drew their weapons. Bolan stopped short and raised his hands.
Whoa, just take it easy.
Who are you and what's your business here?
Grimaldi came through the door behind Bolan.
Stay cool, Jack. Listen, I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm looking for Special Agent Lisa Rogero with the DEA.
Concerning what?
Concerning official government business, pal.
We know there's a raid planned, and if we don't get to the agent in charge, it's gonna get ugly. So get her on the phone and do it now.
You make one fucking move, my partner here will shoot.
The leader of the pair turned and placed the call, while his cohort kept Bolan and Grimaldi covered.
It's Miller. Put Rogero on the phone. Pronto.
The executioner waited patiently. There was no point in getting these guys excitable by trying something stupid. They were just doing their job, and Bolan could tell by the way the younger man held his pistol. He was well trained in dealing with crises. The executioner knew if he tried to circumvent the system, he'd wind up dead. Dead men didn't pass on any information.
It's all right, buddy. I've got her on the horn right now. She wants to know who the hell you are.
Tell her Belasco.
Says his name's Belasco. Yeah, all right. Gotcha. Thanks. It's okay. She's on her way down right now.
The other guard nodded and holstered his weapon. Bolan and Grimaldi lowered their hands and waited. Bolan knew that every second ticking by was 1 second closer to disaster. He was already formulating a plan for how to deal with the various possibilities. Surprisingly, it now all hinged on Rogero. She had to call the shots as far as her team was concerned. Bolan knew he could turn the tables with a phone call, but this wasn't a time for politics. He'd have to get Rogero to trust him on this one. She was already dressed in tactical gear, complete with vest and body armor, as she stepped from the elevator. 4 men accompanied her. Rogero had a momentary expression of surprise, but then the cool yet beautiful mask fell again as she drew near.
Lisa, you have to call this off.
Rogero didn't say anything at first. She put her hands on her hips and studied him with resolute skepticism. Bolan couldn't understand her reaction. She was acting as if he and Grimaldi were total strangers. Something wasn't right, and Bolan immediately felt the hairs stand on the back of his neck. That sixth sense was telling him this had been a mistake. And he was right.
These two men are under arrest. Take them into custody.
Yes, ma'am.
What the hell?
You want to tell me what the hell you think you're doing?
Bolan and Grimaldi were cuffed and quickly ushered into the temporary office Rogero had commandeered for the duration of her assignment to oversee the Las Vegas task force.
You want to know what I'm trying to do? I'm trying to prevent myself from making the same mistake twice.
What mistake is that?
Trusting you to take me seriously and then letting you blow me off. You treated me as if I weren't important.
Grow up, lady. The only mistake you're making is planning this raid on Tang's house. And what's with these cuffs?
Those were the only way I could get your attention.
He's trying to save you a lot of trouble, Lisa. I'd listen to what he has to say before jumping to conclusions.
Whatever he has to say still isn't going to change my mind. I was put in charge of this mission for a reason, boys. It's because I'm the only one in the DEA who's faced the Kung Lok and lived to tell about it.
Look, I don't have time for this nonsense. We're on the same team. Now, if you don't want to trust me, then don't. But don't let a lot of innocent people die because of it.
What the hell are you talking about?
Nieves and the FARC are planning to take back all of Carrillo's holdings here in Las Vegas.
How do you know that?
Carrillo told me.
And you believed him?
Call it a hunch. The point is, I don't think Tang's house is the target.
But why wouldn't it be? That's where our intelligence says that the leader of the Kung Lok is holed up. And we know Cauchu is there. It's time for us to take our streets back from these crooks, and I plan to start with the one where they're hiding.
Hitting Tang's place is hardly going to take back the streets in this town. I don't know what you're trying to accomplish, but this isn't what you think it is. This goes a lot farther than a few drug pushers, and hitting Tang's place won't accomplish a thing.
You have a better idea?
You take these cuffs off me, I'll be happy to tell you what I think.
Rogero unhooked both men. Grimaldi rubbed his wrists as Bolan immediately walked to the desk. The map the tactical leaders had reviewed with Rogero was still spread across the desk. Bolan studied the blueprints for a moment and almost instantly recognized the layout was that of Tang's house, then focused his attention on the area map. He scrutinized the map a few more minutes as Grimaldi and Rogero stood next to him and waited patiently. Finally, the executioner shook his head and turned to Rogero.
Do they have a map of the whole city here?
Yeah. Follow me.
The trio walked through the busy office, and the tactical officers briefing their individual groups were obviously miffed to see the two men they'd just hooked up, now walking around, free as birds. Bolan noticed how they were watching him, but he played it cool. He knew they were well-trained and well-armed, so there was no point in making them nervous. Besides, he meant what he'd said to Rogero. They were all on the same team. Rogero signaled for Cooper and the other two tactical officers to accompany them. They fell into step behind the threesome. Rogero led them to some kind of briefing room where a large map of the city was spread across one wall. Bolan reached into a concealed pocket of his black suit and withdrew a small notepad. He flipped back a few pages until he found what he was searching for, then studied the map. Finally, he smiled and nodded to his companions with a grunt of satisfaction.
All right, here's how I see it. I have some pretty reliable intelligence from Melania on Nieves and how he operates. I'm betting he's going to try to hit as many places at once as he can.
What makes you think that?
Because I know his kind, and that's what I would do if I were in his position.
You think he knows the feds are all over the Kung Lok, Mike?
I'm sure he's counting on that. He knows they don't have the manpower or time to sit on every place in Vegas. He might send a team to hit Tang's place, but it will be a small one, and it will be strictly for the purpose of damage control. Tactically speaking, it makes the most sense for him to hit the larger areas where the Kung Lok did the most business.
And just exactly what makes you an expert, mister.
This gentleman is your mysterious commando.
What? Him?
The executioner nodded. The INS lead agent shuffled his feet, not meeting the executioner's icy gaze. Bolan had to give Rogero credit. Her decision to break the news to them in this way had actually quelled any thought of territorial conflict in their minds. Rogero was one of the few women Bolan had ever met who could keep him on his toes. She'd managed to put this whole thing together in a matter of hours, in addition to the fact she had probably become closer to the executioner than he'd let any woman become in a long time.
Okay, so let's assume you're correct, and Nieves plans to hit several major Kung Lok operations at one time. What do we do about it? We don't have nearly enough people here, and I don't think we could get enough here even if we tried. At least not in time to stop him.
Bolan looked at the city map and nodded.
I can't argue with that, so I have a plan. You might not have enough agents to hit any one given place at one time, but you may have enough to cover the most likely targets.
And you just happen to know which ones those will be?
Yes.
That's great. That's just great. So you spread us so thin we can only watch locations with 2, maybe 3 men at most. How's that gonna help us?
We can monitor all positions from the air. We'll communicate on a secured tactical frequency of Rogero's choosing. She can assign one of you to take a counter-reaction team and put them in one chopper. My pilot and I will go in another. First sign of trouble, the closest chopper can get to the site of the problem and hit the ground running.
What if they strike in more than 2 places simultaneously?
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, but I wouldn't sweat it, Guy. At most, Nieves' force totals about 50 men. That isn't a lot in a city the size of Vegas. Carrillo had a lot of small operations going.
So we're gonna watch the bigger ones.
Right.
That makes sense. Nieves probably figures if he hits the larger ones, the smaller gigs will either fall into line or pack up and split.
Now you're catching on.
The INS tactical officer raised his hand.
Question, Lieutenant Miller?
Yes, ma'am. I was just wondering who this Nieves guy is that we're talking about. I thought we were after a Chinese gang leader named Cauchu.
The man we're talking about is Colonel Amado Nieves. He's a fugitive and member of the FARC and extremely dangerous. Recently, Nieves formed an alliance with Jose Carrillo, and the two plan to increase drug smuggling operations throughout the Southwest.
Wait a minute. Are we talking about the Jose Carrillo?
The former Jose Carrillo.
Carrillo is dead, or as good as dead, as are most of his men. About a week ago, we learned that Nieves and Carrillo were at war with the Kung Lok Chinese Triad, which is how Cauchu fits into the picture.
Bolan decided not to elaborate. He didn't want to tell them about Lao Ming Shui. It would have only fueled the fire, and he didn't really have a lick of proof that Shui was even in Las Vegas. Besides, Lao Ming Shui was Bolan's personal mission. He would deal with the Kung Lok boss in his own time and on his own terms.
So now Nieves is coming to Las Vegas to take back what he sees as rightfully his.
Exactly.
Well, what the hell are we waiting for? Let's get cracking. I'm anxious to get out there and whip this Nieves' ass.
Slow down a bit, soldier. You don't just run out and start shooting the place up. There are civilians and innocent bystanders to consider, not to mention the fact that you're going against well-trained guerrillas.
You're talking to the leader of one of the finest tactical response units in the entire DOJ. We're award winners, the elite of the elite.
And these are terrorists who consider themselves heroes and freedom fighters. They don't care who gets in the way, and they're trained to kill on sight. Most members of the FARC don't know the meaning of fear or retreat. They do what they're told, when they're told, and they won't back off until either all of them or all of you are dead. Try to keep that in mind.
We faced worse.
That's what you think.
Canadian airspace. With the help of Liam Hoffner, Cauchu managed to escape El Paso with Sapitas alive and intact. Barely. He still wasn't sure he completely trusted Hoffner, but a quick phone call to Lao Ming Shui from the private jet alleviated some of his fears. Still, he planned to keep a very close eye on the American. They had traveled through U.S. airspace aboard one of Lao Ming Shui's personal jets and were approaching Toronto. Cauchu had ensured their prisoner was put in the most uncomfortable of conditions. He had orders to keep Sapitas alive. He didn't have to be a nice guy. Moreover, Shui hadn't actually decided what he was going to do with the traitorous U.S. policeman, and until he did, Cauchu planned to make the guy as miserable as possible. On the other hand, he had orders to treat Hoffner like gold. In some respects, Cauchu had accomplished both missions for his master. Not only had he retrieved Sapitas alive, but he'd also managed to discover the identity of Kung Lok's most recent benefactor. In some respects, there didn't appear to be anything special about Hoffner. He seemed like just another self-absorbed, cocky American. But Lao Ming Shui had obviously seen some promise in the man, because he would not have otherwise made any such alliance with an American. Ever.
We may have a problem here, Ing.
What sort of problem, Yin Kung?
Our moles inside the DEA have confirmed that the Americans are planning to strike at the house tonight. We also believe that Rogero woman is leading the attack, and
I don't have time for guessing games, Yin.
we believe she may be working with Velasco on this one. We think he may plan to assist him with the raid.
Well, I can assure you, my friend, that if she's working with Velasco, then her immediate superiors don't know about it. He is presently considered a fugitive of the DEA, and I know that both the Mexicans and Colombians would like nothing better than to slit his throat if they could get their hands on him.
About that, that's the other part of my news. It seems that Jose Carrillo is dead. We just got the word that Velasco wiped out his entire personal security force before killing Carrillo himself.
This was fantastic news. Just as Cauchu had predicted, Velasco was doing much of their job for him. He had tried to convince Shui before that keeping Velasco alive was probably in their best interests for now. This turn of events was proving him right, and before long Velasco would finish their work for them. Then they could destroy Sapitas and end the war between the Kung Lok and the Carrillo Nievas alliance. That would leave just the Colombians to worry about, or at least the FARC, and Cauchu realized that wasn't a problem.
What about Colonel Nievas and his men?
We don't know where he is. Some of our intelligence sources believe he's fleeing for his life rather than report their failure to his superiors. Now that General Jiquan has choked off the arms pipeline to the Colombians, it is only a matter of time before someone will have to take the blame.
And Nievas is the natural choice.
Cauchu cast a quick look in Hoffner's direction. The shifty-eyed bastard was watching him intently, seeming to hang on to every word. After all, it was Hoffner who had really masterminded the entire operation from the beginning. Cauchu had to give the American that much. He was connected, resourceful, and intelligent. That made him extremely dangerous in the eyes of the Scarlet Dragons. But for some reason, Lao Ming Shui trusted him. Cauchu just hadn't figured out why.
All right. Just keep your eyes open and be prepared. If Nievas wasn't wiped out along with Carrillo, that could mean he's planning an attack on our operations there in Las Vegas. They took a tremendous amount of loss when Velasco destroyed their shipments. They'll need some way of recouping those losses.
You think Nievas would actually attack us here? We would have him at a terrible disadvantage. We are prepared and heavily armed.
Whatever you do, do not underestimate the enemy. It would be our undoing.
I understand. Buddha keep you, Ying.
And you, my friend.
Cauchu hung up and then stared intently at Hoffner. The guy didn't seem intimidated by him, probably because he knew Cauchu was under orders to keep him alive and treat him decently at any costs. Hoffner knew if anything happened to him that it wouldn't set well with Lao Ming Shui. Cauchu had already experienced enough lapses in judgment and committed enough errors that he wasn't going to add Hoffner to the list of them. Besides, Cauchu had met Hoffner's kind before, and he knew well that eventually the American would do something or say something to prove he'd outlived his usefulness. Shui would eventually see this, and then Cauchu would be given the okay to eliminate the DEA leader.
I can't tell if that call was good news or bad news. You always wear such a flat expression, Cauchu. You should learn to relax more. Like me. Learn to enjoy life, man.
There are many things that demand my concern, American. I do not think it is honorable to simply toss aside my responsibilities and commitments so casually.
Ooh, that almost sounded like a comparison. I hope you're not suggesting that I handle my commitments in such a manner.
Did I say that? I was simply stating a fact. We Chinese are not so inscrutable as you pretend, Hoffner. That is an old stereotype. It is a cliché of the Asians adopted by your people and predicated on what I may never understand. So you see, I do not know how you handle your own obligations, nor do I care. It is my job to deliver you alive to my master, and I will do this. After that, I have little interest in your schemes.
After I managed to get you and your prize out of El Paso alive, you should be quite familiar with how I handle my responsibilities.
You did this only to save your own neck.
No, I did it because Shui and I had a deal. That's right. I actually honor my word. I don't expect you to understand me any more than I understand you, Cauchu. I don't even expect you to like me. But you see, after I talked with Lao Ming Shui, he saw the wisdom of what I told him. The only way the Chinese will ever control the criminal activities in America is through guys like me. Even the mobsters of the 60s saw the truth of that fact. That's why they bribed judges, politicians, and law officers. They knew that was the secret to controlling crime.
So, you view yourself as an idealist?
Hardly.
Then a visionary, perhaps?
I prefer to think of myself as an entrepreneur of opportunity. After all, America is a land of opportunity.
Yes, but you have sold out on America. You realize that you will never be able to show your face in your own country again.
Somehow I think I'll get over that. I never liked America all that much when it did work for her. Perhaps I'll, become a British citizen. I hear that London is beautiful this time of year. And Liam's already a good Brit name. I won't even have to change it.
Cauchu had known quite some time in advance that Carrillo and Nievas might try to take Vegas back. He'd finally convinced his master to return to Toronto where it was safe. After all, there was little Shui could do about Las Vegas. The Scarlet Dragons had established a large foothold in the city as well as L.A. and Houston. They also controlled most of the street and border action in Calexico, Nogales, El Paso, and Brownsville. The plane had landed, and Lao Ming Shui's personal driver was there to greet them. They were immediately rushed away from the airport and taken to Shui's gigantic estate on the outskirts of Toronto.
Ooh, this is a way nicer place than Korea's hacienda.
Cauchu pretended he hadn't heard the American's comment. He wished that Hoffner were more like Sapitas, who kept his mouth shut the entire trip. As a matter of fact, the former Border Patrol chief hadn't really said anything since they'd retrieved him from the El Paso Intelligence Center. He'd asked for a drink of water aboard the plane, which Cauchu granted since the guy was cooperative. But other than that, he hadn't bitched about his treatment or whined that he was hungry. Hoffner, on the other hand, had become increasingly talkative throughout the trip, and now he wouldn't shut up.
Is Lao Ming here?
He is here.
The four weary men climbed from the car and entered the palatial estate. The one dragon who had survived with Cauchu ushered Sapitas away to an isolated room. Cauchu then showed Hoffner to the library.
Have a seat, Mr. Hoffner. I'll return momentarily.
Cauchu went to his master's study and found Shui anxiously awaiting his arrival. The older man stood and greeted Cauchu with a ceremonious bow. Then he grabbed the Scarlet Dragon and embraced him.
I cannot tell you how glad I am to see you survived your mission against the Americans. You have brought both honor and respect to our name, and you managed to discover who the American was that first approached me. Oh, it was a truly glorious mission for our cause, Ing, and you shall be rewarded.
The fact that you have honored me with your gratitude is enough reward, Lao Ming.
Oh, the honor is mine. Now, sit and tell me of our guests.
Thank you. We have sequestered Sapitas until you are ready to speak to him. This Liam Hoffner is waiting for you in the library.
Oh, let him wait. Have there been any new developments?
I received a call from Yin Kong in Las Vegas. He tells me that the Americans are planning an assault against Danny Tong's place.
And what will they find?
Nothing. After you left, I ordered them to abandon the place. The house is empty. We wiped it clean. There will be no trace of our presence or that we ever existed there. It will be a futile effort. However, there is another piece that concerns me greatly.
And that is?
Our moles recently acquired some intelligence regarding Jose Carrillo. They tell us that Carrillo is dead, and that it was Mike Velasco who killed him. They have also informed us that the Rogero woman is still alive, despite our attempts to destroy her in El Paso. It is believed that she and Velasco are working together again, and that she will lead her government's assault against our people.
How do you plan to deal with these new developments?
I am not overly concerned about it. If they strike at our former headquarters, as the intelligence suggests, it is unlikely they'll be able to go further. They might hit a few of our smaller operations, but this won't be enough to cripple us in any way. The U.S. police forces are the least of our concern. I think we have a greater worry.
And what is that?
Kong told me that Nievas is still alive, and it is not believed he fled to Colombia.
He did not die when the American hit Carrillo?
No.
I see. Well, I guess that means we have to be concerned about Colonel Nieves. He might wish to seek revenge for Dim Mai's betrayal of Colombian confidences in the arms deals.
Yes, but he would have no reason to connect that directly with us.
I'm sure he'd find a way. In either case, we must stand prepared for an attack.
And how do you propose to do that, Master? Certainly we outnumber his force, but they are trained and they have the advantage of surprise. There is always a chance they could seize considerable control of our assets in Las Vegas before we had prepared an adequate defense.
Then there is only one thing I can do. It is time to contact Deng. We will need his help.
Las Vegas, Nevada.
Okay, people, let's stay sharp out there.
The executioner smiled. If Lisa Rogero was anything, she was damn gutsy. Bolan had met many women during his career, but those like Rogero came few and far between. He regretted being so hard on her earlier, but he had to do it, to shake her up and get her thinking clearly. Obviously, she was still suffering some post-traumatic stress from her ordeal with Cauchu, and watching her friends die at the hands of the Kung Lok. Not everyone could handle the burden of vendetta. Bolan had learned long ago that revenge was a dangerous motive. He'd learned to deal with it in his own way. A walk through the hell grounds had taught the executioner that there was a time and place. He called it tactical retaliation, and he'd learned to exact retribution out of duty. Others, like Rogero, were less experienced with the taste vengeance left in the mouth, and a deeper understanding would only come with time and experience. Thoughts of vengeance occupied another part of Bolan's mind as he turned to thoughts of Catalina Melania. Although he felt, in some strange way, that he probably owed his life to the woman, there was still something about her story that just didn't fit. Melania had definitely suffered a loss, of that he was certain, but the story about her husband being a part of the FARC and suddenly relinquishing his allegiance to Nievas just sounded unconvincing. Either way, it didn't matter. He'd only accomplished part of his mission in the assault on Carrillo's estate. He still had to find Nievas and bring him down. In a way, he knew he was doing some of Lao Ming Shui's dirty work, but it didn't matter. He couldn't risk the FARC and Scarlet Dragons facing off in full-scale conflict on the streets of Las Vegas. It was his job to stop that before it could happen. When that part of his mission was completed, he would then turn his attentions on Shui, Cauchu, and the Scarlet Dragons. The war was still in its infancy. He had a long way to go. The executioner looked at Rogero and nodded with assurance. Rogero switched to the internal Vox frequency of the chopper and studied Bolan's resolute gaze.
Why are you staring?
Hard not to.
Don't flirt, you'll break my concentration.
Rogero winked at him. Bolan just shrugged.
You still haven't told me where you got all of this intelligence on Carrillo's operation.
All I can say is that my connections are need to know, and unfortunately you don't qualify for the title, even with your clearances.
I've kept bigger secrets.
Not like these. Look, it isn't as important where I got it as that it's reliable. You can be sure of that. Besides, it's the only thing that makes sense. When I hit Carrillo's place in Juarez, I didn't encounter any of Nievas' troops. I don't think Nievas would risk going back to Juarez empty-handed.
You mean the guns?
Yeah. I recently found out that the entire weapons deal was nothing more than a ruse by the Triads to divert Nievas' attentions. There was no way Carrillo and Nievas would have put it together before the Kung Lok took over their operations in most of the southwest. Shui knows the secret to controlling the drug trade is controlling the borders.
And Carrillo knew it too.
Yeah, but the difference is that Carrillo wasn't counting on that kind of resistance, and neither was Nievas. Tactically speaking, their plan might have worked if I hadn't been involved.
We knew about the Kung Lok's involvement very early in this game. What I've never understood is why Carrillo didn't figure it out sooner. The guy was well connected.
I have an answer.
Which is?
It has to do with the high-up in the government that's been pulling the strings. Somebody cut a deal with ranking members in the Chinese political arena.
How do you know that?
Because a well-known Chinese military commander somehow plays into all of this. You ever heard of General Deng Jiquan?
Rogero appeared to think about it a moment, and then shook her head.
I'm not surprised, since I don't think he's the standard subject of interest in DEA textbooks. Jiquan's never been into drug running. He's strictly a military arms and tactics broker, and one of the chief sources of transportation for a guy named Dim Mai.
Now that name I've heard. Mai is one of the largest arms dealers in all of Southeast Asia.
Correction, he is the largest. Mai is also head of the Eastern Kung Lok Triad, and it's no secret he's had his eye on controlling the West for some time now. He'd probably already be in charge by now if Shui hadn't established such a foothold in Canada. His operations in Toronto will be my final target after we finish shutting down the Scarlet Dragons here in Vegas.
Sounds like it's getting more and more complicated.
No argument there.
Attention, Skywatch 1. We have a sighting at Area 3.
Acknowledge, Team 3. Can you give us any kind of head count?
Estimate 9 or 10, Skywatch 1. Do you copy?
We copy.
Skywatch 2 to Skywatch 1. You want us to proceed toward that area?
Rogero looked at Bolan, and he shook his head. This would be something he'd have to handle. Area 3 was on the very edge of the city, an abandoned bowling alley with an interior converted into a brothel and head shop. The place was usually packed on the weekends, and it had survived only because of its remote location. It was a major area, but it would probably be crowded tonight.
Stand by. We'll take this first one. I want to try to get inside on a soft probe first, and that means me alone. We'll need you for the centralized areas. Team 3, sit tight, and under no circumstances engage.
Bolan crossed the open area of the chopper and tapped Grimaldi on the shoulder. The pilot turned, and Bolan made a swinging gesture with his finger. Stony Man's ace pilot nodded, tossed the executioner a thumbs up, and then maneuvered the chopper to line up for touchdown just outside Area 3. Bolan returned to the back and double-checked his weapons and equipment. The Beretta 93R rested in its usual place under his left arm, and the .44 Magnum Desert Eagle rode in a leather military holster on his hip. Bolan had cleaned and inspected the FNC and had it locked and loaded. Military webbing held 6 more 30-round box magazines, along with the Colt combat knife and 6 M26 fragmentation grenades. The executioner's concealed pockets housed additional clips for the Beretta and Desert Eagle.
1 minute, Sarge.
Thanks, Jack.
Bolan chambered around in the FNC. He could feel his stomach roll from the adrenaline surge coupled with the sudden drop in altitude. Grimaldi had managed to acquire a Sikorsky S-70 chopper, a commercial variant of the Army's UH-60 Blackhawk series. As a civilian version, it wasn't equipped with external armament, but it was just as fast, and Stony Man had managed to arrange equipping it with some extras in anticipation of Bolan's activities in Las Vegas. Grimaldi brought the bird down in an open parking lot, approximately 2 blocks from the target. The landing gear never actually touched the ground, but Grimaldi brought it within a yard of the ground and was climbing from the spot as soon as Bolan's feet hit pavement. He would maintain radio contact with the executioner and be ready for any eventuality, including rapid extraction if it got too hot. Bolan jogged toward the target area. He knew the appropriate positions of the 2 INS agents who had been watching the place, so he was aware of his firing limits. He hoped the pair would obey orders and not engage or try to help. Bolan wasn't trying to cut the men from their duties. He understood they just wanted to lend a hand and get a taste of the action. But the fact remained they weren't experienced enough or equipped well enough to butt heads with combat-hardened FARC troops. This was the executioner's area of expertise, and they needed to leave him to it. Bolan crouched at the corner of a sporting goods store across the street from the bowling alley turned house of ill repute and watched the building exterior. He could make out the shadows of the FARC troops as they leapfrogged in 2 fire teams of 5 men each, using the scattered vehicles strewed across the parking lot for cover and concealment. It looked as if he'd arrived just in time. The executioner decided to wait, knowing that they would have to get inside before making his move, and simultaneously hoping the INS agents didn't become too restless and decide to jump the gun. It would turn into a disaster if they moved on Nievas's team now. Bolan decided to break radio silence.
Team 3 from Skywatch 1. I'm on top of you. I see them. Hold your positions and do not engage. I'm going to wait until they're inside.
Acknowledged.
Bolan watched and waited patiently. The 2 fire teams reached the door in less than a minute, and then the first team moved inside with the fluidity of well-oiled gears. The second 5-man team followed a moment later, one of them taking up a covering position outside the front door as the rest moved inside. The executioner waited, staying in the shadows of the building, but the guy didn't move. He was going to hold an outside covering position. The executioner decided to get closer. He figured he could close the gap to 50 yards before he had to take the sentry. Bolan left his cover and kept low, running in the shadows of the sporting goods store. At the far end, he broke into a full sprint and crossed the street, drawing the Beretta and thumbing the selector switch to 3-round bursts on the run. He got within 30 yards before the sentry spotted him, but the soldier already had target acquisition. Bolan squeezed the trigger twice on the run. Bolan was on top of the FARC soldier seconds after his body hit the ground. The executioner knelt and turned the guy over. He was definitely dressed like a FARC trooper, complete with camouflage fatigues, bandoliers, and an assault rifle.
Skywatch 1, this is Team 4. We got a sight.
Skywatch 1, we copy. Cooper, I want you on it.
I copy. Over.
Bolan was upset to hear this, but he quickly put it from his mind. He couldn't be everywhere at once. If he just looked further ahead, all of the unnecessary loss of life might be avoided. Still, the others were doing their duty just like he was, and he admired every last damn one of them. The executioner rose, turned and entered the doorway he knew might lead him straight to hell. Rogero could feel her heart beating in her chest as she watched the man she knew only as Jack pilot the Sikorsky S-70 with the confidence of a veteran airman. She ached to assist Cooper or touch down so she could bail out and help Velasco, anything but sit in the damn chopper. But she knew this was where she really needed to be. Someone had to coordinate all of the action, and since she was in charge, it was basically up to her to make sure things went as smoothly as possible, and there was a minimal loss of life. Rogero was still skeptical about Velasco's entire plan, although she would never have admitted it to the man. There was something commanding about the guy, almost arrogant, and he always seemed so self-assured and confident. It was as if he was in charge all the damn time, never letting loose or showing any emotion. It was something she just couldn't put her finger on. Yes, Mike Velasco was an intriguing man.
This is Team 5. We've got a confirmed sighting.
Acknowledge, Team 5. Jack, that's another major target Mike identified. Damn, we only have 3 or 4 on that side, correct?
4, as I recall.
We need to move in there and assist.
No dice, Rogero. Velasco said you needed to coordinate this business from the air.
Velasco's not in charge of this operation, Jack. I am. Now take me down there so I can help my people.
Rogero hated to pull rank, but she didn't work for Velasco and he didn't work for her. She did things the best way she knew how, and she didn't need anyone second-guessing her, least of all Velasco, since he wasn't even with her at the moment. There was no easy way to do this. Nievas just had too many men, and Rogero's people couldn't be in 20 places at once. That meant she had to be ready to support them whenever and wherever they needed support, and to hell with the plan. Before she knew it, the chopper was hovering a yard off the ground.
You're in the show, lady.
Thanks, Jack.
No problem. I'll try to maintain close air contact if you need me, but I know Mike is going to need extraction.
It's going to have to be first come, first served. I understand that. Listen, if this doesn't work out, you tell Velasco I'm sorry, but I did what I had to do.
Understood. Live large, lady.
You too, Jack.
And Rogero was out the door of the chopper and running across an open softball field. The target was a double-wide manufactured home in a quiet park on the north side of the city. The area was underdeveloped, but that didn't make much difference. What had Rogero most concerned was that the trailer park in which the home sat was predominantly a retirement community. That meant a lot of innocent elderly people might get hurt. She would have to be damn careful. Rogero wasn't feeling good about the situation. Her stomach was upset, and she could almost taste her fear. They had only 4 men, plus Rogero if she arrived in time, and there was no way of telling how many they were up against. Rogero felt even less confident when she met the first of the resistance in the form of tracer rounds as she reached the 8-foot-high chain-link fence that separated the field from the trailer park. She went up and over the fence in one fluid motion, dropped to the other side, and went prone. She found her first target standing on the roof of the house where Velasco's intelligence told her the Kung Lok would be. The muzzle flash from the shooter's rifle illuminated him. He was aiming well over Rogero's head, which told the DEA agent that her target couldn't really see her. She aligned the sights of her MP5 on the guy and squeezed the trigger. The impact of 9mm parabellum rounds flipped the gunner over the roof cap, and his body skidded from view. Rogero sighted on another FARC soldier who was firing from the cover of a support post attached to a large deck outside the double-wide home. The first 3-round burst missed entirely, but the second and third bursts hit dead on. The 6th round slammed into the man's chest, neck, and head, taking him permanently out of play. Rogero was about to take on a third FARC trooper using the far side of the deck for cover when the front door opened and a half-dozen Kung Lok soldiers poured through the opening. Rogero could immediately tell they were Scarlet Dragon soldiers, probably assigned to protect the place from just this kind of assault. None of them could see Rogero, but she continued to hug the ground as the Kung Lok soldiers turned on their FARC invaders. One Scarlet Dragon raised his automatic machine pistol and sent a salvo through the roof of the covered porch. The rounds didn't strike any human targets, but Rogero saw the two remaining FARC soldiers stop short of advancing toward the porch to help their comrades. It was apparent to them that the lone armed female, despite her ferocity and tenacity, was no longer the chief threat. Rogero immediately seized advantage of the situation and decided to utilize the MP5 to snipe her opponents, since it made little difference which side went down first. Both the Kung Lok and FARC were her enemies, and if she could work them against each other, so much the better. Ultimately, she planned to wipe out both sides. There wouldn't be any prisoners. The rules of the game had changed. Rogero knew it would probably be the end of her career, but Velasco had been right. This was war.
This is Rogero, Team 5, check in.
Eastwood checking in. Freeman checking in.
The third and fourth men were either dead, too frightened to answer, or unable to hear their radios due to damage or their proximity to the thunderous reports of assault rifles and machine pistols.
Acknowledge, gentlemen. Risk only single shots against viable targets. Out.
Rogero aligned the sight post of her MP5 on a Scarlet Dragon who was hiding at the foot of the deck stairs. He had his back to her, and Rogero knew the opportunity was too good to pass up. She took a breath to calm herself and stroked the trigger. The DEA agent couldn't see a lot of details in the dark, and aside from the lighting that spilled from the edges of the blinds, the porch light cast the only other real illumination on the hot zone. Rogero managed to drop one of the FARC soldiers on the roof who had hesitated before stray rounds blew out the porch light. The immediate area was now covered by darkness, and Rogero could just make out images and muzzle flashes. Rogero knew that LV's finest would be no match for a fully armed conflict against the Kung Lok and FARC, especially not before SWAT units arrived.
All right, Team 5, let's get in the game.
Rogero got to her feet and sprinted toward the house, the other pair on her team following her lead and approaching from different directions. As she drew closer to the porch, Rogero sprayed the area, the hail of 9mm parabellum rounds spitting from her weapon and punching through Kung Lok Dragons and FARC soldiers alike. The combatants were obviously taken by surprise at the ferocity of their new arrivals, and neither side was certain whose side these people were on. But Rogero and her men quickly made it apparent that they weren't on either side. Rogero took out 3 more, and a total of 5 additional gunners fell under the assault of her men. A lone FARC soldier hiding behind a car gunned down one of the DEA pair approaching from the other side. Rogero raised her MP5 to shoulder level and returned the favor. The bolt finally locked back on an empty chamber. The woman spun on her heel as she ejected the spent magazine and inserted another. She knew there was no time to waste. She blinked back tears of stress as she realized they had overcome the odds and beaten the Kung Lok and FARC at their own game. Rogero approached the only surviving agent.
What's your name again, Agent?
Freeman. Ernie Freeman.
All right, Freeman. Let's get inside and search for evidence. We're looking for anything we can get our hands on. Drugs, weapons, whatever they have is now ours.
Understood, ma'am.
Rogero knew he was one of the agents attached to the Las Vegas DEA office, but she hadn't known his name. It bothered her that 3 other good men now lay dead, the dry desert ground soaking up their blood, and she didn't know their names either. Still, she would make it her personal mission to ensure they received burials fitting of heroes. They had given their lives to protect their fellow officers and American citizens. Nobody could ask for more than that. Rogero covered Freeman as he cautiously advanced on the front door to the mobile home. Rogero was watchful, sweeping the muzzle of the MP5 in every direction, focusing on every possible threat, fighting distraction as the first of an army of Las Vegas police vehicles entered the park. She knew she couldn't afford even a moment's loss of attention on their mission, or it could spell doom for both her and the man she was covering. Once Carey had entered the house, Rogero moved in immediately behind him.
This is Rogero, with the remainder of Team 5. We are inside the target. Jack, contact LVPD and let them know they have 2 armed DEA inside this house.
No problem.
Rogero turned and watched as Carey crossed the room. They rendered hand signals to each other during their sweep of the interior. They searched one room after another, but soon they were giving each other the all-clear sign. Finally, Rogero returned to the main living area, where she saw large quantities of crystalline powder spilled from bags strewed haphazardly across a large table. Some of the glass bottles and beakers belonging to what looked like nothing more than an 8th grade chemistry set were smashed or steaming from the boiling liquids inside of them. Carrie shook his head as he approached her.
Can you believe it? They were using this place for a processing lab.
This doesn't make any sense.
What do you mean?
Well, I was under the impression that Carrillo did all of the processing in his labs in Brownsville and San Felipe. There was nothing to indicate they were doing local processing.
Maybe they weren't. Maybe this was something the Chinese started.
Okay, but... You hear that?
What?
That beeping sound.
Show him. My ears are so fried from all the shooting, I couldn't hear a drunk fart.
Bolan triggered the FNC, dropping 2 dragons before they could secure adequate cover. 4 more dove to the ground and hastily sprayed the hallway he was in with high-velocity ammunition. The soldier barely evaded the deadly fire. He jumped to the side of the hallway and fired a fresh salvo as he tried a door handle. Bolan moved through it, keeping low. He swept the dimly lit room with the muzzle of his FNC as he closed the door with his shoulder. The room was empty, except for a large table stacked 3 levels high with square packages wrapped in brown butcher paper. It was a gold mine of processed junk. The executioner was immediately concerned at first because he didn't see another way out. But then the dark outline of a door across the room caught his attention. Pulling an M26 from his harness, he armed the grenade and then stuffed it beneath the packages, leaving the spoon intact. Bolan crossed to the door and checked it. Locked. He stepped backwards as he drew his Beretta and aimed it at the lock. A 3-round burst made short work of the handle. Bolan dropped to one knee and peered into the adjoining room. It was very large, probably the main part of the bowling alley, now remodeled and partitioned into workspace cubicles. This was the part of the building that was supposed to look like a legitimate business office. It was dark, the air musty and stagnant, and it probably hadn't been used since the Kung Lok confiscated it from Carrillo's people. The executioner stayed in place on one knee, waiting and watching both sides for trouble. He didn't have to wait long. 2 FARC troopers came creeping through a doorway at the far end of the office area. Bolan crouched against one of the thin dividers and held his breath. He was confident they hadn't seen him, and he knew that they would be easy to take if he waited until they were almost on top of him before showing his hand. Seconds ticked by, turning into a minute, then 2 minutes. It was too difficult to pinpoint the FARC pair's position. Suddenly, the 2 members of Team 3, which had been assigned to watch the target area, came crashing through a side entrance with about 5 local police officers. The 2 FARC soldiers stood and began firing Beretta AR-70 rifles, sending a hail of auto fire in the general direction of the cops. Bolan used the opportunity to flank them. He got within pistol range before rising and drawing the .44 Magnum Desert Eagle. The executioner popped off 2 rounds, both headshots.
Skywatch 1 to Striker, what's your status? Over?
All secure. What's up?
I'm headed for your position now for rapid pickup. We got trouble.
What is it?
It's Lisa. She's dead.
Mack Bolan felt his heart sink into his stomach.
Are you sure?
It's been confirmed. Sorry, Sarge.
Bolan shook his head and said a silent, heartfelt farewell to the brave lady. He was saddened by the loss, as deeply saddened as he would have been for any fallen comrade. America had lost a good cop that night, and most of its citizens would never even know her name.
How did it happen?
From what I can tell on the PD channels, the firefight was over by the time the locals got there. Rogero reported they were secure, and in turn asked we advise LVPD that there were undercover agents inside the house. Apparently the place blew right after they arrived. One of the DEA agents with her said that she pushed him out before the blast got her. She was pronounced DOA by ER doctors just a few minutes ago.
She went out with style, Jack. What's the status on the rest of the teams?
That Agent Cooper made short work of the few they ran into at Area 4. From initial reports, it sounds like they did a hell of a job.
Do they have a body count on the enemy side yet?
Negative, but estimates are around 30, maybe 40 at most.
And that's counting some of the Kung Lok. There's something we're missing. I hope to hell the Bear's intel was accurate.
He doesn't usually screw up intelligence. When the chips are down, I'd trust Aaron's guesses before I trust other people's facts.
Ditto. But it's not the predictable that worries me. It's the unpredictable.
Hang on, Stryker. I got another report coming through. Approximately 20 armed men, dressed in jungle camouflage, were just reported entering a hotel along the strip.
Jesus, of course!
What is it?
I know what Nieves has planned now. The first time I tracked the Kung Lok to Las Vegas, they had a hit team operating at the Windfall Hotel there.
Okay, but that doesn't explain how Nieves would know they were there.
I have a feeling the answer to that lies with our mysterious government traitor.
Makes sense.
Yeah, the bastard seems to figure into everything else. Come get me, Jack. It's time to end Nieves' operation once and for all.
Toronto, Canada. Liam Hoffner had been sitting there for nearly an hour and getting damn bored when Shui suddenly entered the room. He couldn't understand why the Kung Lok's western underboss was treating him like this. He held the key to Shui's fortunes and control in America. He was incensed that Shui seemed to look on him as some lackey. If he weren't careful, Hoffner would offer a better deal to Jiquan and Dim Mai. Perhaps he would anyway. It might earn him the respect he deserved.
Mr. Hoffner, welcome to my home.
Hoffner rose and shook Shui's hand. The Chinese mobster had a limp handshake, as limp as the first time they had met in Florida. Here was Shui, one of the richest and most powerful crime lords in North America, and he had the grip of a girl. Still, Hoffner knew that Lao Ming Shui was to be feared and respected. He could have Hoffner's life snuffed in a heartbeat. In some strange way, the fortunes had reversed. Mostly it was due to the ineptitude of Carrillo, Nieves, and all of their respective lackeys. But that was ancient history, and what Hoffner had to focus on now was convincing Shui that he was still a useful ally.
I'm sorry you had to wait, but I was unavoidably detained.
Forget it. I'm just happy that you accepted my offer. I trust that the outcome has met with your satisfaction?
I wish I could say that were true, but then I would be lying. I'm not completely happy with the situation as it stands.
In what way? I thought everything went just as planned. I did as I promised I would, Lao Ming. I trust you aren't planning to renege on our deal.
I would never think of going back on our deal, Mr. Hoffner. However, I will not meet my end of our agreement until this little problem in Las Vegas is resolved.
No, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I don't understand. What little problem are you having in Las Vegas?
The American, Belasco, and all of his comrades. He's proved quite resourceful in the past. At first, I assumed he would be an unwitting ally as he destroyed Carrillo's operations, thus eliminating our competition. Unfortunately, I was wrong. It appears that this Belasco cares little for sides. He is simply out to destroy anything in his path. I cannot have that, Mr. Hoffner.
I don't know what to tell you. It sounds to me like this guy is strictly your problem.
Perhaps in the strictest sense you speak the truth. But do not forget that eventually this man's perseverance will lead him here.
Then why not shut him down in Vegas?
You almost make it sound easy.
It isn't?
Shui went to a nearby hutch and opened the thin doors to reveal a swing-out bar. The shelves were lined with everything from some of the finest wines and champagnes in the world to a large assortment of hard liquors. Shui pulled a small bottle from the cabinet and poured himself a drink.
May I interest you in some Yangshao, Mr. Hoffner?
No, thank you.
Anything at all? A beer? I know that you Americans are very fond of beer, particularly the Dutch and Mexican imports.
No, I'm fine. What I want to know is what you plan to do about Belasco.
I have left that in the hands of a mutual friend of ours.
I wasn't aware that we had mutual friends.
Of course we do.
General Deng Jiquan entered the room, accompanied by one of the most beautiful women Hoffner had ever seen. He could barely believe his eyes when he saw Jiquan. He knew that the military man was always looking for new ways to further his own personal ambitions, but he would never have imagined Jiquan conspiring with the likes of Lao Ming Shui.
A pleasure to see you again, Hoffner.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Actually, it has not, but we shall dispense with the pleasantries and get directly to business.
What business was that?
I think General Jiquan is talking about the deal you made with him and Dim Mai.
Hoffner was suddenly feeling less confident. So that was how they were going to play it. They were sticking together. The bastards were actually talking to each other now, whereas a week ago they were participating in secret meetings in a hotel room. each looking for a way to gain the advantage on the other. Hoffner could do little more than shake his head with disbelief.
So it seems you are reneging on our deal.
In my country, Mr. Hoffner, it is not customary to insult your host. I was gracious enough to listen to you in West Palm Beach, so I'm sure the least you can do is sit down and be civil.
Hoffner nodded slowly. He took a seat and decided to hear them out. He knew that it was the smartest thing to do. He wanted to curse himself for believing the Chinese were people of their word, but apparently he'd misjudged their foresight. He could almost figure where the whole thing would go, but since he seemed to be fresh out of leverage, he would just have to play turd for Shui and Jikwan, at least until another opportunity presented itself.
I am realistic enough to know that you have neither the resources nor the wherewithal to go up against the Velasco. It is only by the generosity and friendship of General Jikwan that we shall survive this little incident.
You're kidding, right? I've heard the stories about Velasco, and he's damn well overrated. You get him within 50 feet of me, and I'll kill him myself.
Jikwan took a cup of Yangshao liquor from Shui. He tossed it back and offered the cup for a refill before turning his attention on Hoffner. The expression in Jikwan's eyes told Hoffner that the Chinese soldier would have liked nothing better than to kill him right there, but for some reason he was holding back. Perhaps he did still hold some leverage. Jikwan accepted the cup from Shui.
Don't be a fool, Hoffner. Particularly not a fool with false bravery. I understand Velasco too well.
As do I. He single-handedly destroyed Jose Carrillo's empire, and even as we speak, he is in Las Vegas and destroying the last of Colonel Amado Nievas and his FARC mercenaries.
This is Catalina Melania.
Jikwan waved in her general direction as he downed a third glass of Yangshao. Hoffner could tell he was quickly becoming intoxicated.
Miss Melania helped us dupe Velasco into destroying Carrillo and Nieves. And even though you thought you were controlling the situation, we were actually controlling you. So don't pretend to be intelligent. My military intelligence agents profiled you very early in this, Hoffner. They said you would be easy to fool, and they were correct.
So you put one over on me. So what? You think I'm afraid to die?
You are afraid to die. But that is not really the point. The point is that you have a tremendous amount of knowledge regarding the activities of your government and the various law enforcement agencies. I'm sure that a considerable hunt is underway for you right now.
Are you insane? I couldn't go back and show my face now. If you want me to do that, you might as well just go ahead and kill me, because I'm dead already.
We have no intention of sending you back. You're going to accompany us to Hong Kong and work with our people. You will become our greatest asset against the law enforcement agencies of your government.
Of course. First things first. We must now make our plans for Velasco's arrival.
You actually think he's going to come here?
I know he will come.
Las Vegas, Nevada. As Jack Grimaldi flew the Sikorsky over the Windfall Hotel and Casino, Bolan could see from the open copter door the logjam of squad cars and other police vehicles blocking the street in front of the hotel. It would have been impractical to put the chopper down in the street, and there hadn't been time to get to the hotel by ground vehicle. Grimaldi was going to put the executioner down on the hotel roof.
Give me 15 minutes before pickup, Jack. I'll have to search floor by floor. I'm sure Nieves is with me.
How will you get back topside if they cut you off?
I'll manage. If that doesn't work, then I'll hook up with Cooper's people and slip out when the time's right. Rendezvous A here, rendezvous B at the airport.
Understood.
The pilot swung the chopper into position a few yards above the hotel roof. The plan seemed good to him. Cooper had radioed to say he and his team were on their way to the hotel. Bolan left the Sikorsky and moved toward the roof access door. A quick inspection revealed the thing was constructed from heavy steel. The executioner knew explosives were his only option. He retrieved an M26, primed it, and placed it against the door before racing to cover behind a large ventilation pipe. The M26 made short work of the door, blowing it from its hinges. The executioner quickly moved through the smoking hole, careful not to brush against the molten metal left behind. As he descended the stairs, Bolan considered the layout. The hotel had 15 floors. Since his original encounter with the Kung Lok had taken place on the 9th floor, he decided that one of the top 5 or 6 floors most likely housed the Kung Lok. It was a place to start. Bolan reached the 15th floor landing in less than a minute. The windfall wasn't as large as the majority of hotel casinos along the Strip, which was something for which he could be grateful. The warrior found it difficult not to think of Rogero as he advanced down the hallway in search of Nievas and his men. He didn't regret knowing her, would never regret that, but he regretted having brought her into his war against the Kung Lok. Still, she'd gone out fighting for what she believed in, and she'd done it willingly. There wasn't anything more gutsy or honorable than that, so Bolan couldn't find fault with Rogero. He'd always made it his practice to work alone, and he knew he should have stuck to that policy. That was why the executioner had done his best to keep Stony Man out of his war against the Kung Lok and the Nievas-Carrillo alliance. It wasn't that Brognola and the teams weren't capable. It was the risk they stood of exposure and involvement battling the FARC and Kung Lok Triad on American streets. Mack Bolan was one man, and he could keep on the move and disappear into the crowd more quickly than Able Team or Phoenix Force. Plus, he didn't have to operate with the same stealth, and that was his advantage. Although stealth did him little good as he encountered the first of Nievas' FARC commandos. Bolan moved to the edge of the adjoining hallway and peered around the corner. 4 men in jungle camos and toting assault rifles were spread across the wide central hallway of the hotel. Bolan was standing in one of the corridors that terminated one end of the hallway. The hotel was eye-shaped, with a grand walkway lined with smaller rooms, while the terminal ends served as wings for the master suites. The executioner knelt, extending the folding stock of the FNC, then raised the weapon to his shoulder and braced it against the corner. He moved the selector switch to single shot and squeezed the trigger. The remaining trio of FARC troops responded admirably, diving in every direction. They set up prone firing positions and immediately lined up for shots down the hallway, but Bolan already had a second one targeted before they could open fire. He stroked the trigger again, and this time the round caught one of the soldiers in the left cheekbone. Bolan ducked behind the wall in time to avoid a swarm of 5.56mm NATO rounds. Bolan simply let the violent reaction play out, waiting for the eventual lull he knew would happen, the lull that occurred when they stopped to reload their weapons. The executioner seized the advantage by swinging his weapon around the corner and shooting a third FARC soldier with a sustained burst. The last soldier jumped to his feet and hightailed it down the hallway. The executioner was about to shoot his retreating form when he realized that the man would probably lead him right to the real person he was after. Bolan took off in search of his prey. Meanwhile, Captain Rod Cooper entered the Windfall Hotel and Casino with a group of well-armed DEA and BATF agents on his heels, grouped in trios or quartets and moving in different directions. They moved precisely and kept together, each point man carrying a shield, while others followed behind with MP5s held at the ready. They were the cream of the crop, some of the best special tactics agents in the country, and Cooper couldn't help but feel proud of them this night. Although he had only worked with Lisa Rogero a short time before her death, he'd come to respect her tenacity and dedication to duty. Now she was dead, and Colonel Nievas was planning on wreaking havoc and putting the lives of innocent civilians in jeopardy. And what had the lawman most upset was that between these battling factions was Mike Belasco, a one-man army who planned to wage a private little war against the FARC and Kung Lok, and he didn't give a damn about the costs. Cooper grabbed his headset as the first of his men called in.
I don't care if you haven't found anything yet. Keep looking, Lieutenant. I want every one of those bastards either dead or in custody, and that includes Belasco.
Lieutenant Miller came up and stood next to the commander with a worried expression on his face.
I hope they don't get trigger-happy on Belasco. I know you don't think much of him, sir, but he is on our side.
You gotta be kidding me, Miller. I think Belasco's a mysterious commando from last week's fiasco at Tang's place. He damn near killed a bunch of the LVPD.
That's not the way I heard it. I heard he saved their asses.
Tell that to Rogero.
Miller concocted a biting retort but held his tongue. He had to admit that it was Belasco's idea to handle the FARC in the manner they had, but the guy had probably saved a lot more than he'd killed. Reports of the action at Area 3 were already coming through, and the team who'd stormed the place attested to the fact that Belasco had eradicated the enemy single-handedly. The body count was rising, and Miller couldn't ignore the fact that with the exception of 3 from the task force, all the casualties had been on the enemy side. So it didn't really make a damn to him what Cooper thought. Cooper had an attitude anyway, and had for as long as Miller had known him. He was entitled to his opinions, but that's all they were. Miller would remember that, and he'd remember just how damn many people were going to live today because of the courage of a guy who even now, even against unbelievable odds, was somewhere above them and putting it all on the line, and Miller could only respect someone like that. Bolan encountered a team of 6 Kung Lok ambushers who were waiting for Nievas's men to come off the elevators. The executioner figured their plan held merit, since he couldn't see the FARC using the stairs, particularly not in a 15-story hotel. Nievas was on a strict search-and-destroy mission, and if he was half the tactician Bolan thought he was, the Colombian terrorist would want it done quickly and efficiently. Bolan knelt, retrieved his last M26 and primed it. He'd have to make this one count. He let the spoon fly and waited 2 seconds before tossing it in the direction of the waiting troops. The Kung Lok turned to the sound of the grenade hitting the ground in their midst with a thud. The men stared dumbfounded at the grenade. The executioner ducked behind the cover of the wall. Bolan risked a glance at the damage left in the wake of the HE and did a body count. Not a single Kung Lok gunner had escaped. The executioner nodded with satisfaction and moved back toward the stairwell and the next floor. Bolan found no resistance on the 13th or 12th floors, but a few Scarlet Dragons met him descending the stairs to floor 11. The executioner was about to retreat to the 12th floor and find another route when the sound of assault rifles rang in his ears. The hail of bullets stopped, and Bolan guessed at the reason, even though he couldn't see it. FARC troops had flanked the Kung Lok and engaged them to the rear. He used the moment to open up on them as well. With no place to go, the trio of Kung Lok enforcers fell under the deadly crossfire. Bolan moved up the stairwell and re-entered the 12th floor, confident the FARC was in hot pursuit. The soldier needed some combat stretch to stay one step ahead of them. As he sprinted down the central hallway, he also considered the possibility that Cooper and Miller had arrived with reinforcements. They would have their hands tied a while on the lower floors, especially since they had no idea where Bolan was, or the enemy troops for that matter. The executioner reached the opposite side of the hotel and ascended quickly, bypassing the remaining floors and heading for ground zero. It would make little difference to search the remaining floors. Bolan estimated there weren't enough Kung Lok or FARC gunners left to be any real threat, and hotel security had evacuated the public areas. The Scarlet Dragons weren't likely to hide behind closed doors, and it wasn't advantageous for Nievas to have his men kick down every door in the place in the hopes he'd find a few Kung Lok stragglers. Mack Bolan knew they were mostly gone. It had been fairly obvious from the get-go that this whole sordid mess was a setup, and he thought he was pretty sure who had instigated the entire thing. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the FARC and Kung Lok to fight their way past the SWAT and task force teams now circling the building. From his earlier visit, the executioner knew there were only 3 ways out of the windfall, and both ground exits were undoubtedly sealed tight. That left the roof, and Bolan knew he'd have to provide Grimaldi a secure LZ. Bolan reached the 15th floor, then exited into the hallway and headed for the separate stairwell to the roof access. The sound of footfalls approaching took him by surprise. He moved into the shadows of an alcove of payphones along the central hallway and crouched. The enemy appeared a moment later, 2 soldiers moving along the hallway, rifles at the ready. True to his predictions, one of the soldiers was the same man he'd let get away. A third man took center point between them, and Bolan immediately recognized him as Colonel Amado Nievas. The executioner raised the FNC. The 2 guards immediately dropped on either side of the colonel, dead before they hit the ground. Their leader stood and studied their bodies with only a cursory expression. Bolan could see the defeat in the FARC terrorist's face, the fact he knew it was over written all over his features. Over the past week, he'd lost nearly 100 men to either a gang of Chinese thugs or the combat skills of a single man. The colonel made a show of keeping his hands clear of his pistol belt. He rendered a smile for Bolan, and there was something in his eyes that signaled respect. The warrior studied him with impassivity, the FNC never wavering.
"You are quite a man, senor. I would have given most all I own to have one just like you on my side.
It would never happen, Yevas, in this life or the next.
Perhaps not, but I believe in fate. I think we agree on this, no? Or you would not be here now.
I believe in only one thing.
What?
Justice.
The executioner stepped forward and relieved Nievas of his sidearm. He stepped back, dropped the magazine, then quickly and expertly cleared the chamber before dropping the weapon to the floor. Then he turned and headed for the roof.
Where are you going?
Bolan stopped and turned to face him.
Looks like I'm leaving.
You allow me to leave?
The executioner smiled, a cold smile.
Killing you serves no purpose. I'd rather take comfort knowing you'll have to take your chances with the Kung Lok.
Some of my men survive.
But they won't get past the police. There's no way out of here, Nievas. If the Kung Lok don't get you, my government will. In either case, it's over for you and your partner. The Carrillo-Nievas alliance is dead. As I'm sure you'll be within the hour. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a chopper to catch. Adios!
Stony Man Farm, Virginia. The first thing Hal Brognola did when he saw Bolan was call the team doctor out to give him a thorough checkup. Brognola knew the executioner didn't like to be mothered, but it didn't much matter. The guy looked as if he was about to draw his last, and with his upcoming mission to Toronto, he needed medical attention and rest, and he needed support, which Brognola planned to give him no matter what the president said. Bolan had been fighting his war for a week now, and it was far from over. The very idea that the executioner could utterly lay waste within a few days to what governments could not seem to topple in a few years simply amazed the Stony Man chief. Bolan slumped into a chair in the war room.
You look like hell. Good to see you too, Hal.
Barbara Price had joined them along with Aaron Kurtzman, and they were patched into a conference call with Carl Lyons. Brognola had received the go-ahead to dispatch Able Team to investigate the activities at the El Paso Intelligence Center, and they had gleaned a considerable amount of information since their arrival. Bolan was glad to see his friends. A part of Stony Man Farm would always be home to the soldier, no matter where he laid his head.
I heard you've had a rough go of it, Stryker.
I'll make it.
Well, I knew that.
What do you have for us, Iron Man?
Well, other than a hot-ass motel room and an itch for some action, we got Dick. 4 Chinese hard cases busted into the El Paso Intelligence Center and started cutting people down without warning. They killed 7 law officers and injured 3 or 4 civilian workers, not to mention that they found Conrado Diaz shot in the director's office.
Diaz, Carrillo's right-hand man.
Well, now he's pushing daisies. Plus the fact they managed to get away with Ramon Cepedis and the director of the center, Liam Hoffner.
All right, Iron Man. Anything else important that comes to mind?
Nothing really. I'm just sorry we weren't here in time to stop it.
Don't sweat it, guy. I'm not done with the Kung Lok.
I hear you. If that's all you need, I'm gonna see what kind of trouble Paul and Gadgets are getting into. Stay hard, Stryker.
You too.
Well, that was interesting.
Looks like the Kung Lok don't hesitate to wreak havoc wherever they go.
That's to be expected from the Triads. Something just doesn't ring true with me, though.
What's that, Stryker?
This little operation at the Intelligence Center. Seems like they put a lot at risk to grab Cepedis. I think they initially hit the place to kill Lisa Rogero, but this second operation was unexpected. I don't see how Cepedis is of any use to them.
Not to mention the ease of their escape.
That's what I was thinking.
You're talking about them taking this Hoffner as a hostage?
Yes. We've known for some time now that somebody inside the government has been manipulating the Kung Lok against Nievas and Carrillo. My money's on Hoffner.
Bolan turned to Kurtzman.
What can you tell me about this guy?
Kurtzman turned to a computer terminal and typed an entry with lightning speed. Only a moment passed before the system returned information from the DEA's files. He glanced through the output on the display and smiled with satisfaction. Additional information poured into the permanent record, which, like the records for every government employee, was available to Stony Man at the push of a button.
Liam George Hoffner, age 52, present position DEA Liaison and Operations Director for the El Paso Intelligence Center, where he's been for the past 10 years. Formerly served as a deep cover agent with the DEA in various drug centers of South and Central Americas, as well as operations in the Middle East and Southeast Asian theaters. Before that, he worked stateside in Miami, Boston, Los Angeles, and Seattle. He even did a 2-year stint in Wonderland as a consultant for the Senate Subcommittee on East Coast narcotics trafficking during the Clinton administration. Says he was also a highly decorated veteran and undercover agent.
Any investigations?
Under investigation for drug use during an undercover operation in Bogota. Spent 3 months in a private drug treatment facility, bought and paid for courtesy of the DEA. Been clean since.
So he's had his finger in a lot of different pies.
Sounds like our most likely candidate.
I suspect he saw an opportunity to get out with the Scarlet Dragons, and he took it.
Well, there aren't any further reports of solid leads since his disappearance, and there haven't been any ransom demands.
And there won't be any ransom demands, whether he's working for them or not. Hostage negotiation is hardly the Kung Lok style. He's either hiding or dead.
Do you suppose it's possible the Kung Lok snatched Cepetus to shut him up?
Why? If they wanted to keep him quiet, they could have killed him as opposed to risking a kidnapping.
Good point.
No, something tells me this goes deeper than that. In either case, it doesn't matter. What I need to do is get to Toronto and find Shui. If Hoffner's flipped to the Chinese, I'm sure I'll find him there, along with Cepetus.
Are you willing to let us help you on this one, Stryker? I know you could use our support, and the President has green-lighted any operations required to assist you.
It was the first time Brognola had seen his friend smile since he arrived, and it warmed his heart. Through all the death and horror, the executioner somehow managed to maintain his sometimes dry sense of humor. The big guy had a lot of ghosts on his conscience. He bore a burden nobody else would bear, or could bear if they wanted to.
Uh-oh. I think we got a problem.
Brognola stood and moved over to the terminal screen, which the bear was now studying intently.
What is it?
Seems that the DEA has put out an all-points bulletin on Stryker.
The executioner nodded with an expression that betrayed his acceptance of the report. He'd obviously known this was coming, although that didn't really explain how he knew. It was Kurtzman's habit to maintain a flag on any computer links that utilized the names or pseudonyms of every Stony Man team member, including the executioner. Brognola leaned over Kurtzman's shoulder to peer at the output, and then turned to Bolan.
Request was submitted by a Captain Rodney Cooper.
He's a tactical officer for the DEA in Las Vegas. He was part of Rogero's task force.
All right, Bear. Delete all references to Stryker, and I'll make a phone call to his superior. We sure as hell don't need someone from the DEA snooping around.
Kurtzman nodded, even as he hacked into the system to delete the files directly. In a few minutes, there wouldn't be any such name or person as Mike Belasco, now or in the past. At least not in any database that allowed public access. To the world outside of Stony Man, for the time being, it would be as if Mike Belasco never existed.
Now that we've taken care of that, what's your next move, Mack?
I'm going to need weapon support and all of the current intelligence you can give me on Shui's activities in Canada, particularly in Toronto and surrounding areas. I'll want everything, Hal, including anything the company might have on him.
Done. I'll have Bear get right on it.
Also, I'll need a fresh supply of weaponry.
Anything in the armory is yours, as always, Stryker. If we don't have it, let me know, and we'll get it post-haste.
How can I help?
Brognola wasn't surprised at Price's question. Despite his own initial feelings of hopefulness, he couldn't imagine what she might have been thinking through this period. She wasn't much about voicing her feelings to begin with, and she'd been even less talkative over the past week. While it wasn't Barbara Price's style to sit at the farm and pine for the warrior, it didn't mean she wasn't concerned. As the mission controller, she was concerned for every member of the team when they were operating in the field, but she held a particularly special place in her heart and mind for her occasional companion. I've got something special I need you to do for me. Reach out to your contacts at the NSA and get everything you can on General Deng Jiquan and his relationship to the Hong Kong Triads. I want to know where he's been and who he's been talking to.
You're thinking he has some sort of connection with Shui?
We know he attended the meeting in Florida, which leads to that possibility. It's no secret he's a strong supporter of the Kung Lok.
Not to mention his connections with Dim Mai.
Yeah, that's another thing. I'm not sure how Mai figures into all of this either. Whoever arranged the arms sales between Mai and the Colombians had to know about the partnership between Yevis and Carrillo. The Kung Lok's involvement at such a critical time for the Colombians was no coincidence.
Shui and Mai are fierce competitors as well.
He's right. There's no love lost between Mai and Shui.
In either case, we're running out of time. I'm going to catch a couple of hours of shut-eye. Have somebody wake me when you have what I need. I'm going to need Jack, too, Hal, and I can't say right now for how long.
He's all yours. Good luck.
Hong Kong, China. Yan Fong watched Dim Mai pace the room like a nervous cat. She hated to see her husband acting this way, but she also knew he had a lot on his mind. She didn't have all the details. It wasn't really her place to know them. But she did know that the arms deal Jikwan had arranged between Jim and the Avos was now ancient history. She was angry with Jikwan for betraying her husband, but she was even angrier at the thought Lao Ming could have betrayed her confidence. What Fong didn't want to admit was that she still felt something for Lao Ming Shui. She was certain he still had feelings for her as well, and that troubled her greatly. She knew this was a world of men, controlled by domineering power brokers and financed by greedy politicians. Fong had once been quite active in politics. Many years ago, she'd shared that passion with Shui. But now she was a servant, married for convenience and condemned to a life of boredom and drudgery. Fong wasn't like most Chinese women, and was the first to admit it. Many of her friends and acquaintances were considerably happy in their positions, and those who held the same status would most readily have welcomed the opportunity to live her glamorous life. Yet dinner parties and formal engagements with the elite in political and social circles could only carry a person so far, particularly a woman of Feng's curious nature. Still, she supposed it was wiser to be contented in her life and the things that Dim Mai gave to her. She wished more for his attention and respect and less for material things, but she drew comfort from the knowledge that he loved her. At the moment, however, he was having considerable trouble showing her that.
Why don't you sit down, Dim?
I cannot rest. Not until I know why Dong Jikwan has betrayed my trust and taken refuge with my competitors.
Fong was trying to be respectful while acting as a voice of reason. She knew her husband had a terrible temper, and she didn't want him to take out his frustrations on any of the expensive vases or other trinkets that decorated their penthouse of Hong Kong's tallest apartment building.
Dong is a soldier and a statesman. I cannot believe he would consciously betray you.
Mai stopped pacing and appraised her, red-faced.
Are you siding with him?
Of course not.
She averted her eyes and bowed her head. Some of the arrogance left Dim Mai, but she could tell his anger was far from satiated. Her worst fears would be realized if he chose to express his anger in a more practical way. Fong knew that he was capable of considerable wrath. It would do little good for her to manipulate him into considering a more permanent solution to his problem. When Dim Mai sent some of his personal enforcers to exact his vengeance, people always died. Mai stepped forward and lifted her chin in his meaty palm.
You are not to blame, and you have nothing for which to be sorry.
He turned from her and resumed his pacing.
Of course, it could be as you say, and the good general is simply a victim of circumstance. But it does not change the fact that he chose to hide in Canada instead of owning up to his failures.
Perhaps it is not his failure. Perhaps someone failed him.
Impossible. I have known Dong Jikwan since we were school children, and I have never seen him hold an underling accountable for something he was charged with overseeing.
If that is true, then the man you are describing is one of loyalty. Loyal men don't usually betray others, particularly not those they call their friends.
Dim Mai stopped pacing and studied her for a long moment before nodding. She knew her words held soothing truth, and there was no way Mai could deny the logic in them. At times she could sway her husband when he hadn't already made up his mind, but he was strong-willed and stubborn, and very difficult to turn once convinced of what he perceived as the truth.
I will agree to defer this for now, but I am hurt that he would not come to me first.
Perhaps he will.
Mai nodded and kissed his wife's hand before leaving her alone. She waited several minutes, ensuring he'd left for good before rising and going to the phone. She needed to speak with Shui right away. She had to take the initiative to at least warn him of a possible retaliation, lest he be surprised by an unwarranted attack by Dim Mai's contacts in Toronto. Despite her husband's agreement to control his anger, there might be advisers who persuaded him to attempt a coup against Shui. She picked up the phone and dialed his private line. Lao Ming Shui had listened to Yan Feng's words with considerable interest. After they ended the conversation, he left his office and proceeded to private quarters in the attached guest house he'd arranged for Jikwan's stay. Sapitas was being held in a special area of the cellar designed for prisoners, and Hoffner and Melania had rooms in the main part of the three-story mansion. It was just as well. He wanted to talk to Jiquan in privacy. Shui found the general engrossed with a porno movie while soaking in a hot bath. He had a glass of brandy and a cigar in his massive fist. His beefy arms were spread across the tile of the tub, and the room stank of cigar smoke mixed with whatever perfumed concoctions Jiquan had poured into the bathwater.
Lao Ming, would you like a cigar? They're Cuban. A gift from Colonel Nieves.
I do not smoke.
Of course, I knew this.
I just received an interesting call from Yanxi.
Ah, the beautiful Yanxi Fong. And how is she?
She is not happy. She told me that Din Mai is concerned about your loyalty to him and his cause. He is apparently convinced that you betrayed him in the deal with the Colombians. I think he feels cheated.
Cheated? I did not cheat him. I saved him from his own arrogance. Do you honestly think that the Colombians would have come through on their end of the bargain? As soon as they found out about the Kung Lok's plans to acquire Carrillo's operations in America, they would have turned on us.
We both know this, and I also know it was your intention to sabotage the deal from the beginning. But I was under the distinct impression that Din Mai knew this. You never told me you were keeping it from him.
Jiquan set his glass calmly on the edge of the tub, and then rose from the water with surprising grace given his size and present condition. He quickly grabbed a towel from a nearby rack, tied it at his midsection, and stepped from the tub. He didn't appear the least concerned that Shui was there. Military personnel learned immodesty rather quickly, sharing close quarters with others of the same sex. What seemed rude, almost vulgar to Shui, was perfectly normal to Deng Jiquan.
I wasn't aware you needed to know, Lao Ming. I think you forget that I do not work for you. I support you because I respect your shrewdness and your business sense, and because I know your family is committed to China. I think it is fitting to remind you that I answer only to the Premier and Supreme Commander of Military Forces.
Shui knew that Jiquan spoke the truth, but he didn't like it. He'd always felt that despite the general's support in previous campaigns, Jiquan was ultimately concerned only with himself and his political masters. Of course, Shui also realized that this was the way it had to be. Jiquan could never serve money and power, and he'd chosen power, which he wielded formidably against those he considered enemies. Shui didn't trust Jiquan now, but he wasn't going to tell him that, and despite his stature and his friends in China, it wouldn't have been wise to make himself an enemy. Deng Jiquan was too well known and highly respected in many elite circles. He commanded a military force to be reckoned with, and he could easily make Shui's life miserable. No, Shui was quite prepared to placate the military man indefinitely, as it would be better for him and his plans. Their losses to the FARC and Carrillo were minimal. Even Belasco hadn't hurt them enough in Las Vegas to have Shui concerned, and Shui had that confidence only because he knew Jiquan could come to his aid with considerable forces, if it became necessary.
I never intended to suggest you report it to me. Our respect has always been mutual. I consider you an equal, and in some ways a superior man to me.
I can't imagine how difficult it must have been for you to say that, Lao Ming.
It's never difficult for me to speak the truth.
Quite.
Jiquan picked up his drink and moved into an adjoining dressing area. Shui ceased conversing while Jiquan toweled himself dry and dressed. Jiquan emerged wearing tailored slacks and a black silk shirt and crossed into the hallway.
Don't concern yourself with Din Mai. I will take care of him. Perhaps when this is over, you may have Yanxi Fong for yourself.
I am faithful to my wife, Deng.
You might be loyal to her in body, Lao Ming, but I know you are not totally loyal in mind and spirit. I know all about your former relationship with Yanxi. I saw the way you looked at her in West Palm Beach. I believe she feels the same way about you.
My personal relationships are not the issue. I will leave Din Mai to you. However, I want to know how you're planning to deal with Belasco. He's coming, and I am sure we all agree on this point.
I thought you wanted to let Ing handle Belasco.
I'm not sure how effective the Dragons can be in this situation.
Well, They are charged with your personal security. If Velasco comes here, I will deal with him. I will call for one of my special security teams. They were assigned for my personal use, a gift from the Premier.
Then I will leave this in your capable hands, General.
Shui turned and left quickly, not so much because his business was concluded, as because he simply wanted to escape Deng Jikwan's malevolent presence. Stony Man Farm, Virginia. Mack Bolan managed to get 6 hours of deep sleep before his internal clock woke him. He had risen quickly, showered, and then went to the armory where he found John Cowboy Kissinger waiting for him. The resident weaponsmith was hunkered over a table, retooling an H&K MSG-90 sniping rifle, and totally engrossed in the project. He looked up when the executioner came in. A broad grin split his features, and he rose to shake the executioner's hand.
Barb came and talked to me about what's happening. I got concerned when I didn't hear from you after your little jaunt in L.A. She thought maybe I could lend some insight.
Sharp as usual, that one. I'd forgotten you worked with the DEA.
Well, it was a long time ago, but as soon as she mentioned Hoffner's name, it all came back like yesterday.
In what way?
Kissinger returned to his seat and reached down to pull a couple of beers from a miniature refrigerator he kept near the workbench. He offered one to Bolan, who accepted, then took a long pull from the bottle before setting it on his workbench and wiping the residual foam from his lips with the back of his hand.
I worked with Hoffner during my stint in Nogales. He was my immediate supervisor for nearly 6 months. Hell of a guy, but it wouldn't surprise me in the least if he's flipped on us.
What makes you think he's our traitor?
Hoffner was all right, but he was cocky as hell. Always running off at the mouth about how one day he'd make it big, so forth and so on, blah, blah, blah.
You ever know him to have connections with the Chinese?
Kissinger shook his head, but he obviously couldn't resist smiling over the tip of the beer bottle.
Barb asked me that too. She's got you pegged, Stryker.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Anyway, I first suspected him when I heard he was director of the El Paso Intelligence Center. It came together when I heard about those weapons disappearing from the U.S. Border Patrol office down there. And when I heard who was in charge, I figured Hoffner had to be involved.
You're talking about Cepedas.
If it's the same guy I knew.
You knew Ramon Cepedas?
Hell, I worked side by side with him. The guy was a weasel then, and it sounds like he's a bigger one now. He was just starting with the Border Patrol, small potatoes on a big farm. But it didn't stop him from sucking up to Hoffner every chance he got.
So Hoffner knew Cepedas.
Now it all made sense to the executioner. Hoffner had probably come into a sweet deal with Jose Carrillo's predecessors, and he'd probably used Cepedas to keep things running when he left. So Hoffner skimmed profits, while Cepedas and his boys did all the work. Cepedas snatched a few runners here, a few guns and drugs there, hung them out to dry, and moved up quickly. By the time Hoffner arranged the glorious return to Texas 10 years later, Cepedas had a sweet deal of his own, and Carrillo had his claws into the Border Patrol chief. When Hoffner learned he was playing second fiddle, he got angry and started pushing Kung Lok buttons. Sure, he used his intelligence connections and the vast resources of U.S. law enforcement agencies to find holes in Carrillo's operations. Then he cut a deal with his Colombian contacts by convincing Nievas he couldn't do without Carrillo's help, even while he knew that Nievas had a deal to get weapons from the Chinese. What Hoffner hadn't counted on was the executioner getting involved. His initial attack on the truckload of 3,4 MDMA that crossed the border in Brownsville had actually originated with some secondary information he'd received through his own contacts. If the Scarlet Dragons hadn't attacked him in Juarez while he was trailing Cepedas, Bolan might never have made the connection between the Kung Lok and Carrillo's operations across the Southwest.
I wouldn't have given Hoffner that much credit, but what you just told me is the missing piece to the puzzle, Cowboy.
Kissinger tipped his hat back and raised his bottle to toast the soldier.
My pleasure, partner.
Bolan inclined his head in the direction of the sniper rifle.
How soon before that might be ready for use?
How soon do you need it?
I'd like to take it with me if that's possible.
Anything's possible, Stryker.
I figured you'd say that.
I'll make sure it gets on the plane along with everything else Hal told me you'd need.
That'll save me some time. I appreciate it, Cowboy.
Good luck, Mack.
Within the hour, Bolan was heading for Toronto aboard one of Stony Man's several RC-35 Learjets with Grimaldi at the stick. Bolan's primary focus would center on two major operations in the heart of Toronto. The first was a large drug manufacturing warehouse on the outskirts of the nearby town of Caledon. The second was a major studio that belonged to the Shui Film and Arts Corporation, a front where their smut films were actually produced. Bolan also had a raid planned on Shui's estate, but that would come last in the game. Bolan perused the documents provided by Price and Kurtzman.
I'll tell you what, Jack. I think the powers that be in Hong Kong have their claws deep into Shui, Dim Mai, and every other triad underboss.
I'm not surprised, and it wouldn't be the first time that government officials had ties to members of the underworld.
You're talking about the Mafia?
When I worked for them, they were connected to a lot of well-known politicians. I don't know how they managed to keep it quiet as long as they did sometimes.
I learned quite a bit about that during my wars against the mob. There were even rumors that Murder, Inc. was little more than a front for the company. It was said that members of the organization were actually professional assassins and employees of the CIA hired to target major OC bosses who had direct ties to the government and presented security risks.
I don't know if I buy that theory, but I do know that there were members of federal and state governments who were associated with members of the mob. Some were even related.
History repeats itself.
Again and again.
The men rode in silence until they were about a half hour from the infield cargo facilities buildings of Toronto's Lester B. Pearson International Airport. The executioner moved to the back of the jet and checked his equipment. There wouldn't be another chance, and Bolan wanted to make sure he was packed and prepared for every eventuality. The past week he'd been flying by the seat of his pants, really, with no clear plans outlined. It wasn't customary for him to operate like that, and he didn't want a repeat of the situation. A large part of his troubles had stemmed from trying to fight his war against Carrillo, the Avos, and the Kung Lok on multiple fronts. With Carrillo and the FARC neutralized, he could now completely focus his attentions on the Kung Lok and forego a defensive posture, putting Shui and his cronies on the run. And there was a small part of him that would find some way to avenge the death of Rogero. Bolan stripped from his civilian clothes and donned black tactical fatigues and combat boots. He pulled a special fanny pack-style satchel from a compartment beneath one of the jump seats, and then opened the munitions bench built into one wall of the cabin. He smiled when he saw that Kissinger had stocked the thing to the rim with everything he would need, including a dozen Deal DM-51 grenades. However, the executioner wouldn't need them for this part of his mission. He had a more effective deterrent in mind for Shui's drug factory. Bolan stuffed the satchel with 21-pound sticks of C4 plastique and then secured the trunk. That would do the trick on the factory. As far as small arms, Bolan didn't know what kind of security or resistance he would encounter. The satellite photographs did indicate the possibility of electronic surveillance, but that concerned the executioner much less than the human factor. Bolan went to the weapons locker and withdrew an M16A2M203. He also stuffed 8 30-round clips of SS-109 NATO ammunition and 4 M383 40mm HE grenades into the satchel before closing the weapons locker. He then sat in one of the seats and studied the layout of the factory. It wouldn't be easy to penetrate the place quietly. He wanted to hit it at night, since it was entirely possible there were innocents inside, possibly staff workers who didn't have any idea what was going on. The executioner didn't want to just start indiscriminately blowing things up when there was a chance bystanders could end up in the line of fire. That meant he'd have to sweep and clear the interior before bringing down the house. He'd done it with Carrillo's place outside the airport in Los Angeles. He could surely pull it off now. Bolan suddenly realized he was hungry, so he pulled a military-type MRE from a supplies locker and ate mechanically as he continued to study the factory plans. Within a few hours, he'd be sending his first message to Shui and announcing his arrival to the purveyors of death. The Blitz was on. Mack Bolan lay atop a ridge and scanned the factory exterior through binoculars. The place was a bigger hard site than he'd figured. At either end of the factory were 2 guard towers, disguised to look like smokestacks, which were equipped with what looked like H&K 21E machine guns. The H&K 21E was considered one of Heckler and Koch's best heavy defense weapons. Bolan also counted 4 armed men, 1 pair per tower, armed with light assault rifles. He was going to have to watch his step during penetration. Which brought him to another problem: the considerable amount of heavy equipment in the area. There were several semi-trailers backed against a long dock, which looked as if it would be the easiest way to gain access. However, drivers occupied those trucks, and the dock was like a busy beehive with all the loading activities of workers moving materials onto the trucks. Materials that most likely contained drugs, the executioner reminded himself. Still, Bolan knew he had a responsibility to the people there, and he refused to start wasting just anybody. There had always been a reason for Bolan's killing, and he wasn't about to change his ideals now. Whether or not it was convenient, there were people down there who quite likely were just trying to make an honest living, and didn't have the faintest idea they were working for a slime sucker like Shui. Well, the executioner was about to educate them. Bolan moved backward from the rise before standing and heading down the slope. Grimaldi had landed at the airport, and the soldier immediately secured a van for transport through Toronto, courtesy of Stony Man's ties with the CIA. The van was marked with the blue and red company logo of a well-known courier service, and Bolan had all of the proper credentials awaiting him in the glove compartment. The executioner stowed the binoculars beneath the seat and then stepped into the courier jumpsuit and zipped it up to his neck. The suit fit tightly over his combat fatigues, but it was only a temporary measure. Once the executioner was inside, he'd shed the garment and get down to business. Bolan drove slowly across the rugged terrain until he reached a side road that led to the main highway. There was a single utility road from a highway exit that led right to the factory. Another road branched off this one and circled the area, probably to provide a patrol route for security. Bolan drove straight up to the factory and rolled down his window. An Asian guard stepped from the gate shack, and Bolan smiled at him. The guard's face remained impassive as he held out his hand, and Bolan surrendered his identification card. Apparently, this was a regular drill, which would actually prove to the executioner's advantage if the guards were used to seeing these trucks all the time.
You have a package to deliver?
Bolan nodded and then showed him the doctored manifest. Kurtzman had managed to break into their computer records and secure the names of several administration records, then cross-check that with the name most commonly signing for deliveries. The recipient was usually the dock manager, and his secretary always signed, which was what led Bolan to the decision that he'd make entry through the dock. The guard put the identification card in the shack.
Step out of vehicle, please.
Another guard remained inside the shack, his hands out of view. Bolan knew the guy was probably holding a firearm at the ready, just in case trouble presented itself. The soldier had no intention of giving them that impression. Once the guard had completed his search, he indicated that Bolan was to open the back of the van. The executioner complied, ready for it to go south right there, at which point he'd have to put in his alternative battle plan. The guard made only a cursory inspection before nodding his satisfaction to Bolan.
You know where to go?
Actually, Bolan didn't have the faintest idea, but he nodded. He'd managed to find the place once he got past the gate. He knew the layout pretty well. It would be a lot easier to pass scrutiny if he acted as if he'd been there before. The guards would probably be less suspicious. As the guard moved into the shack, Bolan was about to ask for the return of his ID card, but then thought better of it. He figured it was probably SOP to keep it until he left the grounds. Bolan drove straight along the road until it became crushed gravel and proceeded directly to the dock, passing the line of loaded semis. He reached the opposite side of the dock and found a parking space next to some other private vehicles, and then went EVA. Bolan moved to the back of the van and retrieved the package he'd prepared for his mission. Bolan walked up the ramp and moved past the dock workers. Only a couple even bothered to look at him, the rest seemingly engrossed in their respective operations.
Hey, which way to the office?
Package to deliver, eh?
Right.
Got any smokes?
Sorry, left them in the truck.
No problem. Follow the yellow lines on the right side of the warehouse there. That'll take you to the hallway, and just go straight as piss till you hit the office, okay?
Bolan soon found the front office gal who probably signed for most packages. The blonde woman showed him a nice smile.
Hi, how's it going, eh?
Busy today. Didn't even stop for a break.
Jiminy Christmas, don't I know about that?
The woman took the package from him and then signed the doctored manifest. Bolan returned to his van and opened the back door. He retrieved the M16A2M203 and satchel. Then he walked calmly up the ramp and onto the dock for a second time. He'd slung the satchel over his shoulder and held the weapon down against his hip, the majority of it concealed behind his right leg. The dock workers didn't notice him this time, which wasn't surprising, since delivery drivers were probably a common sight. and once he had established his presence, he wasn't anything more they chose to concern themselves about. Bolan simply breezed past them nonchalantly, and a minute later, he was back in the dock office.
Hey there, forgot something.
Listen to me very carefully. I want you to clear everybody out of here. Do it quickly and quietly, and don't do anything to alert security. Understood?
Do what now?
Bolan produced the M16 A2M203.
You heard me.
The secretary nodded slowly, rose, and immediately left the office to warn her co-workers. Bolan got out of the jumpsuit and retrieved the package, then left the dock office and moved deeper into the bowels of the factory. As he'd expected, a majority of the large old building was unused. Bolan moved through the rows of heavy equipment until he found what he was searching for in the center of the main factory floor. Two old, large generators hummed away behind a large chain-link fence cage with a door. Bolan aimed carefully at the lock and fired a single shot. The SS-109 bullet made short work of the flimsy security lock. After all, who in his right mind would have planned to sabotage a generator? Shui probably figured most people didn't even know about the place, so there was little reason to maintain heavier security. That would have just alerted law enforcement authorities to the fact he had something to hide. Bolan stepped into the cage and left the package near the generators. He then trotted from the area before reaching into the satchel and removing an electronic detonator. He opened the switch cover, activated the detonator, and then pushed the button to send the radio signal. The entire factory went dark, all power now cut to the place. The executioner put the over and under assault rifle combo into battery with a yank of the charging handle and the loading of a grenade. It was time for the sweep operation. He skirted the machine area and continued to the other side of the factory, shuffling along the wide, darkened aisles on the perimeter of the main factory floor. Bolan swept the area with the M16 A2M203 as he quickly and quietly moved into another area of the factory. It was quiet here, too, the place open and airy, with old office machines stockpiled on a table against one wall. Bolan went to the table and primed a couple of sticks from the satchel with blasting caps. He set the frequency for his remote detonator and headed in the direction he'd come after completing his task. Now it was a bit too quiet, and Bolan wondered if the woman at the dock office had followed instructions or run to get security. He was hoping she was wise enough to follow his advice, if for no other reason than a sense of self-preservation. But she was not a wise woman. The executioner dived to the floor beneath an open workbench, narrowly escaping the vicious attack launched by two Chinese security guards. The executioner moved under the cover of the noise to a flanking position and waited until there was a lull in the firing before he exposed himself. Bolan raised the M16 A2M203 to his shoulder and squeezed the trigger. The executioner continued through the factory floor, heading for the docks. He managed to get through the door that separated the two areas of the factory before his sixth sense began tingling. He dropped and rolled. Bolan got to one knee and held his breath, listening and watching for a target to present itself. The guard appeared a moment later, coming around a far corner in an attempt to flank Bolan. The executioner was ready for him, rolling away as the guard dispatched a hurried shot. He was in mid-ejection of the shell when Bolan took a prone firing position, aimed, set the selector to 3-round bursts, and squeezed the trigger. The executioner got to his feet and pressed onward in his objective, the over and under assault rifle combo held at the ready. Bolan reached the dock to find the place had been abandoned. The truck trailers were still there with the doors wide open, but there wasn't even a hint of movement. The executioner didn't hear any sirens, and he knew he probably wouldn't. That was okay. He didn't need an encounter with Canadian police to complicate matters. What did bother him, though, was that he hadn't found the processing lab yet, and he'd only brought enough explosives to have an effect when using the processing chemicals as an accelerant. Bolan moved across the dock, sweeping the area and waiting for any enemy troops to show themselves. He didn't wait long. Bolan sought cover behind a large crate. The executioner rested his arms on the crate, the M16 A2M203 primed and ready, and waiting patiently for them. He'd waited out as long as he could without compromising his own position. When they first appeared, clutching assault rifles and leapfrogging up the ramp, he did a quick count and noted at least 12, and God knew how many other troops had yet to arrive. What puzzled Bolan most about these security guards were their movements. They didn't operate like a standard security force. Rather, they moved like trained military troops. They didn't even act like Scarlet Dragons, and they weren't wearing the symbols. All dragons wore the scarlet-colored kerchief around their necks. Bolan couldn't put his finger on the techniques employed by this group, but they seemed damn familiar. Either way, it wouldn't make any difference. They would die the same way as the FARC. The executioner wasn't about to be picky. These men were in the service of a criminal who had perverted the lives, the very existence even, of government officials and innocent bystanders alike. That meant they had sworn their allegiance to the enemy, and that made them Mack Bolan's enemies. He didn't hesitate to tell them how he felt about that. The point men went down first, one taking 2 rounds in the chest, while the other collapsed from a shattered hip and leg bones. Bolan didn't hesitate to acquire his next target, even as the first 2 fell. The executioner triggered a single round that bored through the guard's skull. The rest of the gunners dived to the ground to avoid being the next target. Bolan yanked a Deal DM-51 from his belt, quickly slid a fragmentation sleeve into place, and then tossed the bomb overhand before ducking behind the crate. 6,000 2mm balls of superheated metal whistled across the dock, melting clothing and searing the skin of those closest to the blast, and shredding the flesh from the bones of those not so close. The executioner rose and began to target the wounded with mercy rays. One man had managed to escape the force of the blast. Some shrapnel had caught him, but he hadn't suffered the terrible wounds of his comrades. He rose to one knee and aimed his AK-74 in Bolan's direction. The warrior shoulder rolled in time to avoid ventilation by a stream of 5.45mm Soviet rounds. He came out of the roll, snap-aimed the M16A2M203 at his hip level, and squeezed the trigger. Hearing new arrivals, Bolan decided it was time to find another way out. However, he decided to leave a little surprise for his enemies. He crossed the dock to an area of cover and released the safety on the M203. He raised his weapon to stomach level and triggered the first shell into the nearest truck. The executioner could feel the heat rush past his arm, even behind the cover of a thick wall separating another part of the factory from the dock. Bolan had used this type of HE grenade before, and while it was powerful, he knew it didn't pack that kind of a wallop. Bolan grinned as he realized he'd found his drugs. A lucky encounter. The executioner primed the M203, and the launcher projected the grenade, blowing another semi-trailer into oblivion. Bolan knew he was destroying the product, but that didn't take care of destroying the production line. He had to find out where they were making the stuff and wire the place. He repeated his attacks on the truck trailers with the next 2 in line to keep down the heads of his enemies, and when he felt he'd made enough of an impression, he pressed deeper into the factory. Bolan couldn't understand it. He'd covered nearly every part of the building, and he still hadn't found what he was looking for. It wasn't often that Stony Man's information was wrong, but it happened now and again. That was just the nature of intelligence work. Of course, it happened with considerable frequency to the other intelligence agencies operating in and outside of America. Price and Kurtzman were wrong now and again, but those times were the exception and not the rule. He wondered for a moment if Shui had somehow predicted Bolan would come for him and decided to move his operation, but he just as quickly dismissed the idea. Shui would have considered himself at greater risk than his operations. He wouldn't have likely counted on Bolan hitting him where it hurt the most before coming after him personally. The executioner had done it to keep him off balance and guessing. So Bolan continued trotting through one darkened area after another in search of the booty. His persistence eventually paid off. In the last possible area to search, a small room of the factory, maybe 600 square feet, Bolan found the manufacturing area. It had been wiped clean as far as the drugs were concerned, but the equipment and chemicals were still there. The executioner didn't waste any time wiring the table with several blocks of C4, and then he made his way from the room. As he continued toward the docks, Bolan placed charges here and there along his path, leaving a single stick or two of the C4 with a detonator like a trail of breadcrumbs. The executioner had devised a plan, and he was going to need the cooperation of his enemy to see it through. He was going to kill two birds with one stone, and the security forces allied against him were going to help. Bolan was near the docks when the first enemy gunner appeared. The soldier raised his weapon and began to trigger wild bursts, merely to keep their heads down more than to try for an actual kill. He kept firing, moving a few feet along the path he'd lined with charges, bringing more into the fold in his game of fire and cover, fire and cover. Every step he took closer to the drug room brought more trouble into the fray. He figured that at least 20 or more troopers were hot on his trail, looking to avenge the mess he'd left them, the bodies of their comrades strewed across the dock, wading soul deep in the blood of the fallen. Bolan could imagine how that would anger him to the point of seeking vengeance on the offenders. But that was the effect he'd wanted to leave them with. Now they were bloodthirsty in their pursuit, each one hoping he would be the one to bring down the infiltrator. Well, it wasn't going to happen this day. The executioner slipped into the room. He stepped away from the door just in time. Bolan didn't hesitate to make a hasty departure. He fired at the tinted casement windows of the factory. He then slung his weapon and sprinted across the room, leaping onto the windsill. The wooden door flew inward, even as the executioner raised the detonator, flipped the switch, and jumped from the window. Bolan covered his head with his forearms as debris rained on him. The executioner could imagine the expressions on the security forces trapped inside that building, watching the equipment along the path of their quarry erupt into flames. Inside, intense heat and flame contacted the remnants of oil in the machines or detonated the explosive chemicals in the vats running along the center of the building. The executioner waited another minute before rising and heading toward the van. The soldier dived to the ground and rolled beneath one of the semi-trailers, seeking cover between its charred remains. The smoke from the burning shells was thick enough to conceal his movements. The executioner cursed himself for not remembering the guards in the towers and the H&K 21Es they manned. He needed to find a way to neutralize them. The executioner thought furiously, realizing the M203 was probably his best option, but he'd have to get close enough to make the shots count, and there was no adequate cover that would put him in range. That left the van as his only way out alive. It would be difficult enough for the enemy just to hit a target at that range, particularly one that was moving. It was his best bet. The machine gun fire stopped, and he knew that the gunners were just waiting for another opportunity to shoot him dead. Bolan began to crawl beneath the smoking hulks of burning trucks. The destruction and havoc he'd wreaked on the semi-trailers was now paying off in more ways than one. The executioner actually considered it ironic that the same trucks he'd destroyed to save the lives of others would now, in the wake of their destruction, save his life. Bolan finally reached the van. The van lurched backward, tires smoking and displacing gravel in every direction. He dropped the selector into drive and put pedal to the floor. The van wouldn't be hard to see with its white paint and colorful red, white, and blue logo. But Bolan wasn't concerned with that. He would still be difficult to hit, even given the H&K 21E's unerring accuracy and cyclic rate of fire. Even 850 RPM wasn't necessarily effective when trying to hit a speeding van from 50 yards or better. Bolan also kept as close to the perimeter line of the towers as possible, making it more difficult to aim at him. He continued toward the front gate, preparing his M16 A2M203 as he neared the gate, about 30 yards away. The rear windows shattered under the assault, but Bolan didn't slow. The executioner aimed his weapon at the windshield and pulled the trigger. The 5.56mm rounds splintered the glass, but didn't blow it out. He then shoved the weapon against the outside seal, clearing enough away so that he could see the road ahead. He stuck his arm through the opening, finger now poised on the trigger of the M203 and carefully aimed at the guard shack. The two guards he'd encountered earlier had taken up firing positions on either side of the gate. Bolan squeezed the trigger and managed to hold on to the fucking weapon even though he held it with one hand. The M383 grenade hit a spot just in front of the guard shack. Bolan rounded a bend in the private road and continued toward the highway. This mission hadn't gone exactly as planned, but that was okay. His next stop would require a little bit more finesse, and he'd have to play his cards right. It was time for a bit more role camouflage, and this particular role would put him deep in the heart of Shui Films and Arts Corporation. And Mack Bolan would literally be playing the role of his lifetime.
Destroy!
Lao Ming Shui tossed the sheaf of papers across the room, scattering them in every direction. Several of the army of house staff Shui kept on hand at all times rushed to clean up the mess.
No! Leave them, damn you! And get the hell out! Now!
Cauchu stood quietly and respectfully near his master's desk. He raised his eyebrows and looked questioningly at General Jikwan, who was sitting calmly in a chair and reading a Beijing newspaper. The military man's eyes flicked up to meet Cauchu's expectant gaze, but he quickly returned his attention to the paper and let out a deep sigh. Shui whirled to face Jikwan, his face reddening.
You promised me security, Dong. I cannot believe you would allow this to happen. That little stunt Belasco pulled ruined a major processing operation, not to mention the millions of dollars worth of product he destroyed.
Jikwan lowered his paper and looked at Cauchu before turning to face Shui and raising his eyebrows. Shui looked at Cauchu and then waved in his direction.
Ying is my most trusted ally, and one day the person I hope to succeed me. Whatever you want to say to me, you can say in front of him.
My dear Lao Ming, you surprise me. It isn't as if you weren't expecting this to happen.
I wasn't expecting this to happen. He destroyed all of the product meant to replace what was lost in Las Vegas. Not to mention the fact that this will cost me millions of dollars.
Millions of dollars?
Jikwan rose from his chair. He walked across the room and poured himself a drink, then turned and raised his glass in Shui's direction.
Out of the billions you now possess? Come, Lao Ming. It sounds like a very small loss to me.
Shui had to suppress the urge to rush across the room, wrap his hands around Jikwan's throat, and choke the life from him. He could almost visualize the military officer's eyes bulging out of his head. Had Jikwan not held the current position of prominence he did with the premier, had he been an underling rather than an equal, Shui would have ordered Cauchu to kill him there and then for such insolence. Instead, he had to hold his tongue and keep his temper in check.
The money has nothing to do with it. Of course I can replace this. What angers me is the fact that you are not holding up to your end of the bargain.
In what way?
You promised me protection.
Yes, I promised you protection.
Jikwan downed his drink and poured a fresh one.
And you shall have it. But there has been no direct attack on you here. You're perfectly safe.
Perhaps Dimai is correct about you, General Jikwan. Perhaps you can't be trusted with an agreement after all.
Jikwan looked up as his face took on an almost scarlet color. Shui could see his words had stung the man, and he couldn't say he regretted it. He also wouldn't take them back, even if Jikwan demanded it. And to hell with caution. He was tired of playing these games. He was the most powerful Chinese crime leader in the Western Hemisphere. He commanded an army of nearly 1,000 Scarlet Dragons, and had his finger on the pulse of political supporters everywhere. Lao Ming Shui had nothing to fear from Deng Jikwan.
Be careful, Lao Ming. You have enjoyed my support up to this point. I both respect you and like you personally, but I will not tolerate such blasphemies against me or against any of my allies. You don't want me as an enemy.
No, General. It is you who do not want me as an enemy.
Jikwan stared at Shui a moment longer and then smiled. Shui couldn't tell if the smile was genuine or simply a way for Jikwan to relieve the pressure, but he would remain suspicious just the same. He certainly wanted Jikwan's support, but he wasn't willing to beg or grovel for it. He was a powerful man, after all, as powerful as Jikwan, if not excelling to the degree in some cases, and he demanded the respect of any associate. Why would he let Jikwan walk over him was a mystery. Jikwan walked forward and awkwardly hugged the man. He pushed him away and looked him in the eye.
My dear Lao Ming Shui, why should we fight with each other? We are friends. No, you are like a brother to me. I cannot stand it when we fight.
How touching.
All eyes turned to see a curvaceous figure silhouetted in the doorway of the office. All three men held their breaths as Catalina Milanya entered the room. Shui looked in Jikwan's direction and noticed an expression on his face that betrayed his lustful interests. Shui could see the want in Jikwan's expression. He'd seen the look before on other men. He imagined that same look probably crossed his face when he looked at Nianshi Fong.
Good evening, Catalina. Lao Ming, did you know that Catalina is part Russian?
I did not. I'm actually fond of Russians. For some strange reason, they are always loyal to their friends and associates. You never have to worry about trusting one. I'm sure you can understand the reasons for my concern.
Shui knew that if there was any weapon he might wield effectively against Jikwan, it now stood before him. Jikwan had been married 6 times previously, but after a certain amount of time, all of his wives mysteriously disappeared. Jikwan would always give some half-convincing story, telling his trusted friends and colleagues that each woman had left him and gone into hiding, afraid he might do something. Shui was convinced that most of them were now saltwater skeletons, chained to a heavy object at the bottom of the South China Sea. Shui wondered if Catalina Milanya would end up the 7th in the long line of Jikwan women to live under and eventually die by the hand of the good general. Not that it was any of his business. What Jikwan did was his own affair, although that didn't mean that Shui agreed with it, or even had to like the lifestyle for that matter. He'd also noticed Jikwan drinking much more lately. He wondered just what Jikwan was celebrating. With Belasco still alive, it was a bit early for celebrations. Milanya crossed the room and took the seat Jikwan had occupied earlier. The half-Russian, half-Colombian beauty crossed one shapely leg over another and put her finger to her forehead. She cocked her face to one side and smiled as she looked at the men in the room in turn for a few minutes. Finally, after spending a long time staring at the now seemingly entranced Jikwan, she turned her full attention to Shui, and her smile grew wider.
Of course I can understand your concern, senor. That does not mean I agree with it. I do not think you understand how to handle a man like Belasco. You must know your enemy well in order to predict their next move.
Shui was interested now. He had to admit that Milanya had been the only one present in the room to successfully seduce Belasco, deceive him, and ultimately convince him that she wanted the same thing he did, the death of Colonel Amado Nievas, and she had done it without a great deal of trouble. She could become a powerful ally, perhaps a suitable replacement for Deng Jikwan. Certainly she was a more attractive and amusing partner. But she was a woman, and women could be dangerous. Shui thought even more so when she smiled at him.
Do you know why you're having so much trouble stopping this man? It is because you have not taken the time to understand him. You do not know what it is that motivates him. And that is too bad, because if you understood this, then you would know what he was going to do next, and you could predict his moves.
Milanya rose and poured herself a glass of wine. Every eye was on her, their attentions now commanded as much by her words as by her beauty. Shui found himself quite intrigued with what she had to say. This was the part of the feminine wiles that could be dangerous. Shui couldn't even understand Milanya's motivations in this. She was dangerous, this one, a kitten who could instantaneously transform into a lioness protecting her cubs. She was sly, ingenious, and cunning, all traits Shui tried to emulate. He knew that probably the only more dangerous person in the room was Cauchu, and only because of how deadly he was in battle.
What are you going to do, my pet? Are you planning on keeping us in suspense all night? Or should we guess?
Melania continued studying her glass a minute before replying.
There's only one thing I know of that motivates Mike Velasco. It is his compassion. He cares about everything and everyone. Think about it, gentlemen. He could have been selfish, simply gone directly after Carrillo or Nievas. He could have even hit your operations directly.
He did.
Ah, but not the predictable manner you thought he would. He doesn't risk any innocent lives. Haven't you noticed how selective he is about his targets? Even against your dragons in Las Vegas, he was selective. His operations are almost, surgical. He even chose not to kill Nievas. It seemed more important to him that somebody remain alive to take responsibility.
What makes you an expert on this man? You simply played a whore to get what you wanted.
If Melania was affected by Cauchu's vicious reply, she didn't show it.
Do you think I was always just the wife of a FARC soldier? Do you think that's all I did in Colombia?
Cauchu shut his mouth, and Shui nodded his agreement that this was probably the wisest course of action for the moment. The woman was right. Whether he wanted to admit it was another matter, and he couldn't ignore the logic in her argument. Velasco had always seemed much like a crusader, flitting from place to place like some bothersome insect and wreaking havoc wherever he turned. He'd been the single greatest thorn in Shui's side since the start of the operation. Shui was interested in hearing how to remove that thorn.
So, what do you suggest?
I would guess that Velasco doesn't intend to stop with your factory. He will most likely turn his attention to your other major businesses before coming here for you personally. Remember, he is not here out of revenge. He is here to do what he sees as his duty. Otherwise, he would not have risked so much to come here.
So you think he will go after my production studios?
Exactly.
And what do you want in return?
I want to be the one to kill him. I want him captured alive so that I can kill him for failing to destroy Nievas. That is all I ask.
But no man has ever lived through an encounter with this Velasco. What makes you think you will?
As you have already pointed out, no man has ever lived through an encounter with him. As you can see, I am not a man.
The Shui Films and Arts Corporation was headquartered in the heart of Toronto's urban sprawl. The metal and glass structure towered above many of the buildings that surrounded it, painting an intimidating and formidable image to all who entered, although it wasn't that intimidating to the executioner. Bolan pushed through the front doors and proceeded directly to a directory of the offices housed within the 30-floor structure. Shui owned many of the businesses that were mere sidelines to the main productions. In addition to Alternative Films Limited, the entertainment company that produced legitimate adult films, Shui Films and Arts was the parent company to Ming Textile Designs, China Doll Imports and Exports, Green Tea Foods, Shangzhou Pottery, and Asian Consultants LLC. And those were only the major ones. Basically, Shui had his hands into everything. Many businesses were legit on the whole, but a small number served as nothing more than fronts for Shui's criminal activities. It wasn't so much that the various sovereign countries throughout the world approved of Shui's activities. It was more because the governments allowed him to operate due to the increased revenue and taxes he paid. It was peculiar, and all at once insensible to Bolan, that legitimate political parties allowed a man like Shui to practice business within their borders. Everybody knew what kind of man he was. That wasn't the problem. The problem was that those roaming the halls of power were apathetic to those things they either couldn't see or chose not to see, as long as they got their little cut of the action. The executioner had a larger stake in this game. He was in Toronto to make sure that Shui's operations got shut down once and for all, and he was going to start with Alternative Films Limited, which he located on the 12th floor. Bolan was dressed for the part. He straightened the tie beneath his three-piece black pinstripe. Patent leather shoes and a pastel silk shirt completed the ensemble. A scarlet handkerchief was stuffed into the suit coat jacket, which was the trademark for non-Asians who were on official business for the Scarlet Dragons. The executioner had the name of the Scarlet Dragon leader, and he planned to use that name to his advantage. Bolan exited the elevator and proceeded straight down the hallway until he located the manager's office. When he stepped through the doorway leading into the suite, a beautiful Asian woman, whose lithe form was practically dwarfed by her huge glass-top desk, greeted him.
Good afternoon.
I'm here to see your boss.
Do you have an appointment?
Tell him that I'm here on business for Mr. Cauchu. Important business.
I see.
She reached to the phone on her desk and stabbed the flash button, not taking her eyes from his towering form as she waited for her boss to answer.
Yes, there is a gentleman. He says he is here on business for Mr. Cauchu. Yes. Yes. He'll be with you in a moment.
Bolan nodded and took a seat nearby. He kept his hand close to the Beretta that was snuggled in shoulder leather beneath the tailored jacket. Stony Man had arranged for the tailoring prior to his arrival through some Canadian contacts. Price had ensured the coat was tight enough to look clean at the waist and shoulders, but bulky enough at the chest to conceal any hardware. About 5 minutes passed before the manager poked his head out from his office doorway. He was short and wiry, obviously Chinese, with gelled hair that was closely cropped and stood straight off his scalp. His smile was as pearly white and perfect as that of his assistant, but he projected an aura of distrust and subterfuge. It was obvious the guy had something to hide, but Bolan couldn't tell if that was by nature or because of his surprise at a sudden visit from a Caucasian claiming he was a representative of Cauchu.
Hello, please come in, sir.
Bolan entered the office and took a seat without being asked or waiting for his host to be seated. If he was going to look the part, he had to act the part as well. The Scarlet Dragons were the chief enforcers, messengers, and whatever else Shui or Cauchu appointed them to be. All in the employ of the Kung Lok respected them, and it was probably rare for the Dragons to send a Caucasian to do their bidding.
My secretary indicated you were sent here by Cauchu.
That's correct.
In some cases, it is considered in poor taste for such an important man to send a non-Asian to do his bidding.
I don't really give a damn.
I do hope you're not going to insult my intelligence by telling me you're actually a member of Mr. Cauchu's organization.
Bolan smiled and shook his head. He couldn't believe this shyster was actually stupid enough to think he hadn't done his homework.
You know better than that. If you're not Chinese, you can't belong to that club. I'm here strictly to deliver a message and do some inspections. I hope I can report back to him that I had your full cooperation.
Now the guy was looking uncomfortable, which was just the way Bolan wanted him.
I see. I suppose that Mr. Cauchu has his reasons. And what is this message that you were to pass along?
It would seem that Mr. Shui is unhappy with your, let's say, output. Would that give us an understanding?
The man only nodded, still staring suspiciously at Bolan. It was hard to tell if he was scrutinizing the executioner or simply being politely attentive. In either case, he wasn't reaching for the phone to verify the story, so Bolan figured he still held the upper hand at the moment.
This is a position of Lao Ming Shui?
Yeah. He also wanted you to know that he's willing to overlook this, given that other, more important matters require his attention, but he doesn't want it to continue. He wants you to step up production.
To what degree?
Double it.
What? I don't have a staff to do that. I would have to hire 2 more crews. We're working full-time now.
Look, pal, I'm just the messenger. Now, Mr. Cauchu has told me in confidence that maybe they're being a little hard on you. Fact still remains, though, that you need to increase production.
But surely Mr. Shui realizes that I'm doing the best that I can.
Of course he does, which is why Mr. Cauchu sent me. I'm going to be your best friend for the next 24 hours. I'm going to inspect your various studios and see where the motivation is required. Then I'll make a few suggestions and go back with a good report to the boss.
You're going to inspect my operations?
No, I don't have to be the one to do it. Mr. Cauchu said to tell you that if you preferred, he could come personally with some of his own people. He thought maybe he'd save you the stress. plus the fact I've been in contact with some of my fellow Americans. It seems white men dig Asian chicks. They want to see more of it, and they're ready to pay. Now, you can both cooperate and profit by this, or I can walk away and let you make your own decisions. Which way is it going to be?
The guy rose and stuck his hands in his pockets. Bolan sat and let him stew for a minute, watching the wheels as they turned. He knew that even if the guy took the bait, he'd probably call Cauchu and tell him how much he disliked the idea. Then Cauchu would realize something was very wrong, and he'd send his people to investigate. While they were tied up with one operation, Bolan would tackle another. He'd play cat and mouse with them as long as he could, gathering the Scarlet Dragons into an arena that got smaller, tightening the reins as he dished out his own unique brand of justice. Then he'd nail the coffin shut.
Supposing that I do cooperate, then what's in it for me?
Then you get to keep living.
I see. I suppose I don't have much of a choice then.
You don't have any choice.
Fine. Where would you like to start, Mr. I don't even know your name.
You can call me Mike.
Okay, Mike. So where would you like to start?
I'm new in town. Give me my options.
A few hours later, Mack Bolan studied his first option through binoculars. It was late afternoon, but the day had already turned to twilight as a bank of storm clouds moved across the horizon and obscured the setting sun. Bolan had positioned himself at the corner of a building roof and watched the two-story house from across the street. The interior was actually a multi-room filming studio where Chinese women of all ages were exploited and forced to defile themselves in every way imaginable. Bolan fought to quell the sense of rage bubbling away on his insides. They only had half the number of beds for the women, since one half slept or ate while the other half worked. The girls were inoculated for disease and inspected regularly by physicians, so they didn't pass any of the nasty social ills onto their partners. Chinese women weren't hard to come by, especially those who sought asylum into Canada. It was much easier to get them into the British districts, particularly due to the close ties between Britain and China. The fact this was going on didn't surprise the executioner in the least. He wouldn't have been able to convince anyone he wasn't knowledgeable about such activities. What bothered him was that the governments of Canada and his own country knew it was going on, and yet they chose to ignore it. It was just another example of that good old political apathy, and it made the executioner want to vomit. The slave trade had always been good for business, especially for the heads of organized crime, but it was an even bigger cash cow for the lobbyists and conservatives who appropriated millions of dollars for rehabilitation programs. Border guards intercepted maybe 100 of the thousands of women who passed between the borders every year. About a third were deported as ethnically undesirable, and the rest either wound up in jail for drug running or got thrown back to the sharks of society that had birthed them. The foulest beast on the planet wasn't deserving of that kind of inhumane existence, and Bolan couldn't help feel some empathy for them. They came from China as an oppressed people with a new hope, based on nothing more than grand promises spouted by some fork-tongued diplomat, and then they were brutalized and scorned by their own countrymen. Meanwhile, men like Lao Ming Shui and Cauchu got richer off their labor, and in return they were demoralized beyond rehabilitation. But Bolan had something for the brutes, something they wouldn't soon forget. He lowered the binoculars and then checked the actions on the Beretta and Desert Eagle before turning his attention to his rifle. He donned a pair of thin leather gloves and moved behind the Heckler & Koch MSG-90 sniping rifle he'd braced against the corner of the parapet. A cheaper variant of its predecessor, the PSG-1, the MSG-80 was no less effective for that fact. Bolan appreciated the weapon both for its precision and lighter weight. The trigger was factory set for a pull of 1.5 kilograms, but Kissinger had retooled the weapon for 0.85 kilograms. It was mounted with a 6x45 scope with an infrared night vision feature and illuminated reticule. The rifle was chambered for 7.62 millimeter NATO ammunition in a 20-round magazine. Bolan braced the weapon against the parapet and focused the scope on the front door of the house. He had a plan, but he knew that now it was just a waiting game. Eventually, the Scarlet Dragons would show, and he didn't want to show his cards too early. He needed to put down Shui's operations here, and he'd follow his mission to completion, but he also wanted to send a clear message to Shui. He wanted to shake him up, get him on the defensive. Plain and simple, he wanted to scare him, because scared men make mistakes. The executioner waited patiently. A half hour ticked by, an hour, and then 2 hours. The sun had descended, the only illumination now a corner street light. The rest of the street was dark, and he knew that would provide additional cover. A black van rolled to a stop at the curb, and 4 Scarlet Dragons exited. They kept their hands close to the openings in their leather jackets as they walked toward the front door. Bolan brought the high-powered rangefinder scope to his eye and adjusted the illumination for infrared. The head of the first Chinese gang member filled the scope. Bolan locked the butt against his shoulder, made a slight adjustment in the sight picture for drop trajectory, and then squeezed the trigger. The slug plowed through the back of the guy's neck, cracking his spine. The soldier already had his next target before any of the men could react. He squeezed the trigger again, this round taking the target in the chin as he turned to locate the shooter. The bodies of both men were hitting the ground as Bolan took a third dragon, catching this one in the center of the chest. The last gunner was now on the stoop with his back to the door and firing wildly in every direction. Bolan was a bit surprised at the reaction, considering the training of the Scarlet Dragons, but he knew that part of the success in sniper actions revolved around the psychological impact. There was logic at work in such operations. The executioner aligned the sight picture once more. The round was intended for the forehead, but someone opened the door a millisecond before it connected. The impact ripped out the Scarlet Dragon's jaw. Bolan could see the blood spray even at that distance. The hood's body toppled into the man who had opened the door. The surprised doorman caught the body and immediately disappeared from Bolan's view. The executioner nodded with satisfaction. He reached into a fatigue pocket and withdrew a thin, high-tensile nylon rope with a titanium grappling claw. Bolan wrapped the claw around a steel standpipe, secured it with a quick knot, and then vaulted over the parapet and descended to the pavement. The soldier sprinted across the street. He approached the house, Beretta out and tracking the area as he kept his eye on the door. The man was trying to get the body out of the doorway so he could secure the house. Bolan reached the stoop as the doorman spotted him and clawed at shoulder level. The executioner thumbed the selector to single shot and squeezed the trigger. The 156-grain subsonic 9mm parabellum round punched a hole between the man's eyes. The doorman's body stiffened, and he collapsed in the doorway. Bolan ascended the steps and leaped over the corpses. He moved inside, keeping low, every sense on alert. Either side of the hall opened onto wide living areas that were sparsely decorated. He moved through the first floor of the house before ascending the stairs to screen the second. Many of the doors on this floor were open, which spared him the possibility of any nasty surprises. He quietly opened one closed door and found it was a bathroom. Another closed door on the second floor, which was actually designed as a master bedroom suite, contained a king-size bed with satin sheets and little else beside lighting and camera equipment. It was a filming room. Bolan quickly primed one of the few sticks of C4 he had left, planting it on a mounted camera for maximum effect before leaving the room. The rest of the second floor was clear. The executioner descended the stairs, continued down the hallway, and moved through the doorway leading from the hall and had to duck to avoid an overhang. The sights, sounds, and smells of the downstairs nearly overcame his keen senses. The basement was unfinished, with cobwebs in every corner. Several rickety beds were bolted to the floor, and Chinese females ranging in age from 16 to 25 occupied some of them. Bolan instantly knew that the expressions on every one of those battered faces would haunt him. The girls were manacled to their flimsy bunks at hands and feet. Some were in various stages of dress, including torn silk nightgowns or revealing undergarments. The executioner could tell that all of them had already lost hope. He raised his hands.
Do any of you speak English?
There was a long pause as they silently watched him. Finally, one of the girls raised her hand. Bolan nodded and walked over to her. He knelt and reached for her face, but she shrank for him. There was pure fear in her eyes. Bolan retracted his hand and tried to give the girl a reassuring smile.
Listen to me carefully. I'm not here to hurt you, okay? I'm here to help you. Will you tell the rest of them that I'm here to help?
She started to shake her head, but then something unknown, perhaps something in Bolan's manner or expression, caused her to change her mind.
Jichio-san!
Bolan turned to watch their reactions. Most of them looked skeptical, and the soldier couldn't say he blamed them. They had probably heard similar promises before from the devils assigned as their caretakers, right before they were raped and beaten and God knew what else.
I'm going to get you out of here. Nobody else is going to hurt you, I promise. I won't let anyone else hurt you, no matter who they are. You understand?
The girl nodded, and her expression brightened just enough to melt some of the icy lumps that stabbed at his chest. He started to rise, but the girl reached up and threw her arms around his neck.
Don't go away. Please, stay.
I won't leave you. I'm telling you, I won't leave. I have to find the keys.
He disentangled her arms from his neck as gently as he could manage, and she finally released her hold. Bolan went up the stairs and searched both bodies of the deceased pair lying at the top before finding the keys. He quickly returned to the filthy den and released the English-speaking girl first, then freed the others in turn. There turned out to be a total of 8.
Follow me.
Bolan led them up the stairs, leading with the Beretta as he continued to glance behind him and ensure they were following. When he got to the top of the stairs, he turned to the girl, who was now holding his hand, and put the muzzle of his pistol to his lips as a signal she should remain quiet. She in turn passed it on to the rest of the girls. He emerged onto the first-floor landing and panned both ways down the hallway before indicating for the girls to follow. They had almost reached the front door when a house guard suddenly burst through the front door and kicked the gun from Bolan's grasp. The hood charged at the executioner, trying to get his hands around the soldier's throat. Bolan sidestepped the attack. He deflected both arms away in an entrapment motion and fired a rabbit punch to his opponent's kidney. He grabbed the wrist and continued the forward motion while sweeping the man's legs backward. The hood hit the ground face first, and Bolan ended the fight by dropping a knee onto the back of his attacker's neck. The cervical spine snapped. The executioner rose and retrieved his pistol.
Shh. All of you, keep together.
Bolan had a dilemma on his hands. He couldn't leave the girls. He'd promised he wouldn't. He had to stay with them until they were safe. Then he noticed the van that had brought the Scarlet Dragons. Mack Bolan's plan to deliver the 8 frightened girls to the Canadian police went off without a hitch. He parked the van outside of a local precinct office.
Tell your friends to stay put for a minute.
Bolan collected his gear and a clothing bag and walked across the street to a small bistro. He used a payphone to call the station across the street, then watched from the window as an army of officers came out and found the girls in the van. At last they were in capable hands and had been liberated from their living hell. The executioner disappeared in the confusion, and soon he was in his rental sedan and traveling to the next hard site. Thus far, things were going as planned. Bolan was confident that if all continued as it should, he would have eradicated all of Shui's major holdings by morning. Meng had disclosed nearly a dozen separate locations, but the executioner decided he would leave the smaller sites in the capable hands of the Toronto police. His mission called for a hit against Shui's operations where it hurt the most. He planned to stick with that mission. In some ways, Bolan knew that Cauchu was the real figurehead in Alternative Films Limited. As Shui's chief enforcer, it was Cauchu's responsibility to keep things operating smoothly. That also meant that when things went sour for the Kung Lok, Shui had a whipping boy, somebody to blame when something got broken, or when profits were down and operations fell apart. That didn't negate the fact Shui was the real brains behind most of it, and Bolan knew the Kung Lok underboss wasn't to be underestimated. A soldier usually got killed when he refused to render a certain degree of respect for his enemies. Bolan stopped a few blocks from the next target and used a nearby alley and the cover of darkness to dress out of his fatigues and into the three-piece suit he'd stowed in the garment bag. Once he'd knotted his tie and donned a navy blue wool overcoat, he ditched the bag and then continued down the street until he arrived at the house. Bolan knew this one would be filled with Cauchu's Scarlet Dragons. Blasting his way into the place wasn't his plan. It was time for more role camouflage.
May I help you?
The name's Mike.
Bolan pulled one of Nu Tao Meng's business card from the half-dozen he'd snagged off the guy's desk.
He sent me here to look things over.
I know nothing about this.
He didn't call you?
No.
It figures. I knew he'd forget to call you.
What do you want?
I told you, I'm here on behalf of Cauchu. I've been ordered to look this place over for Mr. Shui and report back on what I see.
Well, you no come in here without okay from Big Boss.
I have okay from Big Boss. I can always get him to come out himself if you'd like, although I don't think he'd like that.
No, you need clearance from House Boss. Hold on.
The guy closed the door in the executioner's face. Bolan wasn't sure about his next move. They either were buying his story, or the doorman was putting together a dozen guns, and any moment they'd ventilate him through the door they were hiding behind. Then again, he could play it cool and wait and see what happened. A moment later, he got his answer. A different man, this one white, stepped out onto the porch.
Who are you? Name's Mike, and I've got orders from the man himself to come down here and give the place a look-see.
The guy studied Meng's business card, which Bolan had proffered, and then nodded. He stuffed it in his pocket, probably evidence for later if the visitor wasn't who he claimed to be.
Meng never called ahead. He always calls ahead.
I can't argue with you about that. I just do what I'm told.
Well, what kind of look are you supposed to be doing? Is this an inspection? Because if this is an inspection, I'm not going to be happy about it. I don't like being spied on, you know what I mean? I do my job and nothing more, nothing less. I do not do any hanky-panky on the side. I do not play with the girls.
Hey, hold on a sec. I never said I was here on that kind of a look. I'm here to see what you need. Mr. Shui wants to step up the output. We lost a lot of cash with the recent problems in Vegas.
What problems in Vegas? I know nothing about this. I run a clean place here.
And I'll tell you once more, nobody said you didn't. I'm trying to help you out. That's what I do, okay? You don't like that? Fine. I walk, and you can deal directly with Cauchu.
Bolan turned and started to leave, but the guy grabbed his coat sleeve. The executioner turned and threw him an icy stare, looking first at the man, then the hand on him, and then the man again. The house boss realized he shouldn't be touching one of Cauchu's representatives in any sort of aggressive manner, and immediately released his hold. At 5'3" and maybe 140 pounds, soaking wet, the guy didn't look as if he could have taken a troop of Girl Scouts, and it was obvious to the executioner that working around so many professional guns already had him nervous.
No, sorry. Listen, you don't have to involve Mr. Cauchu. I'll be happy to let you look around. If he wants us to increase our production, there's some things I'll need anyway. Perhaps you can help me. Perhaps we can help each other.
Bolan put on his best show of congeniality, shrugging and then indicating for the guy to lead on. Now all he had to do was find what he was looking for. As Mack Bolan entered the house, he sensed that somebody was watching him. He was right. Cauchu had waited in the shadows of the alley and watched with interest as Mike Belasco talked his way inside the house. He couldn't get over the resourcefulness of his enemy. It seemed that no matter what Belasco did, he did it with the cool precision of a veteran. He was an experienced combatant and a professional in every sense of the word. Of course, the phone call from Nu Tao Meng had helped. It was now obvious that Belasco was planning to hit them where he thought it would have the most effect. As a matter of fact, it had gone just as Catalina Milania had said it would. The plan had come together, and as soon as they had the signal from the Colombian vixen, they would move on the house and take him. Bolan could feel the comfortable weight of the FNC beneath his overcoat, and he was a little surprised when none of the Scarlet Dragons moved to frisk him. It only served to reinforce the executioner's suspicions that he was walking into a trap. Still, he couldn't worry about that now. There were more important considerations, such as whether or not the enemy had another group of girls sequestered in the basement, chained to their beds, and sleeping next to buckets full of their own excrement. The executioner quickly put the thought from his mind. He was inside now, and he'd just have to take the mission as it came.
My name's Rene Poulain.
The house boss indicated various dragon members scattered around a table playing some kind of Chinese board game. They gave Bolan a silent stare before they turned their attention back to the game. If security was this lax, the executioner figured it would be a cakewalk. He wondered how they would have reacted if he'd tossed a deal DM-51 into the center of the table, but he resisted the urge. Not that he couldn't have, since he had one in each pocket of the overcoat.
Now that we've had our introductions, why don't you show me what you've got set up?
Oh, sure thing. Come with me. I had the whole upstairs renovated for shooting. The guards come and go in shifts. Mr. Cauchu loves my work, so he put money out of his own pocket to fix the place up.
Is that what he told you?
What do you mean?
Never mind. After you.
Poulain led the executioner to the second floor, which opened onto a long, wide hallway with 3 doors. One door was open, providing access to a bathroom. The other 2 faced each other at opposite ends of the hallway, and the man led Bolan through the one to their left. The sense of fresh paint and wood validated Poulain's reference regarding the recent remodeling he had done. The suite had 2 beds against opposite walls. One was decorated with satin sheets and pieces of Chinese art and pottery. The other was more grotesque, covered with black sheets and a variety of whips, chains, and other bondage devices. Bolan was sickened by the sight, but he kept his reactions in check. He didn't want to give Poulain any reason to doubt his story about being experienced in the business. Stony Man intelligence had indicated that Shui's film company catered to a large clientele with varying degrees of taste. Alternative Films Limited possessed a huge market base in both Canada and the U.S. Profits drove the entertainment business, particularly the kind in which Shui participated, and while the films his people produced weren't exactly breaking box office records, it was a decent profit margin considering the expense of porn films. Poulain encompassed the room in a sweeping gesture of his arms.
I got top-of-the-line equipment.
Where are the cameras?
Hey, we got a job going on right now. You want to watch?
The executioner gave the room another cursory inspection and then nodded. Poulain seemed obliging enough, a grin splitting his face as he motioned for Bolan to follow him. They left the room and crossed the hallway to the other door. Poulain put a finger to his lips. He opened the door quietly, stuck his head in first, and then moved inside. Bolan followed him. His sixth sense went on full alert, and he wasn't sure if it was simply the after effect of knowing somebody had watched him upon his arrival to the house, or if his combat instincts were trying to alert him to a danger on the other side of that door. In either case, he knew he was committed now, and he'd have to improvise if it came down to it. As he stepped into the room, he noticed a pair of Scarlet Dragons standing on either side of the door. He marked their stances and distance, and then focused his attention on the scene ahead. Beyond the cameras, bright lights and boom microphone, 2 women were sprawled across a bed. The woman was young, maybe 18, with straight black hair and almond-shaped eyes. Her gaze caught his, but the executioner remained stone-faced. The second woman was instantly recognizable. The executioner had seen those firm lines and curves before. That enticing shape was recognizable because it had tried to seduce him once. She seemed distracted, but when her eyes met the executioner's, he felt as if someone had stabbed him through the heart with an ice pick. Catalina Melania went rigid on the bed, her eyes still fixed on Bolan, and every head in the room turned in his direction. Bolan knew the gig was up and sprang into action. He opened his overcoat and produced the FNC with blinding speed, pointing it at the nearest Scarlet Dragon and squeezing the trigger. The weapon stitched a bloody pattern in the host's chest. The second dragon clawed for his pistol, but he was a split second too late as Bolan turned the FNC on him and blew his head off. Bolan reached for Bolan, but the muzzle of the FNC in his gut stopped him short. Bolan grabbed Bolan's body and shoved it in the direction of the surprised cameraman and director. The gaffer dropped the boom and tried to get away, but Bolan shot him through the back, the impact carrying him into a wall.
Get dressed and get out, lady. Now!
The girl scrambled to follow his orders. The executioner turned his attention to Melania.
You want to explain this?
I don't think this is the time, Velasco.
The soldier had to admit there was some logic to her answer. They were about to have company, and Bolan didn't plan to wait around for them.
You have some clothes?
She shook her head. Bolan slung the FNC, retrieved the 2 Deal DM-51 grenades, and then shed the overcoat and tossed it in her direction. She shrugged into it as Bolan returned to the door, yanked the pin on the DM-51, and rolled the bomb down the hallway. He closed the door and locked it. He then looked around the room for a window. There wasn't one, and the executioner wondered for a moment if maybe he'd trapped them inside. He noticed a door on the opposite side of the room and crossed the gap. It led to a bathroom with a full-sized window against one wall, its panes blackened by plastic. Bolan snapped the release catch. He looked out and noticed it led onto the sloping roof and the backyard. The executioner returned to the bedroom, and Melania was now in the overcoat, but gesturing to the manacle around her leg.
Turn your eyes away.
She complied, and then Bolan pulled the Desert Eagle, set the muzzle a few inches from the chain, and squeezed the trigger. The heavy caliber bullet made short work of the restraint. Bolan grabbed Melania before she could offer any protest and dragged her into the bathroom. He kept the Desert Eagle trained on the door.
Through the window, quickly.
Melania followed his orders, and he came out after her. She had her bare feet braced on the shingles with her butt against the roof.
The fall would be worse than getting shot.
She looked at him a moment, and then nodded before crab-walking face first down the roof. Bolan kept pace with her, keeping his center of gravity low while risking glances back at the window. He had to get them off the roof and fast, since they were vulnerable as long as they were in such a precarious position. When he reached the lip of the gutter, Bolan vaulted over the side and dropped the 5 yards or so to the ground. He tracked the area around him with the Desert Eagle before holstering the weapon, and turning his attention to Melania, who had now reached the edge, her legs dangling over the side.
Jump!
Melania hesitated.
Do it now!
The woman took a deep breath and did as she was told. As she got close to the ground, Bolan snatched her in midair, encircling her waist with muscular arms, and dropped to one knee to absorb the impact. Melania's feet touched the ground with little force, and the executioner rose to face her. She looked at him, and Bolan could see the grateful look in her eyes. He grabbed her hand and led her away from the house, keeping to the shadows cast by trees in the moonlight. Bolan got his bearings and led her in the direction of his sedan. His senses were on full alert, and his gut was telling him that something wasn't right. Finding Melania had seemed too convenient, too easy. The executioner didn't believe in coincidence. Believing in coincidence could get a soldier killed. Las Vegas, Nevada. At first she thought that she'd gone to some sterile version of heaven. Eventually, Lisa Rogero realized she was still alive and had awakened in the intensive care unit of a downtown hospital. The ICU nurse caring for her was so surprised to suddenly see the woman awake and staring at her that she had dropped her syringe and ran out of the room to get the doctor. While she waited for the unending flock of attending doctors to arrive, Rogero studied the room around her as she ran her tongue across the pasty film covering her teeth. The DEA agent was meticulous in her oral hygiene, and she couldn't wait to get to a toothbrush and some dental floss. For the time being, she lay in the bed and allowed her surroundings to become focused. Habit and years of training forced her to immediately take stock of her physical condition. She wiggled her fingers and toes, felt her ribs and hips for any significant damage, and then slowly moved her legs. There was pain in her back, but it wasn't intolerable. She managed to pull the covers from her body and swing her legs off the bed, using her left arm to assist getting her body into a sitting position. The room spun for a moment, then the dizziness and nausea abated. Rogero got to her feet, holding on to the IV stand as a doctor and 2 nurses entered.
Good morning.
Actually, it's evening.
The doctor had dark eyes and a bronze complexion, which left Rogero to conclude he was probably East Indian, maybe Pakistani or Arab.
You're lucky to be alive, Agent Rogero.
Rogero rubbed the small of her aching back.
Maybe not. What happened?
Well, it's kind of a long story. You were brought to the ER late last night with injuries from an explosion. The receiving doctor was an intern, and he pronounced you DOA.
I don't feel dead.
It was an error. We knew immediately that you were comatose, with a very slow heartbeat and respiratory rate, which was causing a hypoxic condition.
You want to give me that again in English?
The intern thought you were dead because the oxygen content of your blood was so low. What we found out was that this was a secondary response to the shock your brain experienced due to the concussion of the explosion.
So my brain was in shock from the blast and my body followed suit.
Yes.
Well, I feel pretty good now. If you'll just get me my clothes, I'll get out of your hair.
There was a long, uncomfortable silence as she and Singh exchanged looks, while his nurses stood awkwardly in the wings. Rogero could understand the reaction, but she planned to hold firm. She didn't know the current status of the mission, but she knew it wasn't completed yet. And now she'd lost nearly 24 hours, which meant her people might still be out there, or they might all be dead.
Agent Rogero, I wouldn't advise that. You may feel okay, but you've suffered a considerable head injury. Now, we can move you off of the ICU ward and allow visitors, but I'd like to keep you here at least a couple more days for observation.
No way.
Lisa, be reasonable.
I'm sorry, but I can't stay. And I'm smart enough to know that you can't hold me here against my will as long as I'm oriented to myself and my surroundings. Not to mention the fact I don't think you want to take the responsibility of forcefully restraining a federal officer against her will. So if you'll just get me all of the proper forms and my clothes and weapons, I'll be on my way.
Your weapons were signed over to personnel from your organization early this morning. They were surprised to hear you were still alive.
Then my clothes?
A nurse looked at Singh, who cast another concerned glance at her before nodding his consent.
You understand you'll have to sign a waiver form releasing myself and the hospital from all liability once you've passed through the hospital exit.
I know, and the federal government appreciates your cooperation in this, as I'm sure will the Drug Enforcement Administration.
What you're going to attempt is absolute suicide, Agent Rogero, and I don't think that anyone in your organization would appreciate the fact that you're taking your life into your own hands. I'm sure you're more valuable to them alive than dead. You could still have an aneurysm that might burst or some other cerebral malady that could result in instantaneous death.
I do appreciate your concern, Doctor, but I have people out there who could be in trouble, and they're going to need my help. There's a lot more at stake here than my pride.
Rogero wasn't bullshitting him one bit, and Singh's expression told her he knew it. She didn't know what had become of her task force or Belasco. Really, Belasco had passed beyond the status of a stranger. The guy was much larger than that. He was becoming a very real and large part of her world. She wasn't going to let him just go it alone. She didn't give a damn if that's the way he wanted it. It was the way she wanted it. So there was a lot at stake, yes, but there was something else even more important. Rogero was most concerned with the life of the man with whom she had fallen in love.
I'm ready for my explanation, Melania.
The executioner and Melania were now secure in a 2-room suite of a downtown hotel that Bolan and Grimaldi were using for a base of operations. There was a mobile communications center set up on a table nearby, which Grimaldi was constantly monitoring through an earpiece. Courtesy of some sophisticated equipment built by Gadgets Schwartz and programmed by Kurtzman, Grimaldi heard every one of Nutao Meng's conversations through the bug Bolan had planted in the smut manager's office before leaving. The communication system had also facilitated 2-way contact with the executioner during his blitzing missions.
There's nothing to explain.
Melania dried her hair with a towel. She wore nothing more than a cream-colored terry cloth robe that shone starkly against her dark skin, still wet from her shower. The bright, exotic eyes stared at him with an intensity he wasn't sure originated from her equally intense personality or something more intimate.
I think there is. Finding you was just a little too easy, Catalina. It wasn't a coincidence.
She stopped drying her hair, lowering the towel to her side as she sighed and stared at daggers.
I have to hand it to you, Mike. You're not easily fooled. And you're right. It wasn't a coincidence.
Just as I said, the Kung Lok wouldn't benefit by snatching you. They didn't know anything about you. Come to think of it, I didn't even know you existed before a few days ago. So one more time, I'm going to ask you what you're doing here.
I went after Nievas on my own. I didn't think you would follow through on your promise. When I went after Nievas, the Kung Lok kidnapped me and brought me to Toronto. They forced me to...
Bolan studied Melania for a moment and then shook his head as he withdrew the Beretta and pointed it at her.
I've got to admit, you're pretty good at what you do.
What are you doing?
Deciding whether I'm better off reducing the liability you pose to my mission against the Kung Lok.
Did you think I'm someone other than I claim to be?
I know you are. I didn't buy your story back when we met, and I think even less of it now. So start explaining, or I kill you here and now.
I work for the Colombian government.
Grimaldi looked up from the communications console with surprise.
What? That's crazy! Don't tell me you actually believe her, Mike.
I'm listening.
I was instructed by my superiors to make contact with Dong Jiquan. Jiquan was arranging a major arms sale with the FARC, and my government ordered me to stop it.
So what does that have to do with me?
It was never about you, Velasco. I care little for you or the United States. Yes, I used you, and I am sorry about that. But this mission was my priority, just as your mission was yours.
Duty I understand, but you still haven't explained why you're in Toronto.
When I found out Jiquan was coming here to meet Lao Ming Shui, I managed to convince him to let me tag along. I had reliable sources tell me that Colonel Nieves was buying guns from the Kung Lok, but I didn't know who was supplying them for Jiquan. He wouldn't tell me.
So when you heard about Shui, and saw an opportunity to get inside, you thought maybe they would reveal it.
And they did.
So who's behind the arms sales?
Dimai.
That makes sense. We knew he was involved in this. Now we know why.
Bolan cocked his head and studied Melania a moment longer before lowering his pistol. He had decided she was being truthful, although he didn't totally trust her. She had lied to him once and managed to play a Chinese military officer for a fool to boot. Melania was one of the most dangerous women he'd ever encountered. She wasn't dangerous in the sense he'd originally thought of her. She was a cool tactician who knew how to play her feminine wiles on the male ego with rare skill. Bolan had met others like her, but they were few and far between. Some had been on his side, and some hadn't, and the executioner didn't yet know where Melania fell. He wanted to trust her, but there was still something about her that his senses couldn't quite overcome. He would have to watch her carefully if he planned to stay alive long enough to destroy Shui.
So it was Jiquan who arranged the arms sale between Mai and the FARC.
Melania nodded as she dropped the wet towel on the bed and went into the bathroom to brush her hair. Bolan turned to Grimaldi.
Do you believe her?
Grimaldi looked in Melania's direction a moment and then nodded.
It would definitely fit all the pieces of the puzzle. Shui decides he wants to pick up the drug action in the States. Jiquan figures out that's Carrillo's territory, so he convinces Carrillo that the only way to control the drug trade is to control the borders.
And the only way he could do that is with plenty of men.
So he arranges for an alliance between Carrillo and the FARC, funnels the arms to Shui's people through Cepedas instead, and then tries to convince Shui that it's Dimai's gesture of support.
Melania emerged from the bathroom.
In the meantime, Jiquan conveniently arranges for a meeting between Hoffner, Shui, and his political masters in Beijing and Hong Kong to angle for a better espionage network in the United States.
That would increase the Chinese military's position in this country, and not only make him one of the most powerful men in the world,
but also put him in the financial position required to fund and maintain the Scarlet Dragons as the single largest espionage network that ever existed.
My God, it's absolutely brilliant.
And it almost worked. Jiquan managed to get me to destroy Carrillo and the FARC.
Which leaves only the Kung Lok. When Shui is dead, Jiquan will be in total control with no weaknesses.
I can't let that happen.
You're gonna hit Shui's place now?
And hard. Melania, you said Jiquan was at Shui's mansion?
Yes.
Then now's the time. Jack, is the comm equipment okay?
It's gonna need some new components, but I got spares in the plane.
All right. Take Melania with you and get back to the jet. Contact the bear and let him know our situation, then wait for me.
You're going after Shui?
Yeah. It's time to end this.
Lisa Rogero's flight had touched down at the Lester B. Pearson International Airport at about 2200 hours. She'd hit the ground running, collecting her baggage and immediately proceeding to the rental car area, where she had arranged transportation. Nobody knew what it was she was planning. She hadn't even told Charlie Metzger. The DEA agent was intent on helping Belasco, and she was willing to break any rules to that end, including risking her career. It had occurred to Rogero during her flight that Mike Belasco was a loner, and it was possible he didn't feel the same way for her that she did for him. But that thought did nothing to dissuade her, because she felt how she felt. And the way Rogero saw it, she still had a score to settle with the Kung Lok for the deaths of her friends and colleagues. She only hoped her presence in Toronto wouldn't result in some international incident. She sure as hell didn't need that on her conscience. Rogero had never been to the greater Toronto area before, but she knew from information she'd gleaned out of a travel brochure during her flight that it was split into numerous regions. What had her most interested were the in-flight news reports that indicated an outbreak of gun battles and explosions, which authorities were initially calling gang-related activity. Rogero had smiled at the thought. She knew damn good and well it wasn't gangs battling it out for control. It was Belasco doing what he did best, kicking ass and taking names. Rogero considered for a moment that the fight might be over well before she could join it, but she was undaunted in her mission. She wasn't even sure where to start looking for Belasco, since the trouble had not only broken out in Toronto, but also apparently in a warehouse off the highway near the neighboring town of Callaton. Rogero quickly located a cheap motel and was settled in her room within an hour. Through a laptop she'd secured from her possessions in Las Vegas, Rogero researched the company that owned the warehouse. The company was Ming Textile Designs, and its president and CEO was none other than Lao Ming Shui. That was no coincidence, and it actually surprised Rogero that the Canadian authorities weren't digging a bit deeper, knowing that piece of information. As a matter of fact, she couldn't understand why Shui had been allowed to go on with his activities as long as he had, given the fact everyone within the international law enforcement community knew he was a gangster. Rogero could be sympathetic, however, in one respect, because she understood the bureaucracies and red tape that those in the field fought every day. It had taken her just as long to put down Jose Carrillo, and even the DEA hadn't ultimately been responsible for his demise. So in one sense, she understood how difficult it was to bring down a criminal as shrewd and intelligent as Lao Ming Shui. In another sense, she'd come to realize that those like Carrillo and Shui wouldn't be brought to justice through any standard or legal means. That's why the tactics of men like Mike Belasco worked, because he didn't follow any of the rules. The criminals didn't have to play by rules, and it wasn't fair to Rogero that law enforcement had to when the facts were so clear. She'd accepted that reasoning for far too long. It was time to change her thinking. Her first step was to make a call to the Canadian police, posing as a journalist. She managed to pull some information from their PR officer, albeit none of what he told her was really helpful, and most had already been released to the press. She couldn't tell them her real capacity, since that would then raise red flags. One interesting tidbit she got from the guy centered on a group of 18 to 25-year-old girls who had obviously been sexually and physically abused. The PR officer wouldn't say more, other than to tell her they had made the discovery after an anonymous caller phoned in and said the girls were in a van outside one of the substations. And of course, they were all going to live despite the abuse they had suffered. Rogero knew immediately she was on the right track when she heard that bit of news. That sounded like Belasco's work, no doubts there, which meant she wasn't too far behind him. Rogero was about to grab a quick shower when she heard a late-breaking news report over the radio. A firefight had taken place between unknown parties a few hours earlier at a hotel in York Region on the outskirts of Toronto. Witnesses were certain they had seen at least 2 men and 1 woman involved, but there was no other information available, and it appeared the suspects had fled the scene before the Toronto police could apprehend them. Rogero knew it was too much of a coincidence. Belasco was in town, and it sounded as if he was lighting up the Kung Lok operations, and good. Rogero knew her first order of business was to get cleaned up and then make a contact that could help her. If she alerted her people, they would most likely ask a lot of uncomfortable questions. That meant her only real friend was Belasco, and she wasn't sure he'd be that easy to find. Rogero took her shower, dressed in woolen slacks and a thick burgundy sweater, then went through the various pockets of her suitcase until she'd secured all the pieces of her Glock 19. It didn't surprise her in the least that she'd managed to smuggle the case with disassembled weapons parts across international boundaries. Security still wasn't what it could have been. Even after 9/11, people were still lax. She couldn't understand that. She would never understand that attitude of apathy that seemed so prevalent among her people. Once she'd assembled and loaded the Glock and secured it in a high-riding holster beneath her bulky sweater, Rogero left the hotel and drove to York Region, north of Toronto. She specifically avoided the few blocks surrounding the hotel where Belasco had most likely had some kind of encounter, drove through the surrounding areas, watching the streets for any sign of him or Jack. She didn't find anything, and that didn't surprise her. Suddenly, she got an idea and immediately increased speed, heading toward the airport. It suddenly occurred to her that if the 2 men seen by witnesses were Belasco and his pilot, then they had probably flown into the country via private means. It seemed that Jack was able to get his hands on aircraft at a moment's notice, just as he had in Vegas, so it only made sense that the pair might have come in via a private flight or charter of some kind. Rogero headed toward the smaller hangars owned by the various airlines or the city of Toronto, and were usually rented to the smaller craft. It took her almost 3 hours to search each area, and while the mechanics and security were cooperative, nobody remembered any charters with 2 men coming from Las Vegas, or anywhere in the United States for that matter. Rogero then proceeded to the infield cargo facilities, which appeared to be under construction in some areas. She checked with the customs manager on duty.
Well, yeah, come to mention it, there was a Learjet that come in with 2 Americans, but they're only here for a couple of days to inspect a delivery services company. To my knowledge, they didn't declare a thing coming in. Seemed on the up and up.
Is the plane still here?
Yeah, in the hangar next to us, right outside on the right. It's empty most of the time, but they use it now and again. Don't see 'em much, but when we do, they're usually in and out within a day or 2.
And they never declare anything?
Nah, I think they're mostly executives. We searched their luggage and all, but we've come to expect we won't find anything. Seems like most of the people they send are friendly enough.
Do you mind if I check it out?
Go ahead. I can't unlock the hangar since I don't have any key, but you're most certainly welcome to see if someone happens to be there. I doubt it, though. At least not at this hour.
Rogero left the building and walked across the tarmac to the nondescript hangar. As she approached, she studied the exterior emblems. She smiled as she thought that it was probably just the type of cover Belasco might use. A very popular delivery company, an executive jet, people in and out. It all made sense to her. There was little doubt that Belasco worked for the U.S. government in some capacity. Maybe he wasn't officially employed, as he'd claimed, but he was definitely connected with some important people. Rogero tried the hangar's entrance door and found it was locked. She proceeded along the length of the hangar until she reached the main doors, and to her surprise found them parted just enough that she could squeeze inside. The inside of the hangar was relatively warm compared to the chill outside. Rogero looked around and was about to give up when she noticed a small light spilling through the crack of an open door on the far side of the hangar. The DEA agent moved quietly along the outside walls of the hangar, careful to stay far from the small Learjet. And as she neared the door, she drew her pistol. Something didn't feel right to her. She continued along the wall and was about to reach for the door when she felt the cold barrel of a pistol pressed to the back of her head.
You so much as even twitch, I'll kill you where you stand.
Rogero raised her hands and left the Glock 19 dangling on her finger by the trigger guard. This wasn't the time to get cute. The man took the weapon from her and then brought the pistol away from her head.
Turn around. Face me.
She turned slowly, and the face of Jack Grimaldi twisted into an expression of shocked surprise.
Holy shit.
You look like you've seen a ghost, Jack.
I think I have.
Rogero shook her head, and then found herself moving forward and hugging him, although she couldn't explain why. The awkward moment didn't last, as Grimaldi pushed her away gently and looked her in the eyes. Even after physically touching her and talking to her, she could tell that he still didn't believe his own eyes.
We thought you were dead.
So did a very young and inexperienced medical intern.
All I can say is that I'm damn glad you're not. But what are you doing here, and how the hell did you find us?
I'm a police officer, remember? It's my job to investigate.
Yeah, I guess.
The pilot then surrendered her pistol, and she immediately holstered it. Grimaldi secured his own weapon, and then led her through the door and into a wide back room that was sparsely furnished with gray metal chairs with vinyl padding on the seat and back. There was a couch, and a shapely form was spread along it, sleeping soundly. Rogero recognized Catalina Malanya immediately, and she turned to Jack with a searching expression.
Mike found her at one of the Kung Lok's porn operations.
Rogero just stared at him, with a look that said she didn't understand.
She's a narcotics agent for the Colombian government. She was hired to stop Nieves from buying guns supplied by Dim Mai. Somehow she got dragged into this bigger problem with the FARC's alliance with Carrillo, and it got out of control. So she managed to convince Shui that she would act as bait and trap Mike. But once he showed up, she saw her opportunity to get out of a bad situation, and she helped him escape.
Rogero stared daggers at the sleeping woman.
Sounds more like he got her out of the scrape.
Isn't that the way it usually goes? You want some coffee? It's fresh.
That'd be great, thanks.
He poured them both a cup, then gestured for her to take a seat at the table. She held the steaming cup close to her face, letting it warm her nose and cheeks, still cold from her walk across the tarmac.
So, why are you here?
I came to help you guys. Where's Belasco?
He went to finish his business with Shui and Cauchu. Catalina told us that Deng Jiquan's involved with this. You know him?
No, but Belasco mentioned his name to me back in Vegas. He's some sort of military man?
Yep, Chinese army. He's not only part of the chiefs of staff in command of the PLA's infantry forces, but he's apparently head of a program that developed crack special force troops, employing military-style tactics to enforce secret political aims. Their job is to gather intelligence, and then act on that intelligence, on the whims of Jiquan and only Jiquan. Basically, they go wherever he tells them to go and do whatever he tells them to do.
How do they get their information?
The Scarlet Dragons.
Suddenly, the horror of it occurred to her, and the genius. The Chinese government turned its back on the activities of the Kung Lok because their chief enforcement group, the Scarlet Dragons, provided a spy network for this Jiquan's special military team. So the Chinese didn't stand to lose either way. They could implement both their political and military goals and gain a foothold in the nations of their enemies by looking the other way when it came to criminal activities.
It's unthinkable.
Now you know why it was so important for Mike to come here and put this thing down before it got out of control.
Who is he, Jack? I mean, you guys work for the government, don't you? You can tell me. I swear I won't ever repeat it.
I can't tell you, Lisa. I'm sorry. I can say that yes, I work for the government. Belasco doesn't work for anyone but himself.
I don't even know if Mike Belasco is his real name. But I do know that I've fallen in love with him, Jack. Do you think he feels the same way?
He sat back in his chair, then shook his head and rubbed his temples.
Hell, I don't know. But I do know this much. You've fallen in love with the wrong man.
But Lisa Rogero didn't want to believe it. She couldn't believe it. Situated northeast of Toronto, The grounds of Lao Ming Shui's estate were massive. The mansion and grounds were fortified by a large wall, with one main gate, and surrounded by 400 hectares of prime woodland. There was only one road leading to and from the house, and Bolan had hiked through several miles of dense forestry in the cold and dark, relying only on a compass and his wits to reach the estate. The grounds were larger and more magnificent than Carrillo's homestead, but much easier to penetrate, since Stony Man's intelligence had it there was no electronic security. Shui probably considered himself quite well protected, since no one individual was ambitious enough to launch a full-scale operation through thick woods at night, and especially not in the dead middle of a Canadian winter. Mack Bolan was the exception to that rule. The executioner announced his arrival to the Kung Lok in the form of a 40mm HE grenade through the first-floor window of Shui's mansion. The grenade exploded on impact, blowing razor-sharp fragments of glass, wood, and metal in every direction as Bolan advanced on the house. He wore a restocked satchel pack, which contained plastique and M383s. The Desert Eagle dangled from his hip holster, and the Beretta was also in place. 2 guards appeared around a corner of the mansion, sprinting toward the blaze and totally blind to the tall, lithe form approaching their position. Bolan waited until he was within range before raising the M16 A2M203 to his shoulder and triggering the weapon on the run. The SS-109 NATO ball ammunition struck the first guard in the side of the head. His partner stopped and turned, dropping for cover, and immediately spraying the area with auto-fire from an Uzi machine pistol. His panicked shots went high and wide as the executioner dropped to one knee, acquired the target, and took him with a double tap to the head. Bolan rose and continued forward, loading another 40mm shell into the breech as he moved. He reached the house and kept his back to the wall as he knelt. Holding his weapon in a ready position, he reached into his satchel and withdrew a block of C4, which was actually 4 one-pound sticks he'd lashed together with some det cord and an electronic blasting cap snuggled beneath the blocks. Bolan duck-walked between fern bushes that filled the space around the recessed area where he'd blown out the window. He reached quickly through the jagged and charred remnants of the window frame and slapped the sticky side of the C4 to the exterior supporting wall. The executioner moved away from the alcove. He continued onward in his mission, watching for targets as he circumvented the exterior walls of the house. He rounded the first corner and nearly bumped into another pair of Shui's security team as they rushed toward the front of the mansion. Bolan swung the butt of his assault rifle upward, catching the closer of the two on the chin and knocking him to the ground, unconscious. The second guard raised a semi-automatic pistol to shoot Bolan, but the executioner already had his Beretta out and tracking. Bolan pressed onward, cursing himself for almost being taken off guard. He needed to pace himself. He was trying to rush the job. It was the final stretch, and he needed to remain focused on the tasks at hand. Allowing himself to be sidetracked with the urgency of his job would ultimately get him killed. The executioner found a side entrance that was unlocked and moved into the darkened interior of the mansion. He had 7 more explosive charges that required strategic placement. He intended to level Shui's house in one fell swoop, hopefully destroying the Chinese crime lord and his cronies in a single action. He considered the possibility Shui wasn't even on the grounds, but he couldn't worry about that now. Shui wasn't the kind of guy to run or hide. He'd stay and fight to the bitter end, and that was something on which the executioner was counting. General Deng Jikwan inspected his crack assault team with satisfaction in the dim lights of the small underground bunker located in a hillside opposite Shui's estate. He had heard the sounds of battle being joined. Velasco was definitely getting the show off with a bang, but Jikwan wasn't concerned about that. He was confident in the expertise of his men. These were the finest combatants in all of the People's Liberation Army. Each had a particular area of expertise for special operations, and all were united and loyal to Jikwan and the Chinese people, to the point of death. Jikwan had handpicked each member of his elite fighting force, which now numbered almost 200 strong. The majority of his men were out on various operations or back at a training camp outside of Beijing. They were supplied with the finest equipment and facilities Jikwan's political allies could afford, and well armed with weapons from Dim Mai's gun-running empire, and they answered only to Deng Jikwan. Jikwan paced a line in front of the 10 men, while Shui and Cauchu looked on.
This is our moment of victory. Once you have eliminated Velasco, you have your instructions for getting out of the country. I am going ahead of you to prepare your victory celebration. I will see you in Hong Kong in 3 days. Understood?
The men nodded, and the leader of the team saluted.
You have your orders. Move out!
The team would approach the house in 2 fire teams. Stealth would be their greatest ally, and Jikwan figured it improbable that Velasco knew anything about this mini-bunker area, as it was well away from the house and concealed from both ground and air observation. While they made their attack, Jikwan, Shui, and their remaining dragons would take a circuitous route through the woods to a clearing where a chopper awaited. Once the fighting team had departed, Shui looked to Jikwan.
I do not like the idea of running away.
I understand.
Do you really, Dong? This is my home, and I should stay behind to defend it. I am hardly afraid of Velasco. I would kill him myself if Ing would allow me close enough. I would strangle him with my bare hands. I would choke the life from this American for his infernal and ceaseless interference in the affairs of the Kung Lok.
I admire your spirit, my friend, but I am forced to agree with Ing Cauchu. You are not a fighter. You are too intelligent to lower yourself to such barbarity. Leave that to Cauchu or my men. They are the trained combatants here. Beside the fact, I need you much more now than ever. I need you to smooth out the differences between Dim Mai and me.
You actually think that Dim Mai would listen to me?
Yes, because I happen to think he respects you.
Ha! You are truly insane if you think Dim has anything but loathing for me. It's no secret that he's wanted control of my Western faction since the time I began building it.
Perhaps that is true. But let us not forget that he also respects and fears your authority. He knows that you command the highest regards of our leaders in Hong Kong, as well as the Premier's office in Beijing.
That is strange. I thought I had rather fallen out of favor with the Premier and his people.
On the contrary, I have kept your spirit alive with my most influential circle of friends. These are people well respected in our country, and they command the ears of some of the Premier's closest advisors. He is anxious to see you upon your return to China. I see no better time than now.
Shui nodded thoughtfully, then turned to look at Cauchu, who had sat quietly and respectfully as the 2 leaders spoke.
Ing, what do you think?
I believe that you are wise enough to make your own decision in regard to this matter, my master. If you wish to stay and fight, I will immediately gather the remainder of my people and destroy Velasco once and for all. However, my first duty has and always will be to protect you. And if General Jikwan thinks it is better that you re-establish your political alliances in China, then you should go immediately. The way I see it, there is only one real way for me to protect you, and that is to destroy the threat. I could not go with you in good conscience while I know that there's a chance Velasco lives. I must stay and finish this.
As always, you have spoken wisely, Ing. Dong, I will go with you, but I believe that Ing wishes to stay behind.
Jikwan looked at the Scarlet Dragon leader, who quickly nodded his affirmation. It was obvious that despite Jikwan's assurances his team could do the job, Cauchu felt he had a personal score to settle with Velasco. He understood the Dragon leader's sense of duty. Cauchu had proved himself a faithful ally and protector to Lao Ming Shui for many years. He was fearless in the face of danger, a fierce and competent warrior who deserved nothing less than the opportunity to defend that which he considered his own.
You are a brave and able man, Ing Cauchu. Much braver than that sniveling Hoffner, who chose to stay here and hide in Canada instead of going with us. I wish you success in your mission, and bid you to come home when you have destroyed the American.
Cauchu bowed.
I will fight with honor for you, Lao Ming Shui. I thank you for your understanding.
My men will give you every cooperation, Ing Cauchu. Now come, Lao Ming. It is time for us to go.
The first thing Mack Bolan noticed about the house was that it appeared empty. He'd met resistance on the outside, but nothing as he'd foreseen. It now seemed unlikely to him that Shui was on the grounds. In fact, the executioners suspected that he might have walked into a trap, that somehow Shui had foreseen he would come and had formed some sort of alternate plan to escape. Still, Bolan had known the risks of hitting Shui's operations before hitting Shui himself. Bolan would give the Kung Lok underboss no quarter. If he didn't get him now, he would hunt him down like an animal. The warrior would chase him across the globe if that's what it took. But before he took his last breath, Bolan would make sure that he destroyed Shui. And he wouldn't do it out of vengeance or some inflated sense of morality. He would do it because it was his duty to do it. The soldier continued through the house, planting the charges and sweeping the area with the M16A2 M203. He didn't want to become distracted by being overly cautious, since he had to place the charges with precision if the building was to come down as planned. He was planting the last charge when a whisper of sound attracted his attention. The executioner went prone, bringing the M203 into action as he went to his knees then elbows. At that range, he knew he risked injury or even death, but there wasn't a choice. He triggered the M203 and then rolled into an adjoining hall as rounds from his weapons filled the space he'd just occupied. Heat and flame seared Bolan's forearm and left shoulder from the HE grenade impacting the ceiling above and behind the enemy troops. Flaming plaster and debris rained as the ignited explosive lit up the entire hallway in a single orange flash. Body parts sailed down the hallway, including the head of one unfortunate. Bolan's lungs burned from the intense heat. He looked down to see the heat had incinerated the left sleeve of his black suit, and blisters were forming on the second-degree burn on his forearm. He'd been damn lucky. Bolan got to his feet and checked the hallway again to make sure nobody had managed to survive the blast. No one had. As he continued up the decimated hallway, the soldier couldn't tell where one body ended and another began. The soldier managed to reach the exit to the house. He knelt in the relative safety of the doorway and watched the immediate area with concern. Whoever he'd encountered inside the house had probably only been part of the welcoming committee. Shui was clever. He wouldn't leave just a handful of troops behind, not to mention the fact that his attackers had been attired in combat fatigues, wearing Kevlar and toting AK-74 assault rifles. They hadn't been regular house guards or dragons. Those had been specialized military troops. That meant Jikwan had probably left them behind, and there were undoubtedly more. Melania had warned him that Jikwan was planning to bring them in, but she didn't know how many or any of the details. She could only tell him how he'd incessantly bragged about them to Shui and Cauchu. Bolan waited another full minute, then turned and entered the house once more. He climbed the steps to the second floor and quickly located a room that provided a view of the entire rear grounds. The executioner also found an unexpectedly grisly sight, the body of Ramon Sapitas. He'd been shot through the head with a low-caliber pistol, probably a .22 short, judging by the size of the wound. Bolan wasn't surprised to find him dead. He'd already expected that they'd killed the Border Patrol chief, and this simply confirmed his suspicions. Bolan moved to the window, reached into the hip pocket of his black suit and retrieved the night vision scope he'd detached from the MSG-90 sniping rifle. Bolan activated the small electronic switch that powered the device and then peered through it, sweeping the entire area. Finally, he spotted what he was looking for. Along a low flagstone patio wall, he noticed another one of the special commandos moving quietly through the darkness. The man knelt, obviously unaware that Bolan was watching him, and turned to signal to his fire team that it was clear. The enemy had made a fatal mistake. The executioner mounted the scope to the carrying handle of the M16A2 by the attached clamps. He raised the scope to his eye again, turned the rifle's selector switch to single shot, and then brought the point man into acquisition. Once he was certain he could take him accurately, Bolan changed the sighting to the soldier who was on rear guard. He steadied his breathing and then squeezed the trigger without much hesitation. He was a skilled marksman, and the range was one from which he could hardly miss. The SS-109 hardball round punched through the side of the rear guard's head, flipping him onto his side. Bolan could see his body twitching a moment before he moved to the next one in line and fired again. The remaining trio, having now watched two of their people go down in less than a second, threw themselves flat behind the patio wall. Bolan managed to graze one of them who wasn't totally hidden from view. The bullet ripped through the man's calf. A hand appeared and dragged the wounded leg from the sight picture. The executioner headed for the ground floor while he detached the scope on the move. He figured he would have to take the rest of the enemy in close quarters, but at the same time, the numbers were ticking off, and he realized that he'd already spent too much time clearing an escape path. That realization became even more obvious to him as he reached the bottom of the stairs and found himself staring in the face of a Chinese man. He was dressed in the standard attire of the Dragons, the black fatigues and scarlet kerchief, visible even in the dark interior of the house. But there was something else on the kerchief, an embroidery of a golden dragon with jade eyes. That was the sign of ultimate authority in the Scarlet Dragons, and Bolan figured the odds were pretty good he was looking at none other than Cauchu.
I have been waiting for you, Velasco.
Have you?
Bolan looked for a weapon but didn't see one.
You have brought shame to the Scarlet Dragons and to my master. I am going to teach you an important lesson regarding this. You should not have come here. You should have tended to your own business.
Putting those like the Kung Lok and the Scarlet Dragons out of commission is my business, mister. And I think it's you who's going to learn a lesson tonight.
The movement was so fast that the executioner barely managed to get out of the way in time to avoid having his brain smashed inside his skull. It seemed as if his enemy had almost floated off the ground as he executed a jumping sidekick. Bolan moved away from the attack, but wasn't quite as prepared for the follow-up. Cauchu caught him in the diaphragm with a spin heel kick. Bolan was driven back into the wall. Cauchu tried to finish the job quickly with a smashing hammer fist to the top of Bolan's head. The executioner took it in the shoulder while firing a punch to Cauchu's midsection. Avoiding the punch significantly lessened the killing blow Cauchu had executed, but the pain still jarred Bolan as the shock ran down his shoulder into his burned forearm. Cauchu recovered much more quickly than his adversary and slammed an inside crescent kick to Bolan's jaw, the blow nearly breaking his chin. The soldier thought he was going to pass out, and he figured the moment was finished. But as the impact of the kick rolled him away, his senses and instinct took over. He felt one of the Deal DM-51 grenades attached to his chest. It was primed for a defensive yield, with the sleeve already intact. As Bolan's chin scraped the floor, he gritted his teeth and, despite the pain, managed to dislodge the grenade from his harness. He sensed Cauchu stepping forward to stomp his head, and Bolan rolled away and pulled the pin. He got onto his back, and Cauchu was immediately on him, swinging his fists at Bolan's face with blinding speed and trying to pummel him into submission. The executioner managed to grab the lapel of Cauchu's fatigues and get a cocked leg between them. He executed a judo circle throw and dropped the grenade inside Cauchu's shirt as he vaulted over him and through a closed door. The door gave way under Cauchu's weight, and he landed on his back on the hard kitchen floor. Bolan rolled away from the door and sought cover behind the wall, covering his ears. The executioner slowly climbed to his feet and walked toward the door. He didn't look back. There wouldn't have been much left to see of Cauchu anyway. Once he got outside the house, Bolan waited in a darkened area of the perimeter where he could watch the entrance. It wasn't long before he spotted the remaining pair of Jikwan's special forces access the house through the side entrance. They obviously thought he was still inside, and they had no idea they were entering what would literally end up as their tomb. Bolan left his cover and moved toward the garage. He hoped there was a decent vehicle available to get him off the grounds and away as quickly as possible. He was injured and tired, and he didn't really feel like fighting his way through the woods back to the van. The executioner tried the door of the outbuilding that housed 6 separate parking spots for vehicles. He was a bit surprised to find it open. Every instinct suddenly went on high alert, and Bolan immediately drew the Desert Eagle. He made his entry without a sound. He wasn't alone in the building.
Son of a fucking bitch!
Bolan moved deeper into the shadows cast by the light coming from the garage, which hadn't been visible from the outside since there were no windows in the outbuilding. He looked through the partially open interior door that led from a well-stocked workshop and saw the source of the noise. A man was hunkered over the wheel of the closest vehicle, a Hurricane 4x4, and Bolan immediately recognized his face from pictures he'd studied carefully during his trip to Toronto. Stony Man had provided the dossiers and information on all parties involved in this war for control, and one subject was Liam Hoffner. The executioner stepped forward, opened the passenger door, leaned in, and nonchalantly stuck the barrel of the Desert Eagle inches from Hoffner's temple.
Can I help you with that?
Hoffner turned a surprised glance in the executioner's direction.
Hands up, and do it slowly.
You got it all wrong, mister. I'm on your side.
No, it's you who got it wrong, Hoffner.
You know my name?
Yeah, and I know what you're up to. So don't bother lying to me. I'm not buying it. I've already talked to Melania and know exactly what you're about.
That bitch.
Yeah, you didn't know she was on our side. She's a narcotics agent for the Colombian government. Thanks to her, you're one less thing America has to worry about. Now shut up and slide over here.
Hoffner did as he was told, and Bolan secured him to the passenger door frame with a pair of riot cuffs. Bolan walked around to the driver's side and got in. Then he retrieved the small box provided by Stony Man from a hidden pocket in his black suit, inserted the contents of the device into the ignition, and jiggled it back and forth until it freed the ignition lock. A flip of the switch on the box, and a full turn at the ignition, and the engine roared to life. Bolan opened the garage door via the remote, and keeping his lights off, he pulled out of the garage and headed up the road toward the main gate. Hoffner watched with interest as the executioner then withdrew the remote detonator from his satchel. Bolan flashed a wicked grin at Hoffner as he opened the switch guard, flipped the switch on the remote, waited until all lights went green, and then pushed the button. Balls of fire emerged through the roof as the building erupted into flames. Hoffner turned to watch the view Bolan caught in the rearview mirror as Lao Ming Shui's mansion crumbled to the ground. The executioner nodded with satisfaction. He had finally brought an end to the Kung Lok Empire in Toronto.
Now, let's talk about where Shui and Jaquan have gone.
Not one of those who had kept vigil at the small air hangar did anything to conceal his or her relief when they saw Mack Bolan come through the door with Liam Hoffner in tow. Grimaldi and Rogero immediately stood, and Melania, obviously sensing a new presence in the room, twisted her sultry form on the couch and opened her eyes. It was obvious she was surprised to see Hoffner, but the surprise turned to genuine happiness when she saw the executioner was alive and well. Bolan shoved Hoffner into a chair, the man's hands now manacled behind him with a set of riot cuffs.
Keep quiet and don't move.
Hoffner scowled at Bolan, but the soldier wasn't affected by the look. He would have liked to put a bullet right between the traitor's eyes, but he wasn't a murderer, and it wasn't his practice to shoot a man in cold blood. It would be a better form of justice for the former EPIC operations director to stand trial in a U.S. court and be forced to publicly answer for his crimes against the American people. Rogero rushed forward and unceremoniously threw her arms around Bolan. He was a bit taken aback by the gesture, but he let the moment go, more for her sake than his own, and then gently detached her arms from his neck. She stood back and looked at him, and he was immediately surprised to see tears form at the corners of her eyes.
I'm glad to see you, Belasco.
I guess you're not dead.
She smiled back, then punched him playfully in the chest. The banter was short-lived when she cocked her head and noticed the bruising and swelling around his jaw. He reached up self-consciously and realized that in the adrenaline-charged moments following his battle at Shui's estate, he hadn't really taken time to assess his pain-racked body. But now, noticing the almost horrific look on Rogero's face, Bolan was beginning to settle down and feel the effects of his war.
Little present from Cauchu.
Is he dead?
Very.
You gonna be okay, Mike?
I'll make it, but thanks for asking.
Who's your friend?
He's Liam Hoffner, the director and DEA liaison with the El Paso Intelligence Center. Mr. Hoffner, I suppose you have a good explanation for why Belasco has brought you here in handcuffs? don't you?
There's been a mistake, Lisa. You know me. I helped you, remember?
I remember you helped me almost get killed.
She landed a solid punch on his nose. Grimaldi had to reach out and hold Rogero back.
Let me go!
Her face was flushed, and she was biting her lip, pulling against Grimaldi's bear hug and trying to deal out some additional good old-fashioned street justice on the man.
Whoa, lady.
Bolan interposed himself between her and Hoffner. He reached out and nodded for Grimaldi to release her. The executioner kept one hand on her shoulder, gentle enough not to hurt, but firm enough to restrain.
I have no love for the guy either, but I want him to go back to America alive, and I'm expecting you to take him, so get it in control.
But he tried
I know what he did, and it will be up to you to make sure that Washington knows what he did. But killing him won't change what's already happened, and we need to be able to show our elected officials just what kind of stuff is going on in the government so that they can do something about it.
You think they're actually going to do something to this guy? Come on, Mike. He'll get some slick-tongued lawyer to talk him out of a jail sentence, and he'll be right back in the DEA before they're done booking him.
Listen to me, Lisa. You're not thinking clearly right now. You're a cop, and you have a cop mentality. You've worked hard all your life, but you're afraid the system doesn't work. And maybe sometimes it doesn't. But I guarantee you that it's better than anywhere else in the world. And if we don't have a little faith in our own people to do what's right, then all those who sacrificed themselves to make America a safer place to live in have done so in vain.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about duty, lady. Everything I do out of duty and out of love for my country. None of us is perfect, and the American system isn't perfect. But it's what we have, and I think most Americans try to be decent people. It's the rotten handful like Hoffner and Cepetus whose actions cause us to digress into something we're not. Something we were never meant to be.
Bolan stepped aside and released his hold on Rogero's shoulder. He withdrew the Beretta 93R, released the safety catch, and shoved it into Rogero's hand.
I'll tell you what. If you want to execute Hoffner, I'm not going to stand in your way.
She looked at him, surprised and uncertain, but the executioner simply shook his head and then gestured in Hoffner's direction. Out of his peripheral vision, he could see the guy moving around, trying to break free of his bonds.
Now wait a fucking minute!
Shut up! Go ahead. I mean it. Put a bullet right in his brain if it makes you feel better. You can believe me when I say I understand revenge. But as you're pulling the trigger, bear something in mind for me. You're making a statement that you don't believe in your own country. You're saying you don't believe in all the things that people like Williams and Noreen Zahn died for.
Rogero had raised the barrel of the gun as Bolan talked to her, but her hand was now quivering, and her lip trembled. Yeah, she was thinking damn hard about what he said, and he could tell it was getting to her. Rogero was a passionate woman who loved her country. He had no doubt of that. But she wasn't the experienced combatant the executioner was, and she didn't fully understand the situation the way he did.
Not so easy, is it? I know, because I've already been in this situation. More than once I've been there, and I've had the exact same thing go through my mind I imagine is going through yours.
Finally, Rogero lowered the pistol. She turned to look at Bolan, the tears now streaming down her face.
But you've killed so many. We've killed hundreds of them. I don't see any difference.
Yes, you do.
Bolan took the Beretta and secured it in his holster. He stepped closer and put his hands on her arms.
You're sharp enough to know there's a big difference. Maybe you don't yet know what it is, but you certainly took a large step closer to figuring it out. And it's not up to me or anyone else to explain it. You have to do that for yourself.
And when you do finally understand, you'll understand why Belasco does what he does.
She lowered her head, unable to watch those piercing blue eyes, but Bolan cupped her soft face in his rough hands and studied her with a cool glance. Her beautiful brown eyes blinked back more tears, and the executioner knew he'd finally gotten through to her. He thought he knew why she'd come to Canada. He'd sensed her affection for him ever since stealing her from the torture machinations of Cauchu and the Scarlet Dragons.
I'm sorry.
Nothing to be sorry for.
Hey, could somebody maybe help me here?
Blood was pouring from Hoffner's nostrils. He was holding his head back. Melania rose from the couch and headed to the refrigerator freezer.
I'll get some ice from the cooler.
Bolan released his hold on Rogero's face and then turned to Grimaldi. The awkward moment had passed, and now that he was confident the DEA woman would deliver Hoffner to U.S. authorities in one piece, it was time to get down to business.
Jack, is the jet fueled?
Yep, I'm ready for action. Frankly, I'm a bit restless myself. This sitting around stuff really gets to me after a while.
I hear you, but be careful what you wish for. I think we're about to get more action than we're planning. I need you to get in touch with our friends and tell them we'll need all the support they can give us at our next destination. Shui and Jaquan managed to split before I could put them down.
Do you know where we're going?
Uh-huh. Hong Kong.
Hong Kong, China. Lao Ming Shui had no doubt Dim Mai was anything but happy to see them when they arrived at the arms broker's penthouse suite in the center of Hong Kong's urban sprawl. He was cordial, almost polite, upon their arrival, but Shui sensed immediately that it was just as Nian Shi Fong had told him over the phone. Mai raised his arms and bowed twice ceremoniously.
Welcome to my home, my friends.
Shui returned the bow in ceremonial fashion.
We are honored by your graciousness.
After further and less formal greetings were exchanged between Mai's council and Nian Shi Fong, Shui, Mai, and Jaquan settled down for a drink in Dim Mai's private office, unaccompanied by Fong, much to Shui's dismay. He hadn't been able to take his eyes off her for long during their entrance, and while he was unhappy that she wasn't sticking close, he understood her reasons for being discreet. After all, the affairs they needed to discuss were the business of men. It was a business in which she had no place, and she knew that. Once they had been served and the staff were out of the room, Mai spoke up.
So, my friend, you've had quite a trip from what I've been told. You must be tired.
Infuriated is more like it.
Mai cocked his head and studied Shui. He was frowning, but the Kung Lok's western underboss was quite aware that the beast was probably smiling ear to ear in his heart. Shui had never cared all that much for Mai to begin with, and he cared even less for him now. He'd suffered a terrible tragedy and significant losses from which he had already considered the fact he might never recover. His plan had been to increase the profits and power of the Kung Lok's presence in America, and instead he had lost nearly everything.
I am sorry to hear that your home was destroyed.
Thank you.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Shui looked in Jaquan's direction.
Well, I am not yet sure, Dim. General Jaquan seems to feel that his special commandos will be successful against this infernal American, this butcher. I am not so sure. Even the Scarlet Dragons were unsuccessful in bringing him to his knees, and I am now deeply concerned for Ying, as I still have had no word from him.
Mai nodded with a contemplative expression, and then suddenly turned his attention to Jaquan.
Oh, what of your men, General? There has been no word from them either?
Jaquan shook his head, and then did something that took Shui completely by surprise. He lowered his eyes, a sign of humility and respect. It was a gesture Shui had never seen Jaquan do before, not even in the company of his political masters, and he wondered if the gesture were genuine or merely Jaquan's more subtle methods of playing whatever role suited the moment. Over the past few years, the military officer had become more and more unpredictable, both in his behavior and his movements through the various political circles and countries of the world. In short, he wasn't a man to be trusted, and Shui was sorry he'd ever agreed to come here, just so Mai could shame him in person.
This is not good. Lao Ming, just who is this man who's giving you all this trouble?
I'm not sure exactly who he is. We do know he's an American, most probably working for his government, and that he is well trained in arts of war. He seems to possess an uncanny skill for escaping death, even against unbelievable odds. And he is persistent.
I see.
Mai was quiet for a time, and Shui decided not to offer any more information than was absolutely necessary.
And what of you, General? What is your assessment of this man?
There are moments I believe he must be empowered by the demons of an ethereal existence.
You can't be serious.
I am most serious. This man is a skilled soldier. In this there is no question. His tactics are effective and his methods unorthodox. He fights with the expertise of a veteran, and he seems driven to any length to accomplish his mission. The man has personally killed more than 200 men since our first encounter with the Mexicans and Colombians. He has destroyed nearly all of the original operations in the United States, the ones that we seized from the Mexicans, and managed to eradicate 3 of Lao Ming's major business concerns in Canada.
He sounds like quite a man.
He is a menace, and he must be stopped.
Are you asking for my intervention?
We've come to you for asylum. At least I have. And I'm begging you to help me, both for concern of the Kung Lok and our people. If this man survived against Jiquan's elite force, he will most certainly come here to finish what he started. This has me worried.
Mai rose and walked toward his desk.
You have no reason to be worried, my friend. I can assure you that we are quite safe from this, what did you say his name was?
Mike Belasco.
Probably a cover name or pseudonym if he is working for the Americans.
Obviously. And even if he isn't officially employed by his government, say if he is working as a mercenary for one of our other enemies, perhaps the Europeans or a competitor, he most certainly isn't invincible.
Excuse me for a moment.
Mai crossed the room, picked up the phone, and after waiting a few seconds, spoke a few words into it in a voice so low that no one could make out what he was saying. After concluding the call, Mai returned to his seat and took his drink in hand once more. He sipped the Chinese rice wine with a contemplative expression, and then looked at the 2 men in turn.
I am confident of one thing. A man like Belasco, one who is so compulsive and seems to be acting out of some misguided sense of patriotism or duty, will most likely harbor some passion. That passion will be his weakness, and that is what we shall exploit.
What do you mean?
I know what he means. I know what this man's concern is.
And what is that?
The innocent people. He seems particularly careful in picking his targets. He evacuated the textile factory where Shui's people were packaging drugs.
Ah, you see, Lao Ming? Every man has a weakness. And thanks to the good general here, we now know what that is. I will put my men out on the airports. I will need this Belasco's description and any other information about him you might think useful. We will be ready for him when he arrives. In the meantime, I have a surprise for you this evening, so I would suggest that you get some rest.
Shui could only nod, seething on the fact that he'd been cornered into this absurd plan conjured by Jiquan and Mai. Both men were as insane as Belasco, but Shui knew it was in his best interest to play along and wait for them to concoct whatever scheme they could to prepare for Belasco's arrival. And it was a crazy scheme. Mai was suggesting some sort of social event for the evening. In the midst of all that was going on, the arms dealer wanted to throw a party. Well, all Shui could do was accept his plan. After all, with the exception of the 2 bodyguards Cauchu had ordered to accompany Shui to China, he was alone. He'd sent his wife to Beijing to stay with her family until the hostilities ended, both for her protection as much as his own peace of mind. So the best he could do was to find other things to occupy his time. And Yanxi Feng was the first thing that came to his mind. It was late afternoon in China by the time Grimaldi and the executioner's flight touched down and taxied to one of the cargo facility terminals at Hong Kong International Airport. For the sake of expediency, they had opted to hop aboard a Cathay Pacific cargo hauler out of Toronto. Getting inside the country with weapons on short notice, especially considering the heightened security of customs and Chinese intelligence in recent years, seemed more trouble than it was worth. So Stony Man had arranged to supply Bolan with whatever he needed upon his arrival. Actually, the executioner was less concerned about equipment than where he was going to start his search. Intelligence on Tim Mai was sketchy, even from what Price and Kurtzman could dredge out of some rather sophisticated computers. Mai was a gun runner and known criminal, and celebrated as a hero only in his own country, so he didn't travel much. Within Hong Kong, it was said he kept 12 different residences, some inside the city and some in immediate outlying regions, and it was unknown which one he occupied at any given time. When he did travel, he was well guarded to deter assassination attempts, and because of his political affiliations, he usually traveled under the umbrella of diplomatic immunity. However, the activities of the Kung Lok entity in Hong Kong were less of a mystery, so Bolan knew once he hit a nerve center or two, the enemy would most likely come to him. Either that, or someone would eventually talk, and Bolan would have the information he needed to track down Mai. The executioner was playing a hunch that this was where Shui and Jik Wan would seek to hide. For the most part, Jik Wan's people were in Beijing, as were Shui's. Only Dim Mai had a significant presence here in Hong Kong. Thus, it seemed likely, especially given his understanding from Melania, that Jik Wan had engineered the entire deal between the FARC and Dim Mai, that they would hide like rats under Mai's benevolent protection. It wouldn't do them any good. Bolan had come to Hong Kong for one purpose, and that was to eradicate the Kung Lok influence in the West once and for all. The executioner was enough of a realist to know that he couldn't destroy the entire organization in a single campaign. Such a mission would take many months, perhaps even years, and Bolan didn't have that kind of time. Still, he could blitz their operations in Hong Kong, and by shaking the tree, he would see who fell out. Then he would crush them underfoot. Once Grimaldi and Bolan had cleared customs, the pilot headed to a nearby airfield to prepare the chopper arranged by Stony Man, while Bolan took a taxi to the red light district. Bolan had the cab drop him 3 blocks from the rendezvous, and as he stepped out of the vehicle, he immediately sensed someone was watching him. He hadn't noticed a tail, but once they had entered the downtown section, the congestion on the streets, even at the late hour, had slowed the cab enough that a tail could have followed on foot at any point. Hong Kong was just as Bolan had remembered it. He'd come to the great city dozens of times in previous missions, and he was familiar with the culture and the environment. He'd even learned enough of the language to get by, and he was familiar enough with Chinese customs to pass as a resident alien. By the time he reached the street where he was scheduled to meet the weapons supplier, Bolan had counted 3 who were undoubtedly tails, and possibly a 4th. They weren't skilled watchers, that much was obvious, and they looked more like inexperienced and overzealous youths than skilled assassins. Bolan considered for a moment that it was possible he'd drawn the attention of nothing more than a group of street punks, but he quickly dismissed the idea. The soldier didn't see his contact, and since it didn't seem his tails were planning to make a move, he decided to entice them by entering a small bar. The place was dark and unoccupied. It was possible they might stay outside and simply watch the place, in which case the executioner would miss his meat. But they posed the greater risk at this point, as well as the priority. The executioner moved over to the bar, leaped over it, and in less than a minute he found what he was looking for. It was a lead pipe, about 2 feet long and encased in a thick, heavy rubber material. But it would do. The bartender emerged from a back room and immediately noticed Bolan. The executioner tossed him a wad of Chinese currency that exceeded $100, and the barkeep shrugged and went back to his own business. Bolan's attentions were focused on the door as he found a dark corner near it and waited for his quarry. A minute ticked by, and then 2. Bolan glanced at his watch and realized he had less than 5 minutes before rendezvous time. Well, if he'd numbered his tails correctly, he figured it wouldn't be difficult to take 3 or even 4 within a few moments. In fact, he was hoping to nab one of them alive. He needed more intelligence on Mai's operations. And then his opportunity walked through the doorway. The executioner waited until all 3 men were inside the bar before he stepped from the shadows and made his move. The bartender, who had gone to the back room and then re-emerged once more, had their attention, and it was just the distraction Bolan needed. He took the rear guy first, grabbing him by the back of his collar and clubbing him at the knees. The impact of Bolan's weight behind the blow took the guy off his feet, and he landed hard on the barroom floor. The hood in front of him turned. Bolan caught him clean across the jaw. The last one managed to clear a Type 59 semi-automatic pistol from beneath his leather jacket, but the one 9mm shot the hood got off went wide, as Bolan stepped inside and cracked the wrist bone of the shooter's gun. Pistol flew from his grip, and Bolan immediately worked the advantage. The executioner grabbed his arm and drove the point of the pipe into his stomach. Bolan then twisted his enemy's arm with very little effort and drove him to his knees.
Who sent you?
Bolan tapped him on top of the head lightly with the pipe to remind him of what would happen if he didn't start getting some straight and fast answers.
Try again. I know you speak English because it's a mandatory second language in China, so quit stalling and start answering.
The one Bolan had caught in the back of the legs started to rise and reach for the pistol, but the executioner saw him in his peripheral vision. He stepped forward, twisting in such a way as to force the man he was questioning to accompany him to his knees as he stomped on his would-be assassin's hand. The guy looked up in surprise, and Bolan struck him behind the ear with the pipe. His body slumped to the ground. Bolan turned his attention back to the leader.
I'm listening.
We work for Demai. You do not know who you're dealing with.
Yes, I do, and that's the problem. Where's mine now?
I do not know. I swear, American. We do not get our orders directly from Demai. We work for his assistant.
And who is that?
I cannot tell you his name. He would kill us.
If you don't tell me, I'll kill you now.
It was an empty threat, but the executioner knew this kind. More than likely, he was a coward.
Okay, I will say that they will never be able to return to this country. You give me asylum in America?
Cough it up and we'll see.
His name is Ran Chi Kwang.
Where do I find him?
I do not know. He contacts us by phone for our jobs. Pays us up front. We always meet him near the Xiaomong Temple.
What were your instructions?
To watch for your arrival in our country.
You were at the airport?
The man nodded, and Bolan felt a cold knot settle in the pit of his stomach. That explained a few bothersome tidbits. For one thing, it confirmed beyond any doubt that Shui and Chick Wan had come to Hong Kong to seek out Dim Mai. It also meant they were onto him, knew everything about him. It didn't matter where Bolan was now or what he was doing. He wouldn't be able to rest until he took down the Kung Lok once and for all. It also meant, because Chick Wan was involved, that the threesome was working very closely with Hong Kong's politicians. The spy network they had in the Scarlet Dragons was a significant investment. This alliance between high-ranking members of China's leading politicians and the Kung Lok Chinese Triad posed more than a distinct security risk to America. It was a direct threat to every American citizen. As various street gang cells throughout the country, the Scarlet Dragons didn't pose much of a threat. But as a tightly guarded secret in China's espionage activities against the United States, backed by the money and authority of officials within the Chinese government, the Dragons, and their masters in the Kung Lok, were every bit a threat to America's national security. And Mack Bolan fully intended to get to the heart of the matter concerning the Kung Lok by driving a spear straight through it. The city lights twinkled and shimmered in the darkness. It was a breathtaking view from the balcony of Dim Mai's penthouse suite. The crown prince of guns actually owned the entire building, but the penthouse was separate from the rest, accessible by only 2 elevators, one private and one accessible by security and maintenance through key operation from the main bank. The towering spire of living quarters was occupied by some of the most famous and infamous people in China. Lianqi Fong, dressed in a strapless afternoon dress and thin silk robe of deep purple with gold thread embroidery, looked out on the city that served as the pseudo-empire of her husband. But she could only think of Lao Ming Shui, and she was ashamed of that fact. He'd arrived earlier that evening with the expression and pallor of a beaten man, to be sure, but looking handsome and competent all the same. Fong couldn't help her feelings for Shui. They had been lovers for a long time in their youth, and that passion wasn't something easily dismissed. In some sense, she was still resentful that Shui had opted to take a more ambitious path, and his plans didn't include her. But she understood the man's passions as much as she loved him. It had become increasingly difficult since seeing him again in America, however briefly, to think of almost anything else. They had spoken nearly every day, although most of the time Fong had gone out to a public phone. She knew it was possible that her husband monitored the phones, although she had no proof. He hadn't made any mention of her cryptic call to Lao Ming Shui to warn him of possible retaliation by Zim Mai. Frankly, she now had to admit how wrong she'd been. It appeared her husband had other plans, peaceful plans. His acceptance of Shui and General Jik Wan into his home was only part of the surprise. Now he was actually taking an active role in bringing down the American who had been destroying their operations. Even the thought of the American intrigued her, and she was beginning to wonder when he would come. She knew he would come. Eventually, one of Mai's people would make a tactical error, and the American would find out where they were hiding, and he would come and destroy everything, if his past actions were any indication.
Good evening.
Fong turned abruptly at the interruption, although she knew who it was. There was no mistaking that smooth, cultured voice, a voice that whispered her name repeatedly during their intimate moments of the past. Fong smiled and inclined her head toward Shui, something she would only have dared to do for no man other than her husband under normal circumstances. She could tell from Shui's expression that the gesture wasn't lost on him.
Did I startle you?
Fong returned her attention to the breathtaking vistas of Hong Kong's nightlife.
A little.
Shui sidled up next to her and placed his hands on the wooden balcony railing. He didn't say anything else for a long time, and Fong wasn't exactly sure how to take his silence. She knew what he was thinking. At least, she thought she knew what he was thinking. He was trying to find some way of revealing how he felt about her, and she wanted to pour out her own emotions on him, but she also realized he had important matters on his mind. She didn't want to distract him from making sound decisions. He'd lost everything in Toronto, and after all of his hard work he had returned to Hong Kong empty-handed. He was no longer the favorite son.
It is truly beautiful here. I have missed China.
Yes.
And I have missed you.
Fong turned and looked at him, knowing that her surprise was probably evident. He hadn't literally come right out and said he loved her, but it was obvious this was his way of doing it. Shui had revealed his true feelings in his own way, and she couldn't believe he was making these known to her so soon after his arrival.
I have missed you too, Lao Ming. I have missed you so much that it made my heart ache.
So you do feel the same?
Of course. And I think that you knew it. I did or said nothing to hide my feelings.
I know. But I could not. There was not an opportunity to tell you that I felt the same. Until now.
He moved closer to her and took her hand.
And now I'm afraid our feelings will betray us. Dim Mai has offered his friendship, and somehow I feel that I'm betraying his kindness.
You'll never have to feel beholden to Dim. He wants to help you and honor you. I think I finally realize that now. In fact, he's planning a party tonight in your honor. He's inviting some of his most influential friends in the political parties. You have always loved politics, Lao Ming, and I'm sure you will enjoy it. I know that perhaps it is hard for you to accept this, but he has always respected you.
You mean, in his own unique way?
I suppose that's one way of saying it.
She smiled, her heart leaping into her throat as Shui's hands enclosed hers. She looked down at his hands.
He coveted everything you gained. He saw how successful you were in the West, and he knew he could never have equaled that success. So, he built his own success in China and across all of the Southeast Pacific. And then, when he saw how all you had earned was destroyed in a single week, he realized how blessed he was. He understood how much you had suffered, and he asked himself what you would have done if the situations were reversed. So he decided to lay aside his ambitions and jealousies, and bring you into his own success. He means to protect you.
Shui tried to stand straighter, lifting his chin when he heard that.
I don't need protection.
Of course not. That wasn't what I was saying. Not exactly. I was merely suggesting that he is trying to protect your feelings. Dim is actually a good and sensitive man. I know that may be difficult for you to believe. He wants to be successful and to be recognized for his accomplishments. But mostly, he wants the friendship of men like you and General Jikwan. He wants your respect.
I have nothing but respect for Dim Mai.
Shui moved his hands away from hers.
Which is why I cannot betray his trust. No matter how I feel about you, I need Dim's friendship and trust more than ever right now. I will do nothing to betray that trust.
Fong realized the impact of his stinging words, but simultaneously she understood his reasons. He had to protect himself and his family first. That was his first duty, and she understood it. She could have only hoped for that kind of loyalty from Dim Mai. Her husband would have certainly protected her, given her anything that she asked, but it didn't mean that those things that had brought him to his own greatness wouldn't ultimately take precedence had Mai ever had to choose between her and them. She knew the decision wouldn't have been difficult for her husband. The Chinese society in general still took a medieval, almost feudal perspective on the roles of women in society. While Dim Mai thought the world of her, and was rather demonstrative in this fact, she knew he considered her as his property. Therefore, were he forced to choose, he would choose his lifestyle and consider he could always find another like her somewhere. Shui knew this as well, and despite this, he chose to protect his family. It was these admirable qualities about him that made Fong love Shui, and she was sorry that they had parted ways. Still, she knew it was futile to belabor the issue. She had other plans anyway. They were important plans.
I understand your dedication to Dim, and I respect you for it. I guess it's one of the things I love most about you. I always have, and I always will.
And then the two of them turned to watch the city in silence. Bolan made them meet with the weapons supplier provided by Stony Man, and after a brief conversation with Grimaldi, he headed toward the Shaomeng Temple. He had convinced the men sent to tail him that it was in their best interest to contact this Ran Chikwang and arrange a meeting at the temple under the story that they had information regarding the American they were assigned to watch for. Bolan had let them go after the leader made the call, which he knew was probably a mistake. They couldn't afford to have their master think they had set him up, and probably called back and told the story of how they had arranged the meet under duress. Still, it would work to the executioner's advantage, because he knew they would probably act as if they had no idea he was planning to ambush them, and they would, in turn, set up their own ambush. The executioner was just a little smarter than that. As a matter of fact, he was counting on this move from his enemy, because whoever ambushed him would be doing so under the direct orders of Dim Mai, and Bolan fully intended for them to lead him straight to the head of the Eastern Kung Lok powers. He now toted a bag that from an exterior inspection looked like any normal gym bag, but its contents told an entirely different story. The bag contained an unusual variant to the executioner's normal choices for armament. His contact had provided him with the pair of Heckler & Koch MP5Ks, which were special short versions of the MP5. This particular version, the A5, also allowed 3-round burst capability and iron or telescopic sights, but Bolan had asked for laser sights. The contact was more than happy to reply. Bolan also received 6 loaded 15-round clips, along with 200 additional rounds of ammo. Additionally, the trusted Beretta 93R rode in its customary place beneath his left arm, and the bag also contained 4 Russian-made RGN offensive hand grenades, which had a wax RDX filling and an effective range of 8 to 10 yards. The executioner was prepared for a blitzing offensive, and he wanted to travel light, so his choice of armament was exactly right for his mission. Bolan arrived at his destination 20 minutes after he'd hung up with Grimaldi. He took up a position in an alleyway where he could watch the entrance to the Shaomeng Temple unseen by passerby and still cover himself from assaults in any direction. The executioner didn't believe he was invincible. He was hardly infallible, and definitely not bulletproof. Still, he was a brilliant tactician, a skill that had saved his hide more than a few times. Grimaldi wasn't enthused about not being able to help the executioner immediately. It wasn't the Stony Man pilot's wish to be sitting around on his thumbs, waiting for something to happen. But he also realized that when Bolan needed him, he'd utilize him. Jack Grimaldi understood all too well that Bolan had to call the shots and fight the war everlasting on his terms and nobody else's. That was the way Bolan operated, and Grimaldi had grown quite accustomed to it. The executioner stood in the shadows nearly 40 minutes before something attracted his attention. A vehicle pulled to the curb in front of the temple, and 3 men got out. 2 were definitely security types. They looked small and agile, and were dressed in loose-fitting coats to hide the hardware Bolan knew they were wearing, only because of the way they carried themselves. The 3rd man was also Chinese, a little taller though, with slick black hair. All 3 of them wore sunglasses, even though it was now dark outside. It was obvious that these were Scarlet Dragons, evident by the kerchiefs protruding from the breast pockets of their suit coats. It never ceased to amaze Bolan that these men wore such clear and identifying marks, and yet the Hong Kong police were never seen detaining or arresting them for questioning. As a matter of fact, it was almost as if they avoided members of the Scarlet Dragons. Bolan knew it had nothing to do with ignorance. While those markings might have meant little to most citizens on the streets of America, it was a clear reference in Hong Kong, even to bystanders. Bolan watched patiently as they walked through the temple entrance. He waited a few minutes, and then knelt to the bag at his feet and withdrew the 2 MP5Ks. He made sure both were in battery, then shed his heavy overcoat to reveal his black suit, and slung them along either shoulder by their cross straps. He then attached the RGMs to retaining hooks on his military webbing, then donned the overcoat once more. He stowed the bag in a garbage container before walking across the street. A man suddenly emerged from the driver's seat, obviously noticing Bolan was headed for the temple entrance. The sight of an American intent on entering a Chinese Taoist sanctuary was unusual to be sure, but probably especially so during such a time of heightened alert. The guy called to Bolan, but the executioner ignored him, acting as if he didn't hear the man above the sounds of the city. The driver's sentry started to reach beneath his coat, and Bolan was certain he knew what the guy was reaching for, but he couldn't actually take the chance of risking the lives of bystanders unless he knew for sure. He readied himself by nonchalantly reaching beneath the coat and wrapping his hand around the cold handle of the Beretta 93R. He also turned to look in the man's direction, waiting until he caught his first sight of the pistol as his enemy cleared the weapon from shoulder leather. Bolan turned his body in such a way that he presented a narrower target, while at the same time drawing the Beretta from his shoulder holster without actually bringing it into view. Bolan squeezed the trigger, and suddenly 3 small holes appeared in the side of the overcoat just milliseconds before 3 red blotches appeared in the driver's midsection. To observers, it looked as if the driver had suddenly reached for his chest before keeling over. Several onlookers immediately rushed to the man, and in the confusion of it all, Bolan holstered the Beretta and calmly walked through the front door of the temple unnoticed. The interior was dimly lit. Bolan shed the overcoat to reveal the twin H&K machine pistols and scanned the darkness with every sense attuned. He didn't hear anything, but Bolan could sense that the enemy was lying in wait. As the warrior passed beyond the vestibule and entered the temple proper, he immediately noticed the place appeared empty. There were no Taoist monks at the altars, and none standing against the highly decorative walls, painted with the brilliant reds, blacks, and golds so prevalent in great Chinese art. But then, following a minute of silence, the enemy appeared. Bolan turned to his left to catch 2 Scarlet Dragons with a short burst from one of the MP5Ks, spraying a volley that ripped open their chests. Bolan whirled and dropped to one knee as another 2 dragons took up firing positions. After Bolan took them down, he dropped behind the cover of a pillar and reloaded both weapons. In the darkness, Bolan could barely make out a shadow from above that was running across some kind of narrow catwalk that bordered the temple. Bolan aimed his weapons in that direction to counter the threat, but it looked as if the shadowy figure was intent on fleeing, not attacking. The soldier moved away from the pillar, watching his surroundings for ambushers on the off chance the fleeing form was simply trying to draw him into the open, rather than attempting to escape. Bolan continued along the wall, following the same path and tracking his quarry by sound. Bolan stopped and crouched, watching the area above for any sign of a threat. He waited nearly a minute before hearing noise at the front entrance. The executioner rushed for the doorway that led back to the temple entrance, and he nearly walked into the wall of auto fire sprayed in his direction by the pair of bodyguards he'd first observed out front. He shoulder rolled and got to one knee, triggering his MP5Ks and hammering his enemy with a fusillade of 9mm parabellum rounds. Bolan leaped over the fallen bodies, emerging onto the street in time to watch the man he assumed was Chip Wong jump behind the wheel of the white Mercedes. The madman nearly ran into their vehicles, trying to merge with the solid line of speeding traffic. Onlookers studied Bolan with mixed looks of fear and puzzlement, and when he realized it, he quickly pulled the overcoat around him to conceal the guns. Bolan then jogged a few blocks to a payphone and called Grimaldi.
What's up, Sarge?
Saddle up, Jack. You're looking for a white Mercedes.
Bolan gave him the road and general direction in which it was headed.
Traffic is heavy tonight, and there aren't a lot of white Mercedes in Hong Kong, so I don't think you'll have trouble locating it. I need you to find this thing and track it.
Consider it done.
When you find it, meet me back at the airport and pick me up.
Roger that.
Bolan hung up and then hailed a taxi to take him back to the cargo facilities at Hong Kong International. He had a score to settle with the Kung Lok, and the numbers were running down. As Grimaldi lifted the chopper off the helipad and ascended into Hong Kong's night sky, Bolan received a startling call from Hal Brognola.
You're serious?
I'm dead serious, Stryker. The organized crime unit of the Hong Kong Police Department has been waiting for this opportunity for years. They claim to have an agent buried deep and very close to Dim Mai. And they claim there's a party tonight that Mai is apparently holding in honor of the arrival of Shui and Jiquan.
Do we know where?
Haven't been able to get that information yet. Apparently the operation to raid the party and arrest key targets is being kept confidential until just before the raid goes down. We don't know where yet, but we do know it's scheduled for 2,300 hours.
That's less than 2 hours. What kind of party is this?
The kind where lots of important people rub elbows with lots of other important people. Some major political hitters are involved with Dim Mai. The faces there will be many of the same faces that met at the hotel in West Palm Beach about a week ago.
The one that included Shui, Mai, and Jiquan.
Exactly.
Well, that washes with what Melania told us. It does look like the Chinese diplomats who've been touting peace are actually in bed with the largest triad in the world.
I think Mai is planning to solidify the relationship between the Eastern and Western factions tonight.
You could be more right than you know. Mai's people were on to me as soon as we got in country. I think the Kung Lok is a lot bigger here than I originally thought. I figure if I'm going to stop this thing, I'm going to have to go to the heart of their operation. I think that's Dim Mai.
Well, I trust your judgment. We'll give you whatever support you need on this end, up to and including sending in Phoenix Force to help if that's what it takes.
I'll keep it in mind. By the way, who came by this information on Mai's party?
Barbara got it through one of her NSA contacts, who's connected with a heavy hitter in the Hong Kong Police Department. The guy's actually an American liaison agent who works with the Organized Crime Division to coordinate efforts against smuggling operations from Hong Kong to the American West Coast. We try to keep the law enforcement ties open between our two countries. We work on preventing smuggling Chinese artworks, which are particularly priceless on the black market, into our country. In return, the Chinese help us keep out guns, drugs, and slave labor.
Based on everything I saw of Shui's operations, it doesn't look like they're doing a very good job.
I couldn't agree more. But it does give us a presence in Hong Kong, and that's vital to our intelligence networks.
Well, at least it gives me something to go on.
Jack managed to trace one of Mai's cronies to a small warehouse at some seaside docks. We're headed there now to take care of business. I'm hoping that this doesn't turn out to be a dead end.
Well, watch your back, Striker.
Always.
And as soon as we know anything, we'll be in touch. I know you've got a job to do, but I felt it was important to let you know about this. I know it's your policy never to drop the hammer on a cop, and I figured it was prudent to let you know that if you hit Mai where he lives and breathes, it's possible you'll have police to watch out for as well.
I appreciate the heads up. Out.
I suspect that's not what you wanted to hear right now.
No shit. I don't like the idea that I've got to watch out for cops now. I'll have to shut Mai's base of operations before the Hong Kong PD raiding party gets to him first. Mai won't go down without a fight, and if he's been forewarned, this could be a real bloodbath for the HKPD.
For the moment, Bolan needed to can his concern and concentrate on the task at hand. He needed to get the information on where to find Mai, and he would have to start with the warehouse where he knew Mai's people were operating. It took only 10 minutes for Grimaldi to get to the site, and he put the helicopter down inches above the warehouse roof. Bolan came off the Kiowa chopper, the MP-5Ks ready for action. He'd shed the overcoat, and now he was attired in just his black suit, his face smeared with combat cosmetics. He advanced across the roof like a specter of swift justice and retribution. Bolan reached the roof edge of the warehouse and risked a glance over the side. 2 Scarlet Dragons, dressed in fatigues and combat boots, stood outside a door clutching automatic machine pistols. Their eyes were turned skyward, searching for the source of the noise of the helicopter. Grimaldi passed directly over the executioner a moment later to draw their attention. They pointed at the chopper and raised their weapons to fire. Bolan already had an RNG out and primed for action. He released the grenade, the spoon flipping away from it as the heavy hand bomb dropped into the midst of the 2 dragons, who were now concentrating on blowing Grimaldi out of the sky. The RDX filling instantly incinerated the 2 men, and the concussion ripped the door they were guarding from its hinges. Bolan waited for the debris to settle before climbing over the side and dropping to the very narrow ledge outside one of the factory's windows. The executioner immediately pressed his body to the glass, enough to keep his muscular form balanced precariously on the ledge. He looked through the glass and noticed a small army of Scarlet Dragons rushing across the first floor of the warehouse, headed in the general direction of the explosion. Bolan could see that the second floor actually comprised a large metal walkway that wound its way through crates stacked from floor to ceiling. The executioner tried the window and found it was unsecured. He lifted it and jumped inside, watching for his enemy to notice him. The majority of the dragons rushing to help their fallen comrades were so intently focused on the destruction they didn't notice Bolan. The soldier continued through the warehouse, avoiding the preoccupied dragons. He kept his eyes open for the man he assumed was Chik Wong. Suddenly, a man leaped from a crate immediately above Bolan and dropped onto his back, knocking the Beretta from his grip. The impact drove the air from Bolan's lungs, but the soldier quickly recovered from the attack. He drove an elbow backward and managed to catch his assailant in the stomach. It didn't seem to weaken the man's grip. He'd managed, in the moment of surprise, to get a forearm wrapped around Bolan's throat, and he was cutting off the flow of oxygenated blood. Stars popped in front of Bolan's eyes, and he could already feel himself sinking into unconsciousness. He knew that the sleeper hold was capable of rendering a full-grown man unconscious in less than a minute, and although the attacker was only 2/3 Bolan's size, he was strong and agile. Bolan tried to drive the back of his head into the guy's face, but the assailant had his head turned in such a position as to protect himself from the tactic. The executioner was becoming desperate, but he quelled any panic and let his senses relax, even though they were screaming at him to get free. His best weapon at this point was his mind, and the only way he would take down his opponent was through his wits. It was obvious that his attacker didn't understand the same concept, because he suddenly relaxed his hold some, obviously convinced Bolan was succumbing to the pressure. It wasn't much of a relief, but it was enough. Bolan's lungs burned with relief as he sucked in a quick breath. His opponent suddenly realized that his adversary wasn't as subdued as he'd originally thought, and he tried to regain the advantage. It didn't work. Bolan, with renewed energy, reached around to the small of his back and managed to grab the dragon by the groin and squeeze. He squeezed with enough force to cause his enemy to release his grip. Bolan spun and delivered an elbow strike that cracked his upper jaw. The man's teeth caught on the soft tissue of his lip, and blood spurted onto the sleeve of Bolan's black suit. The executioner continued his spin, releasing his hold on the man's groin as he crouched and executed a leg sweep. The move knocked the dragon off his feet, and he landed on his back, his head smacking the concrete. Bolan finished the attack with a stomp kick to the man's throat. The executioner quickly retrieved his Beretta and continued for the exit. He'd arranged an extraction time with Grimaldi, and the drawn-out fight with the dragon had cost him precious minutes, and there was still no sign of Chick Wang. Bolan moved through the cover of darkness unmolested. He had just emerged through an exit when he saw Chick Wang headed for a distant outbuilding. There were 2 dragons accompanying him. Bolan waited until he was in Grimaldi's sight before he waved in the direction of the fleeing trio. It took the Stony Man flyer only a second to realize what Bolan was trying to say. Grimaldi whipped the chopper into a sharp turn and flew over the running men as Bolan sprinted after them on foot. The pilot waited until he was about 50 yards ahead and then dropped down in their path, landing the chopper with blinding speed and control indicative of a veteran flyer. The men slowed, then came to a stop and started to change directions. The executioner's long strides now got him within shooting range of his quarry. A couple of quick, well-aimed shots dumped one of Chick Wang's dragon escorts into the water and dropped the other in his tracks, leaving Chick Wang to stand alone. The guy started to reach inside his jacket, but Bolan shook his head.
Don't do it. You won't make it.
The man slowly drew a wallet from his coat and let it fold open.
Don't shoot! I'm a policeman!
The executioner was seated across from the man in the booth of a small run-down eatery. Grimaldi sat next to the guy, where he could easily cover him with the pistol beneath his coat, and Bolan could watch both of their backs by keeping his eye on the door. The man had suggested the place because it was in a quiet, small, out-of-the-way part of town, where they could be assured of some privacy. His real name was Nang Bailun, and he was indeed a cop with the Asian police force in Hong Kong that specialized in organized crime. The executioner had agreed to put off his activities briefly and hear the cop out, but not until Bailun agreed not to try to contact his department first, and only under those conditions.
How long have you had someone inside?
Bailun took a sip of the strong tea.
About 2 years.
How close is this person?
She's close. She's real close.
She?
Yes. Her name is Nyeonshi Fong. She's Dim Mai's wife, and she's been feeding me and my people information on his activities.
Can you trust her?
Bailun stared at the pilot a moment, acting as if he really had to think it through. His expression set off an alarm in the executioner's psyche. It was quite possible that Bailun didn't trust her, and that meant she wasn't reliable. And if Fong wasn't reliable, it was all too possible her information wasn't reliable either. In fact, it meant she might have been feeding the cops bad intelligence from the start. It was the oldest trick in the book. Her reliability was now predicated on the answer to Bolan's next question.
Did she come to you?
No, we approached her.
You didn't answer my question. Do you trust her?
Yes, we trust her. The reason I didn't answer you right away was because I'm not entirely sure I trust you yet.
Fair enough, but I give you my personal assurance that we're on your side.
Are you?
Yeah, but I know you're planning to bring down Dim Mai soon, and I can't have you getting in the way.
We wouldn't have been in the way. I was expecting you.
How?
Nyeonshi told us. Mai's been expecting you for some time now, a fact of which I'm sure you are already aware.
The thought crossed my mind.
Unfortunately, you got onto me faster than I had intended.
It was you I saw leaving that Buddhist temple. Care to explain why you set me up for an ambush?
I didn't. After I got the call from those punks you talked into setting me up, I knew they would report the information to their superiors. They would have to explain how one American could have dishonored them. The street gangs in China have something of an honor system.
I know about the street gangs in China. Go on with your story.
I was trying to get there in time to avoid the trap I knew they would set for you. I had no idea you were so, well, talented.
Yes, we're quite proud of him for that.
The executioner couldn't refrain from smiling either. The stress of the past few days had left Bolan exhausted, and only by keeping up his sense of humor did he find some form of relief.
Well, I don't know when you're planning on hitting Dim Mai, but there won't be much to hit.
You mean you still intend to go through with your plans?
I don't have any choice. My people won't be able to rest as long as the Kung Lok have any real power. The only way to put them down is by cutting out the heart.
That is our intent as well. Although we would like to take Mai alive and see that he stands trial. Can't you cooperate with us on this?
Look, you and I both know there won't be any cooperation between me and officials within your department. We do things differently. They would like to avoid a scene. I intend to make one, because it's the only statement animals like Mai and Shui understand. I'm not in this for glory or gain. I do what I do out of necessity. Maybe my tactics won't completely disassemble the Kung Lok organization, but they will certainly think twice before trying to start another turf war in America.
In what way?
In the ashes of their leaders. Now, I can promise you that I'll get this Fong out alive. And if I can manage it, I'll keep Mai alive so your people can have a piece out of it. But Dong Jiquan and Lao Ming Shui are finished. Deal?
Balun studied the executioner for a moment, then extended his hand with a smile.
Deal.
Lao Ming Shui watched with interest as Dim Mai and Yanxi Fong stood in the reception area of Mai's posh luxury penthouse and greeted their honored guests. Even Shui had to admit that the party list was quite impressive. Many of the arrivals were either wealthy business people or influential in a multitude of political circles. There were members of the city cabinet ministry present, along with the mayor of Hong Kong, and some dignitaries visiting from a province in northern Mongolia where, if memory served Shui correctly, there were some hidden Chinese missile sites holding nuclear ICBMs. In addition to Mai's friends, a few of Jiquan's contacts were also present. One of the assistant ministers of defense for the South China Sea region was there, along with members of the Chinese Admiralty, and even one protectorate attaché with the premier's office. And throughout the room, dressed in tuxedos and obviously not part of the elite crowd, were Scarlet Dragons, acting as security. Mai had told Shui earlier that evening that he wasn't expecting Belasco to show up, since the American had no idea where they were, but he wanted to be ready just the same. Shui was skeptical either way. Thus far, even Jiquan's elite military troops hadn't been able to bring down Belasco, let alone a half-dozen or so dragons in formal dress. However, Shui was the first to remember that looks were deceiving, and that, aside from the fact Mai was a cunning individual, the penthouse was quite secure from any sort of official or unofficial ground raid. The added reinforcement would also contain any stray gunfire, if it came to that. Still, in spite of himself, Shui was feeling pretty comfortable. It was time to start mingling with some of Shui's and Jiquan's friends, re-establishing some of his acquaintances. After his miserable failures in Canada and America, Shui could only hope that he had not entirely lost his credibility with the elite class. He had turned to observe the room, looking for any familiar face watching him, or at least with an expression that they were willing to lend a sympathetic ear, when he suddenly felt a hand slip through his arm. He turned a surprised glance to Fong. He looked wildly in Mai's direction, but the arms dealer wasn't even paying attention. Obviously, Fong had managed to slip away unnoticed, while her husband puffed his chest at people and acted the role of a gregarious host.
You're neglecting your guests.
Not really. They are in capable hands. As you know, Dim is quite the diplomat.
He didn't say anything, just nodding and grinning as she gently steered him away from the reception area. She maneuvered their way through the crowd, all the while tugging on his arm, while somehow managing to make it look as if he were actually the one doing the leading. Her grace and poise was as fantastic as her beauty, and Shui wondered how he could have ever let his own ambitions get in the way of experiencing such a consummate woman. Yet he couldn't escape the truth of his vow, and he wouldn't violate his loyalties to either Dim Mai or his wife. He wanted to. He wanted to give her every part of his mind and body, but he was a man of honor and allegiance, and he knew she understood this, She had never treated him unfairly since their first reunion after so many years had passed, and while he'd told her how he felt, she hadn't acted upon it. It would have been easy to give in and to surrender everything to her, but then he would have been compromising more than his conscience would ever allow. That compromise wasn't worth the few hours of bliss, even in the arms of a woman like Mianxi Fong. Shui then saw, as they reached a break in the crowd, the object of Feng's attention. It was the attaché to the premier's office. He was a tall, graying man with gentle brown eyes. He seemed in good shape, standing there talking with a couple of other dignitaries that he'd obviously deemed worthy of his notice. Most everyone else in the room, with the exception of the Mongolians and the staffers from the Chinese Defense Ministry, were either city officials or known criminals. This man wouldn't have been caught dead mingling with either. He would have considered them common riffraff. The attaché stopped talking and turned to look at Shui. A moment later, the two men simultaneously recognized each other, and they bowed in concert.
Lao Ming Shui.
Shui could hardly believe his eyes as he stared into the face of none other than Jiji Wu. Wu had served as Shui's former mentor and his chief instructor at the political school that at the time had been sponsored by high-ranking Soviet diplomats hoping to increase the sphere of Red Chinese influence throughout the Asian Pacific. Shui had always respected Wu, not only for the man's insight into Chinese politics, but also for his strength and guidance in the face of adversity. In many ways, Wu had brought focus to Shui's life, and he'd never forgotten the man for it.
It is a pleasure to see you again, Master.
Please, we may dispense with such formalities. It has been many years. I do not think it is any longer necessary to address me by such an honorific. You have earned your place in society as a man, and a very fine man, as I understand it.
I am glad I have not lost favor with you.
Shui estimated he had to be in his early 70s now. It had been more than 30 years, but Shui was remembering his former teacher and mentor as if it were yesterday. Only the puffiness around the eyes and the age spots on his wrinkled hands betrayed his age.
You could never lose favor with me, Lao Ming.
He excused himself of the present company and pulled Shui aside.
Do not be discouraged. I am aware of your recent losses. Your wife's father called me as soon as she had arrived. We understand perfectly, and we will see to it that those responsible are punished. No American will dare to dishonor the People's Republic of China and live to tell about it.
I am honored by your grace, and most certainly undeserving.
Come now. You must realize that we all suffer setbacks. You are quite respected in the eyes of our political office. We are sorry to see you suffer such losses, but I am simultaneously hopeful you will consider an offer to come live in Beijing and serve on my staff.
Serve with the Premier's staff?
Yes.
I would be honored.
Good.
Abruptly, the entire room seemed to suddenly swell with a massive vibration. Everyone stood in place, trying to determine the source of the heavy reverberations pulsing in their ears. A moment later, the source of the noise became evident when a man crashed through an upper window of the penthouse on a wire. The man landed on his feet, no longer connected to the wire that disappeared from the view of the window. He was an ominous sight, attired in black from head to toe, with black cosmetics on his face. He held a machine pistol in each hand, and grenades dangled from a military harness. He also wore a pistol in shoulder holster. Even from his position on the first floor, looking up at the balcony that looked down upon the main entertainment area, Shui could see the icy blue of the man's eyes. They were cold and hard in the glint of the bright penthouse lights, and they burned with an ominous fervor. Across the room, a red-faced Jikwan held a small transmitter to his mouth.
What are you waiting for? He's shooting the place up! Do it now!
It came as a surprise to Shui when several closet doors, as well as some doors leading to the various bedrooms, burst open. The room seemed to vomit men dressed in black combat fatigues and berets. They didn't wear the symbol of the Scarlet Dragons, and Shui could immediately tell they were more of Jikwan's special forces, simply by the way they moved. Flame and hot sparks spit from the muzzles of their Type 85 SMGs as they hammered the upper level with 7.62mm Soviet rounds. A variant of the gas-operated Type 79, the Type 85 used a blowback design. Shui didn't risk an upward look for fear of losing an eye or being hit in the face by flying debris. The smell of burned gunpowder and dust from the assault burned his nostrils, and he hugged Fong tightly to him, keeping his body over hers to shelter her from falling plaster, wood, and glass. His ears rang with the vicious blasts issuing from the Type 85s, and a part of him almost regretted he'd ever come here. Still, he wasn't going to be in nearly as bad a shape as Velasco, and that thought brought a smile to his lips. But Bolan had managed, barely, to escape the initial onslaught, drawing back as the bullets crashed into the ceiling. He reached up to his harness for a grenade, but then thought better of it. There were innocent people down there as well, and he was intent on making sure they didn't get hurt. A quick glance to his right gave Bolan his idea. It was a large wooden chest, made of almost paper-thin cedar, enough to contain a blast to a very confined area, but not so much as to risk the lives of those in the periphery. He snatched 2 of the RNG grenades from his harness, yanked the pins, then quickly opened the drawer of the waist-high chest and tossed them inside. He closed the drawer, and then, ensuring to keep it tilted back, he picked it up and tossed it over the railing. The chest hit the floor, and it was enough to cause a lull in the firing of the troopers attempting to keep him pinned down. They were obviously surprised to see this enemy, whom they had probably heard so much about. An enemy who was allegedly well-trained in the art of soldiering, had resorted to battling them with small pieces of furniture. Bolan risked a glance over the railing, and saw the results of the devastation. Bodies were heaped together, piled on one another in the center of the floor, the clothing of a few smoldering from the heat of the blast. Other Special Forces troops were nearby, sitting on the ground, some cradling useless weapons, injured limbs, or both. Bolan quickly advanced down the stairway, alert for danger. A few of Jik Wan's soldiers had managed to fully escape the effects of the grenade. 2 burst from a room and opened up on Bolan, but the executioner was ready. He leaped over the stair railing and landed behind the natural barrier created by the framed stairwell, positioned as it was against one of the finished support stringers of the upper level. Bolan rolled to his landing and came up in a new position that provided excellent cover, while giving him an advantage over the 2 soldiers, who were still looking at where he'd been and not where he was. Bolan caught the first one with a shot through the head, while the second soldier took a 3-round burst through the chest. The executioner quickly entered the main area and kicked weapons away from the reach of Jik Wan's wounded. As he performed the task quickly and efficiently, the dignitaries and politicians watched him with frightened expressions. When he'd completed the task, Bolan looked into their faces and realized that nobody there really had the first clue what was going on. Sure, some of them supported the Scarlet Dragons and the Kung Lok, but they were apathetic observers, not murderers or professional soldiers in the direct employ of the Chinese Triads. Killing them served no purpose. Bolan checked to see that Jik Wan Shui and Yen Shi Fong hadn't moved. Then his eyes scanned the room for the 4th target. He found him after a minute of searching. The guy was hiding behind one surviving Scarlet Dragon, who appeared unarmed. Bolan walked across the room to where the dragon was trying to conceal Dim Mai. He cocked the 2 MP5Ks and put the twin muzzles inches from the dragon's face.
Him or you?
The man didn't even have to think about it. He stepped aside and nodded for Bolan to do as he saw fit. The executioner grabbed Mai by the back collar of his tuxedo jacket and hauled him across the room, dragging him through the injured and dead for everyone to see. He knew that disgracing the man was the worst thing he could have done. Once he'd put Mai with the other 3, he'd turn to the crowd, staring at each of them as he scanned the variety of fearful expressions.
My fight is not with you.
He gestured toward Shui, Mai, and Jik Wan.
It's with these men, so get out of here.
Nobody moved.
Vamos! She! Now!
The people then started scrambling for the exit, wasting no time. Some of the men were in such haste that they left their women trailing behind them. These were diplomats and high society types, and they had probably never seen such death and destruction in their lives, other than on television or at the movies. And now, having seen the rewards that criminal activity could reap, they would probably find other pursuits. Bolan could only hope that they would, anyway. Perhaps they would put their money to meaningful use instead of wasting it on scum like Dim Mai. Once the room was vacant, Bolan turned to the foursome. He pinned Jick Wan with a hardened stare, but the general seemed unaffected.
So, Belasco, we finally meet face to face. It has been a pleasure knowing you. We are much alike, you and I. I will regret not seeing you in the afterlife.
We're nothing alike.
Perhaps you are right.
The general clawed for what Bolan assumed was a concealed weapon. The executioner drew his Beretta in one fluid motion and shot Jick Wan through the forehead. He then turned the weapon on Lao Ming Shui. He could see the fear mixed with resentment in Shui's expression, but there was something else there. It was almost defiance, or perhaps simply resignation. It was obvious that Shui had accepted the fact that he was going to die this day.
It looks like you have won, Belasco.
Nobody won, Shui. There are a lot of people who have lost this past week. Lots of innocent people lost their lives in your dirty little war against my country.
You see, American, this is exactly what proves such ignorance in your thinking. It was never about starting a war in your country. It was about taking something from it. I am an artist. I provide a service that is readily sought. All people, Americans or otherwise, seek to escape. They use vices such as sex and drugs as means of providing that escape. So you see, I am only meeting a need. Whether you like it or not, Belasco, that is the way of things. I provide a service, and there is nothing you can do to stop that.
Yes, there is.
Bolan then turned to Naenshi Fong.
I promise to bring you out of here alive. You too, Mai. The Hong Kong police are quite interested in hearing all about your activities. I'm planning to make sure that none of your guns ever get into the hands of the Scarlet Dragons again, especially those in my country.
Mai smiled with an expression that left Bolan feeling as if he were staring at only the shell of a man. It was that eerie kind of feeling that was left by looking at the almost permanent, sickly smile of a skeleton. Some had once referred to it as a death's head smile.
I'm afraid that will be quite impossible. You will not be able to take me alive, nor my wife. We are all going to die in less than 2 minutes.
What are you talking about?
You see, the good General Jiquan was kind enough to make sure that even if you managed through some miracle to overpower our forces, you would not escape. His special forces wired this entire floor with heavy explosives, and I have already activated the timer. You have less than 90 seconds.
Bolan slapped the link hook up on his belt.
We're hot, Eagle One. Bring it in now.
The executioner grabbed Naenshi Fong and shoved her toward the stairwell.
My husband! Please, save my husband!
Bolan knew that he couldn't waste the precious seconds afforded him by fighting with Mai, but he also had to keep his deal with Bai Lun. So Bolan did the only thing he could. He used the Beretta to knock the arms dealer unconscious. The executioner hauled Mai over his shoulder, thankful the guy was small and light. He sprinted toward the stairs where Fong lingered.
Move it, now!
She followed instructions, turning back to watch and ensure that Bolan was right behind her. They reached the door, but it was locked.
No! No!
Get out of the way!
Bolan kicked the safety bar of the door, warping the latch and nearly knocking the entire thing from its hinges. The door flew open, and he nodded for Fong to go as he followed behind. Bolan watched the chopper come down just as they reached the helipad. As usual, the Stony Man flyer's timing was impeccable. Fong looked at Bolan uncertainly, but the executioner shoved her roughly through the open door, tossed her husband's body on the floor, then leaped into the chopper. Grimaldi was watching the area behind him, and as soon as Bolan tossed him the thumbs up, the pilot lifted away from the helipad. The numbers ticked down in Bolan's head. The executioner turned to ensure that Fong was secure in his seat, and Mai was still unconscious, before donning the headset.
Save my bacon once more, Jack. Thanks. Anytime, Sarge. Anytime at all.
Brownsville, Texas. DEA Special Agent Lisa Rogero was home after another day at headquarters. It had been several weeks now since she'd heard from Mike Belasco, and it had put her in some weird melancholy state, almost a state of depression. At least, that's what the organization's psychologist had told her. But Rogero didn't buy any of that crap anyway. She just wanted to do her job the best she knew how on a professional level. And a personal level? Well, she wanted to find comfort and security in the arms of Mike Belasco. Rogero turned the key in the back door of her home, and as she stepped inside, she immediately sensed something wasn't right. Rogero reached beneath her pantsuit jacket and produced a Glock 19. She scanned the darkness, and while she didn't see anything, she could sense a presence.
I know someone's in here. You might as well show yourself.
Mack Bolan emerged from the shadows of the hallway.
Still sharp as ever.
Rogero rushed forward and threw her arms around him. She kissed him forcefully, but passionately on the lips. Bolan returned the kiss and then gently pushed her away and looked into those dark brown eyes. It was hard for him not to want to spend more time looking into those eyes, yet he knew it wasn't meant to be.
You look good.
Thanks. I'm stuck on a desk until Hoffner's trial. Guess Metzger wants to keep me out of the field and in the office where it's safe, since I'm really the only witness against Hoffner. Still, he confessed everything.
Listen, I've come to tell you something, so let me say it, and then I have to go.
Uh-oh.
She stepped away from him as she holstered her pistol and looked the big guy in the eyes.
I don't think I'm going to like this.
You're not. Look, Lisa, I can't be what you want me to be for you. Or anybody, for that matter. I lost somebody once. Somebody that was important to me. Important to me like you want to be important. I won't go through that again. So I'm asking you to understand that what I do because somebody has to. That's the hand destiny has dealt me, so I'll take it, for better or worse. But that means if I'm going to do it, I have to do it with all of me. That's just the way it is. And unfortunately, that doesn't leave any room for something personal and intimate. I couldn't do that to you. I couldn't do that to any human being and still say I cared about them.
So this is goodbye, isn't it?
Yes.
The tears rolled down her cheeks, but Rogero stood tall and proud. Bolan could see her anguish as she battled over whether or not to grab him and kiss him and never let go of him. But he knew that would have only made it harder for both of them. That was his signal that it was time to go.
I'll never forget you.
Or I you.
And after kissing her on the forehead, Bolan left without looking back.